right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, May 12th. And in the room with me is Vice Chair Patty Clapper. I'm the Chairwoman of the Board, Kelly McNicholas Curry. Commissioners joining us from home are Greg Poshman, Steve Child, and Francie Jacober. And I have the delight of kicking off our meeting with several proclamations recognizing members of our community. And the first one is recognition of May as the month of the young child. And I will say, since we are still in COVID precautions, we are doing this remotely, and I welcome Shirley Ritter of Kids First, who is, our great advocate and organizer of childcare programs in the Valley. And we miss the young children that are normally in the room with us this time of year, as well as the opportunity to go and read to classrooms. So we're looking forward to doing that again and resuming that next year. So with that, I will go ahead and read our proclamation today. And this is a proclamation of the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners, Month of the Young Child. Whereas the first years of a child's life are the period of the most rapid brain development and lay the foundation for all future learning. And whereas 76% of children in Pickens County have all available parents in the workforce, a high percentage of parents return to work in the first 6 weeks after the birth of a child when childcare is available. And whereas participation in high-quality early childhood education saves taxpayer dollars, makes working families more economically secure, and prepares children to succeed in school, earn higher wages, and live healthier lives. And whereas high-quality early childhood education depends on high-quality early childhood educators who ensure that children supported by families have the early experiences they need for a strong foundation. And whereas the average wage for childcare providers who are skilled and valuable frontline professionals who have risked their health to provide education and care during a global pandemic averages $21 an hour, or $44,700 in annual gross income in Pickens County. And whereas at the same time, the cost of 1 year of childcare averages over $17,000, these costs, which frequently exceed the cost of a year of college tuition, are often paid by new parents who can least afford it. And whereas we celebrate the 31st anniversary of the Month of the Young Child in Aspen and the contributions of Pickens County and Kids First, so that we can continue to recognize and advance early childhood education. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners and citizens of Pickens County join the National Association for the Education of Young Children in proclaiming May 2021 as the Month of the Young Child. And we extend our heartfelt thanks and appreciation to all those who work so hard to care for and educate our youngest citizens. And we commend those efforts and encourage community involvement of all citizens to recognize and support the needs of young children. Dated today, May 12th, 2021. And I will welcome Shirley Ritter to present to us and make some comments if you like, and then we'll open it up for comments from board members. Hi, Shirley. So nice to see you.
Thank you. It's good to see all of you, although I look forward to having the ability to come back and meet in person with you all and bring some young children with me. And like Kelly mentioned, we are not doing the big parade yet this year. We're not quite there yet. We are doing some small events with each of the providers. The Read With Me that many of you participated in previous years is happening with the teachers in the classrooms this year, just to keep everybody safe. So in lieu of that, I have a video that the kids made. It's really short. And it's the next best thing. So if you will give me just a couple seconds here, I will share my screen and let those kids talk directly to you. there you go. So, thank you. And thank you for the bubbles that you guys provided. We shared those with the kids here in the Yellow Brick building. And you'll see us around, but you'll see us next year back in person for sure. Thank you.
Great. And Shirley, do you want to take a moment to draw attention to the survey that you are collecting right now?
Absolutely, absolutely. The Aspen Community Voice on the city's website has put out a survey because we really want to hear from families. And we've heard from a number, but we know that this has been a really stressful time, and it's really a lot of changes going on, whether people have been working from home or not working, going back to work, and maybe making different choices about the child care, where they use it, how much they use. And we want to be able to plan for that. So we're asking parents to go to that website, Aspen Community Voice. If you Google that, it will come up, and answer the questions and tell us. It's really brief, but tell us what you want. And we've got all of you folks, other municipalities, City of Aspen, that are willing to work on that and have made it a priority. So please do that. Thank you.
Great, wonderful, thank you. And I'd like to invite board members to make comments about our youngest citizens. Patty.
Yes, Shirley, thank you. And I promise to try and do a much, much better job of joining you on Fridays for the BOCC meetings on Zoom. It's just been a crazy year. Not sure summer's going to be any less crazy, but I promise to do my best to try and join you when I can. You know, my kids started at the Yellow Brick when it used to be not at the Yellow Brick, but at the old hospital with Shirley. And then they graduated up to the Yellow Brick as time went on. So Shirley has been a valuable part of our family since my kids were born. So, and now they have children of their own, and I have two members of my family who are child care providers, my daughter-in-law, Carrie Tippett, and my daughter, Tracy Turner. So we have kept true to the belief that early childhood education is not just necessary, it's valuable, it's essential, it's all of the above to give our children the best possibilities of starting off on good footing in life. So we appreciate all you do, Shirley, and we can't wait. We can't wait to see you. And I won't be swinging by the Yellow Brick as often because my Jamesy boy is going to be down in Carbondale. But when I can, I'll try when the doors are open to come by and say hello. So thank you, Shirley, and take care of all those babies out there. We know how much you love them.
Well, clearly I don't do that single-handedly, but thank you.
You have a lot of amazing people who stand with you in that cause. So thank you.
Francie and then Greg, please.
Hi, Shirley. I'm Francie Jacober. Nice to meet you. You probably know my daughter-in-law, Morgan Jacober, who was involved with Valley Settlement and BOCC, and she now has a 1-year-old. You may not know that she's staying home with, which is amazing after not staying home with her sons. And I was really lucky enough to stay home with my kids as well. And from that perspective, I thoroughly appreciate people who help those who go back to work and provide love and care to those children. You know, I was in education for 35 years, and my own daughter is also a teacher, and so we are true believers in education, and especially early childhood. And it's my hope that all 3 counties in the Valley can find ways to enhance our child care and more significantly repay the people who work in early childhood. So thank you so much, Shirley.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Shirley, this is so great, and thank you for showing that video. I just wanted to say yes to what Patty and Francie just said. I don't need to repeat what they said, but I was struck when watching the Yellow Brick and the Wildwood videos to remember that I was one of those kids on the Yellow Brick school lot when I was in kindergarten, and it brought back fantastic memories, just the views and the other little kids. The color of the clothing, it all came back. And I realized, hey, I was there. I was one of them, the Yellow Brick, in the early days of the Yellow Brick. And then I think of all the people who put so much into child care and early childhood education in our community with Wildwood. Bob Lewis was a visionary that most people don't remember now, but somebody who did great things just to create an incredible place for little kids to imagine and dream and learn. And then my kids went to the Yellow Brick and had music together. So watching the music, they're both musicians now, and they picked it up with music together, sitting in a circle at the Yellow Brick so long ago. Miss Mares then after that, and so yes, I certainly appreciate the great value of growing up in Aspen and allowing our kids to grow up here in such a nurturing, wonderful environment. And I'm hoping we can do more to support people who are making it happen. And my gratitude goes out to every one of the teachers and the administrators and you who are making this happen. So thank you. It's great to celebrate this, and it was so fun to see that video.
Thanks. We're all connected, aren't we?
Steve, go ahead, please.
So, Shirley, seeing the video made me realize how much I miss not having the kids come into the commissioners' meeting room and to hear the proclamation and to just share it with us. I look forward to the time when we can read the stories again in the Yellow Brick. That's been a fun part of my life the last several years. I also am a former teacher. I taught first and second grade for quite a few years. And some of the kids I taught were ones who my wife Molly had taught in preschool. So we had them in different age groups there. One of my students who I taught in the first grade drove by a couple days ago on our county road up here. We were out for a walk, and she recognized me and stopped, and it just made my heart soar to see that, one of the kids who I had taught so many years ago is now, a young adult and doing very successfully. I know that's why we all teach, because we want all the kids to succeed. So thank you so much for taking care of the little ones for so many years.
Great.
Thank you.
And I'll just chime in. I've always appreciated the teachers, but as a mom to 2 young kids, I've appreciated them far more after this last year. And we kept our kids out, for 12 and 13 months during COVID. And I found myself in the position of trying to fast learn how to be a child educator beyond a parent, and think of what the teachers did every day and how thoughtful they were in creating opportunities for kids to develop different skills and artistic interests and exposure to others. And they were really wonderful even during the pandemic to sort of help parents figure out how to navigate that new time together while trying to juggle work and provide lesson plans and activities and schedules and fun things for the kids to do so that they could continue to stick to their positive growth and development even while being stuck at home. And that was a really just valuable resource for me, and I'm so grateful to all of the teachers and everyone at Kids First, with just the ongoing parenting resources that you offer. Really, I think, enrich our community so much, and I know I've personally taken advantage of so many of them to help our family and our kids, so thank you. And I do want to just take a moment and call out a related program for the child tax credit. And so for some folks who maybe have been following the American Rescue Plan, our Senator Bennett was able to get inclusion of a 1-year increase to the child tax credit. And this is a plan that researchers and child educators and child development specialists and people who work on poverty look to this program as a way to lift children out of poverty in our country. And so I'm super grateful to Senator Bennett's office that this was passed for 1 year. There is an effort to make it permanent. But I do just want to call attention that for families who may not file a tax return, you do have to take some extra steps in order to be able to access this. And I'll send this over to you, Shirley, if it helps to circulate to your communities. But There is a Colorado Taxpayer Advocates Office that people can reach out to, or the Colorado Volunteer Income Tax Assistance Office. And they will help families who don't otherwise file a tax return to go through the steps in order to take advantage of this tax credit, because it is either $3,000 or $3,600 for a child, depending on your child's age. And that can really help with family incomes during this tough economic time. So I wanted to call attention to that and ask for ongoing support from the community, and hopefully seeing that tax credit become permanent. So thank you again, Shirley. We just really, please extend just all of our gratitude and how much we miss you all to all the programs and teachers and the kids too.
It's been a year, but we're making progress, right?
Yeah, my kids
Thank
are
you.
thrilled to be back. Oh my gosh, they are so excited to be back in school, and I can just see how they're benefiting from it immediately. So thank you. Okay, on with our celebrations this week. Oh, Greg, did you have closing thoughts? Go ahead.
I did have one quick closing question for Shirley. I was just wondering if you have any observations on the saturation of vaccination in the educational community for childhood teachers, groups, ear to the ground. I'd love to just hear what you're observed.
That's a really good question. You know, we were really fortunate in Pickens County because the child care folks, the staff, were included with educators K-12 when that opened up, that 1B, I don't know what that thing was. But that was early. That was in February and then early March. Our nurse has specifics because people have reported that to her, but it was a very high saturation. There was literally, I would say, a handful of people for a variety of different reasons that chose not to get that vaccination, but vast majority are vaccinated in the early childhood program. So I think that, and getting some of those younger people that are the parents now, getting that percentage vaccinated, and then certainly that opening up for the 12 to 15-year-olds, it's going to make a difference for all of our schools and families.
Great. I just hope that word gets out that we've had a really high uptake on that, because we're trying to get to the magic number of above 70% vaccination in order to be able to do all the things we love to do in town in the summer and through the rest of the year. So thanks for that.
Right. Thank you all.
All right. And next on our agenda here is a second proclamation recognizing Public Works Week. I do want to check in with County Manager John Peacock because I'm not seeing our ordinary Public Works folks joining us. So I hope they plan to, and I'll just maybe give it a minute to see if folks are watching and need to join us here on the Zoom.
You're muted, John.
Sorry. I'm just looking through our attendees list to see if they might be there, Andrew.
Well, I think I'll propose we'll go
Shelley,
ahead and
they're
we'll...
probably out. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and we'll send them the link to the video that they can share with their departments. But we do always want to celebrate these guys.
Working on the road.
Yeah, or tree trimming, or dust clearing, or laying new pavement. So with that, this is a proclamation of the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners recognizing National Public Works Week for May 16th to 23rd, 2021. And this year's theme is Stronger Together. Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of Pickens County. And whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and the private sector, who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. Whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in Pickens County to gain knowledge of and to maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas the year 2021 marks the 61st annual National Public Works Week sponsored by the American Public Works Association, be it now therefore proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners do hereby designate the week of May 16th to the 23rd, 2021 as National Public Works Week. We urge all citizens to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association and government agencies in activities, events, and ceremonies designed to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protecting our national health, safety, and quality of life. And so our great extension of thanks to our Public Works Department, including our Solid Waste Department, our Road and Bridge, and Fleet, and I'm sure I'm missing others, facilities, etc. And so with that, I will invite board members to make comments. Greg, then Patty.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say how responsive our public works people are. I have to be careful when I reach out to them because often if I do it in the middle of the night, I'll get a response, and I feel terrible having contacted them and bothered them. We get a quick response. They're on the spot, getting stuff done. I've got plenty of anecdotal for instances on that, but I just wanted to say that most people in the community, to all of us, public works is often completely transparent. We don't even know they're there doing what they're doing to make sure our lives work smoothly. And if you think about it just for a moment, you realize that there are people behind all these things making the systems work properly and efficiently. And so I'm just very grateful for that, and I'm grateful that we're recognizing them.
Great, thank you. Patty.
Yeah, I think weeds. I think weeds is in there too.
Oh, yes.
We don't afraid, not noxious weeds. Let's be clear on that. Guys at Public Works from Fleet to, everybody. They are amazing. They do an amazing job. They are extremely responsive to all the needs of the community. The one thing I miss about this proclamation today is that we didn't have a video of them doing their yoga in the maintenance building at Public Works site, because it's always fun to see those guys. They love it, and it's really helped to reduce workman's comp issues because they now know how to get some of the stress out after driving trucks all night long, clearing roads in the winter and doing rockfall all the other times of the year. So we really appreciate the hard work from everybody in that department. And even though they're not here with us today, we always know where to find them, and they always know where to find us. So thank you guys, and ladies and gentlemen, we thank you all out there.
All right. Any other comments? All right, I'll just say, here in the proclamation, it says it's in the public interest for the children in Pickens County to gain knowledge of and maintain interest in public works. And I know one of my daughter's highlights was the tour of the Solid Waste Center last summer. She still talks about it. And one of my son Aloysius' favorite days of the year was at the ribbon cutting, where Road and Bridge let him climb all over their big machinery. And so I'm just grateful for that. That was an endearing experience, and for all the work that our departments do in keeping our roads clear and safe, and our county clean and healthy. Okay, so with that, thank you. We will move on to our regular agenda. And so, Ms. John Peacock, do we have any additions or deletions to today's agenda?
Yeah, there are no additions or deletions to the agenda today.
Okay, thank you. We will move on to public comment. I will request folks who wish to make public comment for items not on the agenda today. I know we do have two big public hearings this afternoon, the first on the Glacier agricultural lease and the second on the Four Seasons Yard distillery application. So if you've called in for either of those items, please hold your comment until we open those public hearings. So this is comment for other items not on the agenda, and I will ask folks to press star 9 to raise your hand, and we will recognize you. Okay, I see phone number ending in 3799. Please press *6 to unmute yourself and introduce yourself to the board. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Lee Mulcahy. I'm grateful for many things. Sometimes I like to start off with a joke in light of the recent APSHA column by Elizabeth Malias. I was chatting with the workers, which were a block away from me. The city built 4 homes. They're 25% smaller than mine, and they're 1.3 million. I was chatting with the jokers, and they were making fun of the city, what they were doing or whatnot. And one of the city bigwigs came over, and he pointed his finger at me. And he's like, "You need to leave." And I said, "Sir," I said, "I'm on a public sidewalk." He said, "I'm going to call the police if you don't leave." And I did. But that is the power of the mentality of occupying troops in a foreign country, for example. But my dad was incredible. We had a family ranch, which my mom had to sell after he passed. He defied the city attorney, who would shadow inspectors when we were building the home. And the whole thing was a joke because there were properties. My house was real small compared to the double bowling alleys and the indoor swimming pools that were being built right next. So the idea that he had to shadow them on a small little deal was just really impressive. In some counties in Colorado, property rights are treasured. For example, in unaffiliated Delta County, you can build a house, you don't need a permit. This was a situation of a self-made American dream like my father. So you can understand how he felt, him and the city attorney did with big government. We have proposed a general settlement money-wise for you guys, but it means that we really won't have the money to go build another house by getting an architect and an engineer, because that's going to be north of $20,000 to even get plans. So we're going to use the plans that we have and redo Burlingame up the frying pan, rebuilt it. And in doing so, my dad we made hand-built our cabinets from trees on our ranch in Texas. The live oak is one of the most amazing trees. It's an evergreen tree. And my request is to hire my friend James and to move those cabinets and replace them with ones from the St. Regis at the Restore. And I hope we can move on towards peace and settlement. We have asked for Mrs. Curry's recusal on this, and I hope the board would understand that we were neighbors, and I believe she is a liar. I never called her a Nazi. I did make protest art. She has made comments in this board to say that the one thing she regrets
Please
is
wrap
ever
up your
negotiating
comments,
with legal
Lee.
safety. Okay, yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for the time. I hope we can move forward all together in peace and settlement. We were evicted months ago. We have not a dime. And my mom is 85. She does not deserve this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, anyone else wishes to make comment for items not on the agenda, please press *9 to raise your hand. Okay, I will give it another few seconds here, as there is a delay between our boardroom and those watching at home. Okay, with that, I am going to go ahead and close the public comment and go to commissioner comments. Any comments from fellow commissioners today? Patty?
I just want to say that I know people are really ready for summer and tired of snow, but you know what? The snow and the rain we're getting now is so needed to help. It's not going to take away our drought scenario, our drought situation, but every little bit helps. So I look forward to having some more snow and some more rain before we get into summer. So please be mindful, and please be mindful of your water use during the summer. Any little bit you can save at home, whether catching your rainwater and putting it into your gardens was helpful. So please, let's all work together on keeping our valley safe and keeping as much water in our rivers as possible to help with our fish habitat and just our enjoyment of the Roaring Fork and all the tributaries. So thank you, and wish everybody a happy May.
Thank you. And happy Mother's Day, Patty.
And happy Mother's Day, Kelly. And Francie.
Yeah, and Francie. Greg, go ahead.
Yes, just want to report, I had a phone call just this morning from Alyssa at Senator Bennett's office inquiring how we're doing with our conversations about fire mitigation. And we talked a little bit about the controlled burn the Forest Service did and the efforts of our fire district and our capable Valerie McDonald and the hazard manager. And I'm hoping that what I'm going to do is put them in touch with Valerie directly to discuss possible ways the senator can help us regarding fire mitigation. He's reaching out across the state on that topic. They also asked what's happening with the airport, and I said we have just hired our new airport director, and we're appointing our airport advisory committee, and that they should stay tuned. But I was grateful that they were checking in, and I know the senator wants to be of help one week up and calling for him. Thanks.
Great. It's good to hear.
Thanks, Greg. Other comments? Francie and then Steve.
Yeah, I also spoke with Alyssa about, she actually called about the Lead King Loop situation, but then she talked about Wild and Scenic for the Crystal River, and she did say that they want to hear from us when there is something that they can do, which is really great news. So let's keep that in mind when we get back to that conversation.
Thank you. Steve?
So this coming Saturday is National Public Lands Day. There are quite a few different events happening across the country and here in our valley. We are participating in an Aspen Valley Land Trust lunch thing where we pick up a picnic basket and we will go out somewhere on a open space trail or some public trail, maybe on Forest Service land, and take a long hike and enjoy our picnic lunch. So that's how I'm going to be celebrating National Public Lands Day, and I hope other people can find good activities that you can celebrate that.
Great, thank you, Steve. Okay, I have no comments today. We can move on to our consent calendar. I believe we are going to pull for discussion item number 2, the resolution of the BOCC to appoint citizen board members, and have a discussion about that. And so let's take item 1, minutes of April 14, 2021.
I will move to approve.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay.
Okay, unanimous vote there. Okay, regarding the resolution of the BOCC to appoint citizen board members, I'm going to go ahead and pull that up and just share that on the screen so folks watching can see the list of appointments that we are making. We do this throughout the year, but this time of year tends to be when we do the bulk renewals, etc. Okay. Just give me 1 sec, please. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so we are doing a resolution to make these bulk appointments to a variety of boards. We did want to check in, I'll check in on our public health appointments as well as our planning and zoning board appointments. Is there any further discussion related to our public health board appointments? For those watching, we did have a lengthy discussion about this at last week's work session. Steve?
So, I want to ask a question about Marky Butler. I presume that the town of Snowmass Village appointed her as the alternate. I think that step has to take place before we could actually put her on the board. So, have they taken that step?
I do not know. John Peacock, do you know? Or Greg, as vice chair
Yeah,
of the board?
my understanding is that they did, and then Marky did apply for a regular seat, which would allow her to stay as chair of the board.
Patty?
John, can you further explain, is Marky accepting the alternate position, or do we not know that yet?
You know, we do not know that, or I do not know that at this point. I do not know if Jordana is on our participants list. Just taking a look here.
But we can always go ahead and approve that appointment as the alternate and then reverse it if she has a different position or whatever she wants to do.
That's correct.
Okay.
All right, so we feel good about that? Just seeing some head nods, okay. We further wanted to check in related to the Planning and Zoning Commission. For that board, we had three applicants renewing and two new applicants applying for 4 seats. And so that ensued dialogue about which 4 we would choose for that. And so those are listed here based on our prior discussion, but there was some request by board members to go back and relook at the interviews to see if we wanted to make any changes. So those members being appointed as listed here are Suzanne Caskey and Justin Nyberg are the new applicants, and Monty Thompson and Joe Krabacher are the renewal applicants for that. Is there further discussion? Patty and then Greg.
Yeah, in looking at the information I received today from John Ely, so John, help me with this. We can have up to 9 regular members, but the Board of Commissioners can appoint, in addition to those 9, we can appoint associate members. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So technically, we could appoint one more person as an associate member.
Yes.
Okay. Just want the board to be clear on that if we decide we want to reappoint James as an alternate or put Justin as the alternate. I don't know. I'm glad to see Justin being part of this board. I think bringing him in, of course, Suzanne and I worked, I think we actually sat maybe for a brief time in P&Z many years ago. Her history and how she looks at things, I think, is going to be a great asset to this board, to both boards, P&Z and to us. So I just want to throw that to see how the rest of the board feels about keeping James on and in some capacity.
What is an associate member? What's the difference?
John Ely, I'll let you take that.
Sure. An associate member is essentially the same as an alternate. If for some reason a regular member cannot vote or participate on an issue because they are absent from the meeting or have a conflict or for any other reason are simply not there and have the ability to participate and cast a vote on an item, then the alternate can fill the role and cast a vote.
Okay, thanks.
Greg, then Steve.
Yes, thank you. It's good to have that information. It's the sort of thing I kind of wish we'd known earlier. We've had a fairly lengthy discussion about this, and so I would propose that we adopt this list of applicants and board members as we discussed. And then if somebody wants to apply to be an alternate, we kind of need to, or an associate, I think we'd want to vet that with them first and open it up so the public knows.
Greg, is that a motion?
So I'm not really comfortable just saying, I'm not comfortable, I'll get to that. I said I'm not comfortable creating an associate position now and just plugging somebody into it without any, it seems like we need more discussion on that. So with that, I'll make a motion that we approve this list as it is.
Is there a second before we have further discussion? I'll second. Okay, further discussion. Steve?
Yeah, I was going to suggest, before you said that, Greg, I was thinking keep James Bashansky on as the regular member and appoint Justin Nyberg as an associate member. I think oftentimes there are people missing from the meeting and he would end up getting to vote anyhow. But in light of what you said, Greg, I think I have to tend to agree with you that that would be the proper step to take in this matter. So then that leaves me kind of hanging out there wondering who we should apply, and I would be leaning more in favor of keeping James on as the regular member and then opening it up to, approach Justin and see if he would be interested in being an alternate, and opening it up to the public again to see if there is anyone else who would like to be an alternate would be probably the proper way to do it.
Okay, Patty?
Yeah, Greg has a good point. I'm comfortable with moving it forward as is, but I would like to see if staff, Suzanne, when she's back in the office, wants to reach out to James, see if he's interested in the associate, and if we reopen it. We can always bring that discussion back to the board to see if James still wants to be involved at some level. I'm happy because, having been an alternate on P&Z when I was there, you never knew I was the alternate because I was almost voting all the time, or at least participating in the conversation, whether or not I got to vote at the end of the day. But I think that's something just out of, I guess, just to recognize the time that he has served on the board and just offer him that opportunity. See if he's interested. If he is, then we can have a further discussion with the BOCC to see how we might want to approach it.
Thanks, Patty. Greg?
I would say that sounds interesting. The thing is, the first step would be to decide we're actually going to cast a net for associates before we just offer it. And I'm trying to be fair to the community, but also I guess we have to think about, do we really want to create this associate position? If you say it existed in the past and we just have an exercise, if that's, do we want to bring it back? I think that's a longer conversation. So I would entertain having that conversation later, but I don't want to just make it a default invitation to any particular person. Nothing against James, just trying to figure out how do we do this so it is open and fair and it doesn't look like we're just plugging somebody in here in a what appears to me to be a kind of a slightly expedient process, maybe too expedient.
Okay.
So, was that clear?
Patty?
Yeah, but I think we need to keep in mind that James did apply. James was interviewed, so it's not like we would just be dragging him in off the street kind of a thing. So I just would like to have the further discussion, Greg. I just want to make sure we don't push it aside and not have the discussion. We know how important it is to not just have the regular quorum at these meetings. We need to have good discussion at the P&Z level, especially with the issues that are going to be coming up this next year. So Kelly and I can see if we can have some time when Suzanne's back to work, and we can figure something out and then have a fuller discussion. But again, I'm comfortable moving this forward as it is today. I do have another comment about Board of Health, but we can finish this.
I've added this request to our future agenda list, so I'll make sure we keep tracking it and bringing it up.
Thank you.
Steve?
So I'm comfortable with that process to move this slate of people forward today, approve them, and then have discussion about adding an alternate in the near future.
Francie?
Is there some way that we can officially recognize James for his service for the last 12 years, or can we send him a letter or something? This is a little hard just coming out of a meeting, you know, and I'm happy to see the board take on some new people and maybe new direction, but I do feel that it would be incumbent on us to recognize his years of service.
I agree.
Okay. Okay, is there any further discussion on planning and zoning? Patty, you had another comment on Board of Health.
Yeah, I just want to thank Ben, who applied to Board of Health. You know, having a diverse group there is important, especially, and Greg and I know, hopefully we're going to be moving out of the pandemic and moving back into regular issues, whatever regular issues might be with the Board of Health coming up. But I think for him to have come forward with his knowledge and experience and willingness to serve, I want to thank him for that. And I watched Claudia Kirby's interview. I'm excited to have her background and her bilingual experience moving forward on the Board of Health. So I think you know, we'll see how things turn out, and hopefully the meetings will be back to quarterly at some point, Greg, but I don't see that happening in the near future. So I want to thank those. And also I'm going to just jump in here with Matt Schmagowski, Matt, who I think is coming up on getting married here soon. I want to offer him his congratulations, but also to thank him. Wish we had talked, you know, about having an alternate on open space and trails. I think, you know, we need to make sure he stays involved, and maybe there's another fit for him on another one of our commissions or boards. So I want to thank him for taking the time to apply and interviewing, and he did have a great interview. So. And again, my congratulations go out to him on his upcoming marriage.
Thanks, Patty. And yeah, I just want to honor everybody up who serves on these boards and who applied. You know, I mean, these are just folks that we're appointing today to join the many other folks who are already serving, and those who have either rotated off or have resigned for reasons off of our boards. That, you know, our community strength, I think, is based on the participation of these citizens in these advisory boards and all of those activities that they engage on. And so, you know, just look at your neighbors and community members listed here and give them good thanks when you see them on the street. And my thanks personally to all of them as well.
Yeah, good.
Greg?
Sorry, just on that note about associates, and you just brought up open space and Matt Schmigelski or any other people who applied for open space. Can we have an associate on open space as well, or are those bylaws different from P&Z's? Is it possible that we create an open space associates program?
No, we cannot have that set up on the open space and trails board.
Okay, that answers that. I'm okay then, thanks.
Okay, any further discussion? All right, I'll go ahead and call the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, thank you all. Okay, moving on to individual consideration items. First readings that will be set for public hearing on May 26th. The first here is a resolution of the BOCC approving the chair to sign the revised elected official transportation committee intergovernmental agreement. And I see David Pesnicek, who is our transportation administrator. We'll give him a minute to join us here at the table.
So nice to see him at the table.
You too.
All right, hi David, go ahead. Present whenever you're ready.
I don't have a formal presentation for you here today, but I did want to provide a little bit of a background for the audience and yourselves in terms of where we are now with the IGA. So as you're aware, the IGA was first adopted by the EOTC in 1993, and it hadn't been updated since then. So this update had three primary goals. The first was to update the language and terminology in the IGA as well as the resolution 61 and 62. The second was to simplify the IGA and associated resolution 61 and 62 by combining them all into one document. And then the third was to clarify the decision-making processes for the EOTC. So at the March 25th EOTC meeting, the EOTC did vote unanimously to adopt the staff recommended 2021 IGA update with two changes to that document as it was proposed. The first was to clarify the options available to the EOTC should a quorum not be established at an EOTC meeting. So that would be in section 2A of the proposed IGA. The second amendment was to identify that administrative direction is to be agreed upon by all three parties, not just a majority of the parties. So that amended proposed section 2F and the decision-making table overview. So in your packets, you do have the resolution of approval to authorize signature on the IGA. You have a red line version, so that is the version that was presented on March 25th and the changes that were made since that time, as well as a clean version so you could see how it would look if that version were adopted. So this has been before the Town of Snowmass Village and the City of Aspen at this point. Both have voted to sign the IGA as proposed at this time. So with that, I'd like to open it up to any questions. Staff recommendation is to sign the resolution of approval to sign the updated IGA.
All right, questions. Patty?
Yeah, City of Aspen has a one read on this, so it's already moved forward for finality with them. Is that right?
That's correct. So
what about Snowmass?
Snowmass is the same way. So both of those were on their consent agenda item.
So they're done.
Yeah.
So we have a second read that's set up for the 26th.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fully supportive. I think the red line copy makes life so much easier for me, so thank you.
Yep.
Other questions or comments for David? Greg?
I just wanted to say I'm supportive as well, and I'm ready to move on it. If that means making a motion, I will make a motion that we approve the chair to sign the revised elected official transportation committee intergovernmental agreement.
Second?
Thank you, Steve and Greg. Any further discussion or questions? Okay, David, I hope this makes your life easier.
It
It'll make
will.
our lives easier.
I think it
So,
Did we vote?
not yet. I'm going to call the question.
Oh.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
All right.
Look forward
Yeah,
to
you
seeing
were
you more
congratulating
upstairs.
him, and I thought, oh, he's going to miss something. Sorry.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank
cheers,
you.
thanks. You're right, that was premature. Keeping me on my toes, Greg. Okay, number 4, an ordinance of the BOCC authorizing the sale of property located at 104 Devoncourt Basalt. Hi, Rich. Rich Engelhardt, our Deputy County Manager, is here to present. Rich, you look frozen.
Hi, Kelly, members of the board, I believe. Let's see, I believe Sally Sheikman is going to be joining us here.
She was on there, I saw her.
Let's see. Yeah, could you go into the
Okay.
attendees, please, and move S. Sheikman at the bottom over? Right there. Thank you.
Okay, while we're waiting for that move, I'll go ahead and get started here. What you have in front of you is an ordinance for the Board of County Commissioners to consider approving the conveyance of 104 Devoncourt located in Basalt and authorizing the execution of the necessary documents. This is the first reading of an ordinance, and I believe it's set for second reading for the 26th of May. A little background on this property. Phyllis, Jody Smith, myself met with Sally, who is our broker of record. I had a discussion about different properties when they come available. It's kind of a routine that we go through to see if it makes sense to continue to keep those and put those into employee housing, or if we do something different with those. Based on those discussions, we make a recommendation to John Peacock, County Manager, which in turn then we'll send it to you all for your final consideration on properties. This one happened to be one that we had purchased a negotiated price back in 2012 for about $330,000. Over the years, it has other factors that played into it. Jody keeps track of kind of those in need within the Pickens County group. The type of unit, kind of where it was located, there was just our feeling was that it may be better served to put it on the open market and then utilize those funds that could help us with other opportunities down the road. So a decision was made to move it to sell, and it is a three-bedroom, three-bedroom, 3.5 bath, 3-level, no garage. The total square footage is about 1,092. Sally put it out on the market. We ended up with an offer that was low. County Manager Peacock countered with a negotiated price, and we have now settled on $676,000. There is a request to do a couple of repairs that we think are reasonable, and we're in the process of taking care of that portion of the contract right now. But with that, I'll certainly let Sally speak to this board, but it's pretty straightforward. We're just asking for your consideration to convey this.
Hi, Sally. Nice to see you.
Hi, everybody. Nice to see you all. Rich really summarized the situation quite aptly. The last sale of a similar unit in the complex was in October. It was a property I had listed for sale, and it sold for $595,000. So I think the price where we are currently under contract reflects the current state of the market and where things have been going. And I'm pretty comfortable with the price where we are currently under contract with this buyer, who's a local, has 3 children.
Perfect. Great. Thank you. Any questions for Rich or Sally? Steve?
I want to find out a little bit about how the property came into disrepair or needing things. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think those are sort of fourplexes. Is that the part of the subdivision? And I don't know if they have like an HOA, so maybe it wasn't our fault that some of the things went into disrepair, but could you talk a little bit about that we're always urging, for affordable housing to keep the properties maintained properly, and yet if we didn't do that, I want to find out why and make sure we can avoid having things deteriorate too much in the future.
Sure. Well, to be honest, the maintenance that's required is on the inside of the property, not so much on the outside of the property. Very dated finishes. It needs finishes from carpet paint, bathroom renovations, kitchen renovations. It's not really the exterior that is needing so much help.
And again, I think, Steve, we had estimated, was it upwards of $100,000 to make those kind of improvements. And I think given the need for the ability to put some money back into our housing fund, as you recall, you were gracious enough to loan some money from the general fund in the last purchase that we did. We still have a debt owed there that we could pay that back, still put some additional dollars into the housing fund to help others. We just felt it just made sense to do that. So the new owner, I believe, it'll be on them if they want to bring that up to speed. But for our standards, we would have definitely sunk additional dollars in it before we'd have rented it out for our employees. So it's just one of those calls that we made, Steve, and a lot of it, like Sally mentioned, some of it's just cosmetic, but the bathrooms really do need quite a bit of updating.
Okay, thanks. And then one other question: how did this unit fit in with our employees? Was it one that we were able to keep built the whole time, or something without a garage? Now we seem to be able to get things that will have a garage or good storage area and whatnot. I think is more popular for the people living there. And this unit didn't have a garage, so I don't know, maybe that played into part of the discussion. It seems like it's in a good location for walkability to the different things in town and the bus stop and whatnot.
So the unit has a private fenced courtyard area, which is a big plus for somebody who has a pet. There are also 2 storage closets within that courtyard area private to the unit. So there is additional storage. There just isn't covered parking. When the Columbines were originally built, I think they had an opportunity to elect to build garages and for whatever reason chose not to. So none of the units at the Columbines have a garage, but everybody does have a fenced yard and a couple of storage closets, which seems to work well. It is a good location, walking distance to both the Basalt Elementary and Middle Schools. You can walk to downtown Basalt, but that was the decision that was made, that it made sense to sell the unit versus improve it.
Other questions, Francie?
I think it looks like a pretty good deal considering how hot the market is right now. The price seems right, so I would approve it.
Is that a motion?
Sure, I'll move to approve this. Do I have to say the whole thing?
I'll second that.
Okay. Get my notes right here. Okay, any further discussion? All right, I will call the vote on the ordinance authorizing the sale of 104 Devon Court and set for public hearing on May 26th. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you,
Take
Board.
care,
Thank you, Sally.
Moving on to item number 5, a resolution of the BOCC establishing new ground transportation fees for the Aspen-Picken County Airport. And we have Rich Engelhardt and Matt Whitelock and Kevin Summers, who you all maybe have read the paper this morning that summarized our conversation from yesterday, but I'll just ask you to give a brief summary for those watching for the first time.
Sure, thank you, Kelly. Also joining us, I believe, is Dan, our new airport director. Another Kevin Summers is listed on your tile here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just a little bit about that. The headlines of the article may be a little misleading. It sounded like the board was going to set the taxi fees, and that's certainly not what you're doing here. What we presented for you is consideration of increasing some transportation fees that spans more than just a taxi service. It's those providers from the hotels, Uber, Lyft, those are all impacted by this. So the group went through a presentation yesterday. Both Matt and Kevin did an extensive presentation. I'd like to share my screen if I could, because I wanted to summarize a little bit about what that was.
Go ahead.
Okay, as far as the resolution goes, before I do that, Board, you'll see that in the highlights and in the recitals itself, it talks about going back over time, the fees that were charged, that we entered into an agreement with Laz Parking to manage its transportation for us. We talk about the costs, the expenses associated with the transportation itself. We also talk about the technology, availability to be able to track and do what we're asking the board to consider here. The increases themselves, we had asked a while back, the board asked us to hold off until after the pandemic era. Again, not recognizing we're fully out of it, but we are seeing increases in the travel industry that are far ahead of what our projections were. So we feel it's starting to come back rather robustly. So we think the timing is right. So the resolution itself does hit on a number of those areas that we covered yesterday. So I'm going to share my screen here with you all. Are you able, Kelly, to see this?
We are. Looks good.
Okay. So this is the opening slide, and what this is going to do is just kind of hit on a few items, and then we do need to make sure that we're on the same page, board. And then Matt and Kevin are here to answer any questions you may have. But yesterday we went through the process of presenting, and today these are the directions that we received, which will be included in a schedule to be attached to the resolution for the second reading. But the overview, we went through the costs of ground transportation itself, rates. We talked about our current rates. We also did a comparison to where other rates were. And then one of the things that we felt was important was Title 10 compliance. And again, that's kind of the Bible that we use at the airport for us to be able to follow, make sure that we're adhering to that. And Title 10 compliance is important, and this helps meet that requirement. This was a slide that Kevin presented that talked about how over time, since 2016, there's been incremental increases to the costs of providing transportation, and showing that the revenues without fee increases is just based on usage. So there haven't been any fee increases, it's just usage taking place there. So you can see there was quite a growing gap or delta between those two. Our desire was to bring that closer, certainly not cover it all, but to bring that closer from an operational standpoint. So to summarize what we went through yesterday, and to make sure that, again, we're on the same page, the staff brought to you 3 different recommendations or options, and the board agreed with option number 3. So what we've done now is taken that and kind of broken it down into a single sheet here, and hopefully this is where we're at. So bullet point number 1 is that you'd ask that we hold on implementation until January 1st of 2022. A lot of that was centered around the contract renewals. We had made a recommendation maybe to go ahead and implement half of it now, and then 6 months into the new year is go ahead and bump up the rest of it. But this makes great sense from the standpoint of just holding off. There was discussions about those that are impacted being able to message the new rates. So instituting this now would be January 1st of 2020, and then no mid-2020 step. And this is where we need to get some clarification, because there was discussion about a mid-2020 taking it up to that extra dollar amount. And I think based on what we were hearing, it may be easier, since you are as a board giving time now for them to message. It may seem almost detrimental to 6 months into a new contract having another jump. So, and it would have been a small increase, and I believe the board was saying, we're so far behind already, why can't we just go ahead and institute now? So staff's taken that conversation as January 1st, 2020 with no mid-step. And in doing so, and I'll show a graph here, and if you'd like, I can go through each of these and we can come back to each of them, Kelly, however you want to do that.
Okay. Why don't you finish your presentation, Rich, and then we'll go through the discussion items.
Okay, sounds good. So what that means is that for a seat capacity of a 1 to 7, from a $1 pickup only to a $2.50 per trip. And you can see in the above bullet that we're going from a pickup only fee to a per trip, and a per trip fee is a drop off or a pickup. It is a trip out, so it's $2.50 per trip. The A+ seat capacity from 125 pickup only to $5 per trip. And then the board had agreed that we shouldn't do a change to the annual fee, at least at this point in time. It was to remain at the $50. So the next bullet point was no increase to the annual $50 fee. And then the last was include an incentive to provide electric transportation vehicles. And staff, after the meeting, we talked about some options, and I've got a slide here that I can show you that has 3, and there's possibly more there. But one of the things I wanted to throw out there for discussion is that we think there's ways that we can incentivize moving towards electrification. We need to put some pencil work to it, but I think one thing we'd love to do is collaborate with the impacted users and see if there's some ideas or some thoughts out there that they could offer us to be able to work together on it. But with that, we'd like to be able to not, and this may be an Ely question, see if this has to come back for board action if it's an incentive. It's not going to be an increase in a fee, but would be in essence a kind of a reduction based on some type of incentive program that we put together. So it'd be nice to be able to negotiate, get that in, and just move forward as part of this overall plan. So we can talk to that here let me move just these last two slides. This shows now at the very top the proposed rates compared to the one slide that you were showing earlier about Bozeman and Grand Junction. This puts us more in line with per trip fees. As you can see, the ones that were in the lower section, of which we were included, were just a drop-off fee. And so these are per trip fees, so it's apples to apples now with the top four. There are the other three, Bozeman, Grand Junction, DIA, in a comparison. And I think Kevin mentioned and Matt mentioned yesterday that Santa Barbara, Colorado Springs are already talking about going to per trip fees, so theirs would jump to a more comparable analysis as well. So that graphically shows the proposal of the option 3 that you had preferred. And then for future considerations, and again, this is talking with Kevin and Matt about other opportunities. There are ways that we could maybe offer a discounted per trip rate, which would be a preferred method to implement some kind of discount related to those unit trips. Or we could offer a flat rate discount. It's a little more difficult depending on fleet sizes and usage. Maybe there's a waiving or an altering of the yearly fee. And then I put others in here because there may be other options that are out there. Kevin and I talked this morning about maybe a preferred parking out in front of the terminal for an electric car versus non-electric. Again, these providers may have some other options that are out there, but I guess I'd like to get the board's approval for us to be able to step out and collaborate a little more with them on this. So with that, that's it in a nutshell, Kelly. So I think I can go back to this slide if you'd like, and then open it up.
Sure.
For any questions that the board may have of Matt or Kevin.
Okay. Let's just check in. So I think we all agree on the hold on the fee implementation until contract renewal. I'll just look for head nods on that one. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. And then regarding instituting the effective raise without a mid-year raise, it all would happen in January. I'm not clear on where we were on that, so I'll check in with the board. I thought there was mixed opinions there. I would support doing it all at January 1st. Steve?
Yeah, I think doing it when the contract renewal time is the proper time to do that, and that also gives them more time to prepare. I do have one question on that. We were talking about doing the drop-off immediately, the drop-off fee immediately, because it's something we have been supposed to be doing. I don't know if that's written into their contracts or not. If it's not written into the contracts, then I'd say we need to hold off until January 1st to implement that also.
Yeah, Steve, I might mention that was kind of the staff's original kind of proposal, is to go ahead and implement that fee immediately, and then mid-year or January 1st do that incremental step. And I think based on the conversation yesterday, we agreed that maybe by just the board saying, hey, let's hold off until January, give them time to message that we just hold off on doing the drop-off fee immediately and just institute it all at one shot and not do the mid-year.
Other thoughts on that? Okay. Patty, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was a little confused as to the 6 month after January 1st, 2022, but I'm good with doing it all January 1st, 2022, doing the drop-off fee and the increase in rates when we come back and renegotiate contracts or sign contracts moving forward. So let's just do it all then. It makes life simpler, I think, for everybody to just have that one date. And to add to the discussion about an electric vehicle incentive, I agree with Rich. I think the conversation needs to continue, see what else can be suggested out there, and then bring it back to us, because we'll have to check with the county attorney as to whether or not it would have to come back to the board if we were going to do an incentive and decrease rates or do some other option. So, but I think we need to continue that discussion. It's one more thing to put on our list of future agendas.
John Ely, do you want to take a stab at that question of whether a resolution would have to come back if there's a rate decrease or an incentive?
I'm sorry I can't give you something definitive off the top of my head. There's a couple of things I'd have to check first.
Okay.
So sorry about that.
No worries.
But perhaps we could write it into the contracts January 1st. But we'll have to see, so whatever, but I do want to continue the discussion.
Okay, other comments, Greg, and then Steve again?
Yeah, thank you. Well, I would certainly advocate. I'm really grateful that staff came back with the electrification proposals that we could chew on, or they could chew on. I'd be comfortable putting an incentive into this, whether it needs to come back to us or not. I wanted to share something with you. Just an article might have been from this morning. About how the state has a goal of getting to 940,000 electric vehicles on the road by 2030, and we're nowhere near the pace of pickup on that. And so there's a huge push to electrify, and I think that we shouldn't be shy about doing something like this. And providing an incentive isn't going to cost us very much because there simply aren't very many electric vehicles. But I have to say there are. I know there's been at least one electric vehicle or two serving our airport and our community now for several years, and they've gotten through very well without having to charge at the airport. So you don't need to gas up at the airport, you don't need to charge there. So I think that we can leave it to them to sort out how they would do it, but an incentive makes an awful lot of sense. I think it would help us move the direction we're all trying to go regarding our decarbonization and electrification. So I'd only say, let's be bold and put in an incentive for electric vehicles. It can always sunset. We can always change it, but I'm not sure it has to come back to us for further cogitation yet. But I'm just grateful we're having this conversation. Thanks. And did you need a motion yet, or are we still discussing this?
We're still discussing and just making sure that we all agree that the fee increase and the drop-off charge will all start together on January 2022.
Okay, I wanted, if I could, weigh in on that. I'm fine with where I hear the board going regarding starting January 1 and just making it whole. That gives them plenty of time to announce these rates. It's unfortunate the headlines tend to be sensational, but really what we're trying to do is get in line with other airports. I think if the Eagle Airport were on this list, we would see something maybe even more expensive than what we're contemplating. So I think that the prices are certainly fair, and it might be unfair if we didn't raise these rates, quite honestly. And so if it's framed that we've increased taxi fares, we're increasing this fee slightly. Taxi fares are already pretty significant, and we're a very tiny part of that. And I think that's the messaging that needs to go out. So I have no hesitation about doing this. And I'm grateful to see that this thing can help pay its own way for the cost of actually operating this pickup and drop-off area at the airport.
Thanks, Greg. Steve?
So I just realized that, we mentioned electric vehicles. We're very liable to have different alternative fuel type vehicles like hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, which would be could be totally a renewable thing with no carbon footprint from them. I think they're more liable to be in bigger vehicles like small buses or hotel vans that aren't driving real far. They just need a local source for the hydrogen. They're not going to be driving across the country or anything, so they don't need a huge network of fueling stations. They only need one. We would only need one hydrogen fueling station in town to make this work for a whole lot of different types of vehicles that would be servicing the airport. So I suggest we would change that to, make a broader discussion. If someone does have an alternative fuel vehicle like a hydrogen fuel cell, that would be also included in the possible incentives.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. I think that's a great point. And in talking with Kevin, and he can elaborate on this, I think it's easy enough with these transponders to where we can make this work. So you're right. I mean, the overall common ground recommendations is a goal of reduction of 30%, and it's not just electric. So I think that's
Okay, I have a question. Do we need to amend the resolution to adopt this fee schedule in the resolution? I just don't know if I see it referenced as like an attachment or anything anywhere.
Yeah, Kelly, that's a great question. I called Jeanette yesterday and John Ely again. Her comment was that we would, at your second reading, this would be attached as an exhibit, as an attachment to the resolution itself. If we have to write it into it, we can certainly discuss that as well, but it'll be specific at second in public reading. We just wanted to make sure we were hitting all the desires of the board before we did that.
Okay. Patty.
Kelly, I think,
Okay,
Sorry.
go ahead, John.
Go ahead.
sorry, I think for purposes of passing this resolution on first reading, if the board makes reference to the fee schedule that Rich has been discussing, that would be sufficient for a record. And then the second reading can accompany the action that Rich was just describing.
Okay, we can do that. Thank you. Patty?
Yeah, as far as the language for the incentive, you know, we can always come back when new modes of, you know, alternative energy vehicles come out. We're gonna, you know, this is something that, this is a living document. And anytime we have to change it, we can add new language. So either way the board wants to do it. I'm comfortable with just providing electric transportation vehicles now. And if we see this new, you know, alternative energy vehicles come out, you know, next year or in 5 years, we can always add that depending upon the type of vehicles that come out. So I'm comfortable either way.
Okay, and I just want to comment, I testified on the transportation bill that is being proposed and moved through the legislature, and CDOT had presented that of 5.5 million vehicles on the road, only 38,000 are electric. So, you know, to Greg's point, we have a huge gap to close, and so I would support incentives like this. Is there any further questions or discussion? Greg?
Well, I was just going to make the motion that
Go
we
for it.
approve this resolution establishing new ground transportation fees for the Austin-Pitkin County Airport as amended for our discussion, and leave it at that.
Okay,
Second the
and
motion?
thank you, and set for public hearing on May 26th. Okay, any further discussion? I'm seeing none. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you all. Thanks to the airport crew. Appreciate your hard work.
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen on the board. Much appreciated.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay. Moving on to item number 6, a first reading of an ordinance of the BOCC authorizing adoption of Phillips River access as Pitkin County open space and trails. And I see Paul Holsinger. You're going to present to us on this. Hi, Paul.
Yes, thank you, Kelly. My name is Paul Holsinger. I'm the Agriculture and Conservation Easement Administrator. And this is actually just a one reading resolution. I think the agenda just had it wrong.
Okay.
But somebody can correct me if that's not correct. And just to put some context on this, as you all know, the Pitkin County General Fund acquired the Phillips Mobile Home Park on February 18th, 2018, and have been undergoing a lot of process to figure out what the county would like to do with that property. And in the meantime, folks have still continued to use put in just downstream of the park, as well as some guided fishing trips have occurred in the river as it is on the property. And there's about half a mile of river frontage now owned by Pitkin County in that purchase. And early in April, myself, Gary Tenenbaum, our head ranger, Rick Norman, had a meeting with all of the guides, and they had some questions about the property, and it came up that so is this property an open space asset, and how are you going to govern and enforce rules regarding, private fishing and guided fishing. And we had the awkward moment of, well, this is actually not an open space asset, so we can't enforce the rules on this yet. And I think immediately after that meeting is when Gary called Phyllis Mattice, the assistant county attorney, and quickly this came through. So it took about a month, and now we're here. So really, this is just dedicating the river as it flows in the property. And I'm going to share my screen and show you a map of this as well. Here it is here. This yellow area is the river that is owned, well, the river bottom that is owned as part of the Phillips purchase. This side over here is connected to this property over here, so it's just to the center line of the river, just past, just upstream of that swinging bridge. And I have some markers where the public have been accessing the river. So on either side of that footbridge that goes across the river. And there's this popular parking area and river boat put-in, and also fly fishing, guiding access that goes downstream. There's some additional fishing easements that the county obtained downstream of this state land here. This blue is state land. So what this resolution is doing is just dedicating this yellow area as an open space asset to be able to be enforced by open space and trails, so that we can track guiding activity, we can ensure that the rules are being enforced and the rangers have teeth in those areas. And that's really it. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thanks, Paul. I have some questions. We'll go to board members first. Greg and Patty.
Yeah, Paul, thanks for doing this. Gary, Paul, thanks for being responsive. I don't see Gary here, Dale's here, but thank you for this. I know there were some conflicts coming up because people didn't understand the status of this property, and I realized I didn't myself understand it because I thought it already was part of open space. So last summer, as these conflicts came up. Now, when will the signs be posted, and will the fishing guides throughout the community get the message clearly, and how soon, so that we can hope to move past this?
Yeah, thankfully the signs have already been posted. And now that we've had our meeting with the guides, we required a meeting with any guide permitted to use open space assets as a commercial venture. They had to come to this meeting, so the word is out to all of those folks. And so that they should understand that completely. I've already gotten a few calls on this, and prior to this last summer, we did receive a few calls as well, because there was a lot of questions about this property. So everybody should be up to date now, barring any private individuals, but those signs are there. They say this is a public asset, you can park here, and so folks are on their way of enjoying that beautiful river.
That's great. Well, I think we should celebrate having another half mile of open river with public access for fishing, and this is really one of the great things that came out of the Phillips purchase, and I'm hoping the public knows about it, and if we could do anything to make sure people understand what a great new asset we have available, let's do it. Thanks.
Patty?
Yeah, two things, Paul. We did have one, I think, fishing guide who thought that he had a previous agreement with the Phillips family. So we've resolved that issue because he was kind of not letting the public use public access. So we've cleaned that up.
Correct.
Okay.
We spoke to them directly, and the guides do a very good job of letting people who are not in compliance know that they are not in compliance.
Yeah.
So they govern themselves pretty well.
Yeah,
I
I think I can understand that on a personal level, not to mention that. But the other thing is, this is a gift, right? Pickens County, our general fund, quote unquote, is gifting this easement to open space and trails. There's no monetary gain to go back into our housing fund. Is that correct?
Correct. This is just being dedicated to the open space and trails group, and we'll dedicate resources to it. We'll collect some fees based on usage there by the commercial operators, and we put that into our properties where the need is.
Okay, because I know that when we purchased Phillips, part of the thing was, but I think it's the bigger pasture areas, et cetera, that we might be conveying to open space and trails, with money coming back into Pitkin County's hands for the housing opportunities we have there. So this is separate, and I think it's great, as Greg said, you know, whatever we can do, it's gonna connect that to that recent fishing easement we got from the property redevelopment. I'm kind of on both sides of the river there, but also on both sides of the Rio Grande Trail and Lower River Road. So I'm excited, you know, every time we can connect an easement to an easement, it's a big deal. So this is another one of those big deals that I think is great. Thank you.
Well, I'm going to jump in here because I really need more clarity before I'm ready to approve this. You know, it seems to me like, you know, open space should make some conveyance back to the housing fund, given that those were specific monies purchased for that purpose. So I just want some clarity about, like, you know, how we ordinarily do this, what the legality of that is. You know, I don't think the resolution kind of includes enough detail related to what the area is that's being included. Is there any bank of land that's included? You know, are there meets and bounds that are going to come back to us through a specific easement that we'll adopt? So I'm just a little concerned about, I want this, you know, I want both funds to sort of be kept whole for the purposes that they're meant to. And also, you know, make sure we're really, that I don't want to necessarily give this approval that could be interpreted as much broader than what it's intended for, because the resolution to me is not specific. So those are just concerns that I have, and I could use some input on. John Ely.
Actually, the asset known as Phillips Trailer Park was not acquired with general funds. It was acquired with housing funds. The entire property was purchased with housing funds in an effort to preserve the affordable quality of housing that exists on the property, and we didn't want to see in some kind of a eventuality where the tenants to the trailer and mobile home spaces down there would be facing an eviction. Quite frankly, we cannot use a housing asset for open space. We can move the asset from one fund to another, but it has to be accompanied with a fair market value exchange for the asset. In other words, the housing fund cannot be used for purposes other than the creation of employee housing. So there's that.
So what is the advice on this resolution?
Sorry.
Johnny.
What we're trying to do is get the ability to enforce the commercial guiding and enforce the restrictions on the property and bring it in line with the other fishing easements. So we're not taking ownership of the property. We're just getting the ability to regulate that area. But John can chime in on that.
Right. Well, like I said, you cannot have a housing asset utilized for a different program without the housing fund being compensated back. If the river is not considered an appurtenant value to the overall property, then it would become part of the property, the overall Phillips acquisition, that would not be used for housing. It would have to be disposed of through some other mechanism. The discussion that the board has had in the past, beginning with the acquisition of the property, is that it would not be in the county's interest generally to convey portions of the Phillips property out for free market development, but rather to keep it managed by the county. And to do so, you simply have to transfer funds. You cannot balance that type of an asset on housing fund. So.
So should we table this discussion for further investigation today? I don't know how to move forward here. Steve and then Greg.
So, because we bought the property with housing funds, I'm kind of being a devil's advocate here. Perhaps all the fishing from the bank should be reserved for people who live at Phillips Mobile Home Park and not for the general public.
That I suppose is a possibility. In the past, the BOCC has directed that the property should be in the interim while its ultimate use is planned for, to determine what aspects of the property will be used for housing and how it will be used for housing. That the river frontage should be opened, and that's when the signs that Paul is referring to were initially put in. They were put in by Scott Mattice, actually. That's my recollection. And so it has been managed as simply open to the public without any type of restriction. If the board wants to change that or recognize that this is or should be an amenity to park residents, for example, then the board can do so.
Okay, so following up, I'm with you, Kelly. I think we need to dig into this a little more and make sure that we're doing it properly. I mean, I would love to have the open space and trails managing the commercial fishing along this stretch of the river. I think that would be appropriate to have that be where we end up. But I want to make sure we do this right. You know, maybe some funds have to change hands to make it be done right. I'm not sure. So I would favor continuing this till we get more information.
Greg and then Patty.
Yeah, thank you. I'd hate to see public access to the river being closed off by the county now after we've just solved a problem with a private contractor who was trying to control it himself. I could see solutions to this. One is that open space, as we learned, isn't trying to own this property. What we're trying to do is just make sure people understand there's public access. I'm wondering if there are precedents with other affordable housing areas paid for with affordable housing funds that might have parks. Like the park at Burlingame, could a kid who doesn't live at Burlingame go and use the playground there, or is it only for residents? What's the difference between that and this? This is access to an asset that is certainly not a housing asset. It's a riparian area that should be untrammeled except for photographs and fishing, and maybe some river access. In the worst case scenario, I could see access, a contract being made with open space to manage it for the housing, so it's done properly, and maybe some nominal money changes hands, but I'm not sure which way it would go. Would the housing pay the open space to manage this, or would open space pay $1 for access to this section river? If that requires tabling and a further conversation, I'm okay with it, but it seems to me that we could solve this right now, but I could be being a little impatient with it.
Patty?
Yeah, at the end of the day, I want this section of river to be available to the general public. And I want it to be managed by open space and trails. I just, that's why I brought up the question of, you know, I know we were looking at open space and trails, maybe purchasing part of Phillips when we figure out the development plan for Phillips and that money coming back into the housing fund. But since housing funds were expended, I need the county attorney's office to vet this to see if there's compensation that needs to come back to the county housing fund for an easement, and if it has to be fair market value, or if it can be a trade, they're gonna manage it. But I think we need to clarify that, because I wanna get it done, and I wanna get it done right, and I'd like to see it done quickly. So, because it is an amenity to our community, to all users. So I think we need to be clean when we move this forward.
Well, and I wonder, is there a temporary fix because, or a temporary solution that can get us there? Because, we also wanted to have, I think, a broader conversation with Healthy Rivers and Streams and open space and, so conveying things prior to some of that being sorted out seems a little premature to me. And I don't know if there's other tools that we can use to get open space the permissions that they're hoping to have there. And, I'm just protective of the housing fund. It just, we need to keep every penny in that fund that we can because we don't have a lot of income flowing into it.
So Kelly, you thinking like a term limited easement?
I don't know.
I mean, that's.
I'm not, I
Can we
really
do
don't
that?
know. What other opportunities are there to get there? Are there other tools that we can be discussing?
The issue isn't so much a change of ownership or the grant of an easement, because if the county, through one of its programs, is still in possession of the property, it will always be titled to the Board of County Commissioners, regardless. All county assets, all property is titled to the Board of County Commissioners. The grant of easement, of course, is not necessary because an easement is a lesser estate to the actual ownership. So what we're really concerned with here is management and authority of the property and the utilization of restricted funds. I guess, given the status of the property has been open to the public, and that is not contemplated to change, a continuation to vet this thing is not going to present any discouragement or impediment to anybody in the public or professional guides utilizing this property for river access.
Okay. So that says to me we're good moving this forward now.
No, that says to me that we can hold off and continue the conversation, but maybe I'm unclear. Johnny, can you be more specific in what your advice is there?
Kelly,
Yeah.
I think maybe the key issue was, does open space and trails have the authority to provide the enforcement, particularly for the river guides and such? John, is what you're saying is that since the property is held with the Board of Commissioners, the Board of Commissioners can simply grant that authority to OST absent an easement or some property interest?
I guess the point that I'm making is the essential one, is that a housing asset cannot be used for open space purposes. That's just what it is. The housing fund is a restricted fund. It has particular purposes, and we are bound by Colorado law to not use that fund that is collected as an exaction from developers of property for anything other than the creation of employee housing. So there has to be a equalization, so to speak, from the various funds, either restricted or open in the general fund, as to use of the property and going forward on that basis. Right now, the property along the river is open to the public, pending the board's final determination of how the property will be utilized for housing. So once the housing use is been clarified and determined, then we will have to do something with the remainder of that property asset. It is whatever is the remainder is not needed or necessary for affordable housing, employee housing. It has to be utilized in a way to recover the cost of the acquisition for the housing fund.
Right. And so I understand that, and of course the areas along the river are unlikely to ever be used specifically for affordable housing purposes. But until that plan is finalized, because we are still in the process of the board going through site planning and determining open space and trails to meet the request to regulate this. Can the board just issue a letter or permission as owners of the property to do that?
Yeah, we don't allow development in rivers too often, that's for sure.
Right.
However, it's a real property asset, which is pertinent to the dry land aspect of the property. And if this were being transacted, say, or rights were being granted in the open market, you can be assured that anybody looking at the value of property would realize the inherent nature of the river as a pertinent value to the real estate. That said, the formalization of the different programs' use or involvement or control of the property raises some questions, and that's why personally I think it would be time well spent to vet it out rather than trying to tease out the appropriate path forward. To be honest with you, I thought this was a 2-reading exercise and that there would be time to digest it before it came back to the board.
Patty, and then Dale.
Yeah, real quick, John, in you're saying that about the 2 reading, since it is noticed as a 2 reading, and Paul's saying it's really a 1 reading, that would mean that this notice wasn't correct. So that's another issue. So I don't want to complicate the matter more, but I want to make sure it's been properly noticed on top of everything else. And I'm comfortable, I want to get it done. I want to get it done right. I want to get it done clean. So if it means continuing this till maybe our first meeting in June, I'm fine.
Dale?
Oh, just to respond to John Peacock's question a little bit more, the way I understand the provisions of the Open Space Charter and also the code that was adopted, Title 12, the question for open space is really whether we have authority to expend our funds in a management role, and the charter is fairly clear in saying that we can manage properties that aren't acquired with the fund if they're designated as open space by the county commissioners. So just to be clear to everyone, we're not trying to take this over, and as John Ely's clarified, it's not a question of ownership, but we look at it as a question of whether we are authorized to expend our restricted fund to help the county manage it.
Okay, I appreciate that, Dale.
So
thanks.
it may well need a little bit more peeling of the onion skins to figure out how to do this exactly.
Okay. Okay, so are there other comments we want vetted now? Otherwise, I think we should figure out how to continue this and get it re-noticed correctly. Greg.
So it sounds as if their public access is open to that anyway. What we're talking today is whether open space should manage it or not. But in its current state, anybody can go down there and fish, and if they respect the property and their neighbors and everyone else, they shouldn't get sideways. If something were to go wrong, if somebody were to try to close it illegally, it's really a question for the sheriff. There's nothing to do with our open space. Is that correct? And if that's correct, we're okay right now, and then we can open this up later and figure out if, as the property gets finalized, whether we need to convey something to open space, following to comply with what John has outlined. But for right now, it sounds as if this is a public, it's open to the public, and if there's a problem, it's a question for the sheriff, I assume.
Paul, do you see any hazards, and what tools are not available to you, for us holding this back another month?
Well, like I said, we had a in-depth conversation with all of the river guides, and honestly, that's the group that we're trying to regulate and make sure they're not, overusing the thing, and we're obtaining some permit fees so we can help put those resources back into the areas that are getting hit hard. yeah, the guides, they all know that property. It used to have a private license prior to the county owning it. And so once the county purchased it, they were all excited to start using that as a guiding asset. So honestly, with high water coming up and the guides knowing that this asset is kind of out there, but not officially a part of the open space permit system, I don't think it's going to hurt anything to wait a month. Especially, like I said, high water's coming up. It's going to be kind of tricky to fish that section anyway. So I'm okay continuing this and figuring out the proper way to move forward and make sure that we can actually enforce and or regulate those guides. But yeah, in the meantime, the public and honestly the guides can go down there and use that if they want.
Thank you. John, could you tell us John Ely, could you tell us the proper motion we should make? Please.
Continuing the item is certainly, I know, the board's preference. I think in reality, when it comes back to the board, it will come back as something different simply because it's on the agenda as an ordinance now. And that just embeds it with a little bit more confusion. But I think continuing it would be appropriate. You do not need to have a date certain unless the board wants to look at its agenda and pick a date for it.
Okay. I will look for a motion then. Patty.
I'll make a motion to continue this. I would like to set it for a date certain of June 9th, if that's comfortable for Paul and the county attorney's office and the rest of the board.
I'll second.
Okay. Thank you. Any further discussion?
I will already be there.
Okay.
Steve.
So does the June 9th date seem practical, giving a month's time to try to work out the details on this and do a little more vetting?
I think that's for the attorney.
If it's not, the board will be informed so on the 9th of June, I guess.
And can we clarify one or two read too on that? Okay.
For sure will be done.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to move to our public hearings. I want to check in with the board. Our next hearing is probably going to be slightly lengthy. Would you like to take a break right now, or?
Just take 10.
Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break and reconvene at 2:05. Thank you, everyone. Grassroots will be back at 2:05, please. welcome back everyone to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, May 12th. We are into starting our public hearings on our agenda today. So we're on item number 7, an ordinance of the BOCC authorizing an agricultural lease of a glacier open space between the Board of County Commissioners and Marigold Livestock Company. And Paul, again, hi Paul, thanks. We're with you a lot today. Nice to have you back.
Yes, hello. I think I'm queued up for the next couple months too, so just be ready.
All right.
Yeah, this is a second reading and public hearing for the Glacier Open Space Agricultural Lease Award. And I was actually going to pass it over to Dale Will to do an introduction again.
And you know, sorry, I'm just going to jump in here because we probably have members of the public who don't attend frequently. And so I'll just give an overview of how we will handle this. So we will receive a presentation from staff and from the leaseholder applicant, and then we will have questions from board members for staff, and then we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing where I'll invite folks to raise your hand and we'll call on you and you'll have 3 minutes to speak, after which time we'll close the public hearing, bring the discussion back to the BOCC members for any further discussion or questions of clarification, and then we'll have a vote. So that's how this public hearing will proceed, and I'll go ahead and turn it over to Dale Will to start our staff presentation. Hi, Dale.
Hi, Kelly. And I first want to say my internet is not very stable today, so if I disappear or freeze up, then Paul can jump back in. But I do think that it's helpful to recall how the open space program got into this business of leasing lands. Some people might think that we've always done it, or that it's an inevitable aspect of our program, and really it's not. When we first started thinking about how to conserve agricultural lands, we were primarily looking at conservation easements where we would leave land in the ownership of the private owners and simply purchase the development right. And over the years, what was happening was some critical pieces of farmland would be up on the chopping block with families that didn't want to keep them. And really the only way we had to protect them was to buy them outright. Well, over time, we started thinking, well, maybe local food production is something that we should be looking out for in the Valley. The Valley had a great agricultural history that was really becoming quite limited around 10 or 15 years ago. And so we started deliberately buying pieces of fertile farmland to protect them, but then decided we could enable agrarians to get on the land who might not otherwise be able to start farming by having this lease program. We modeled it on something that's being done in Boulder County, and in the same way that maybe the ISIS theater or bookstores or other things are becoming harder and harder to maintain in a real estate market like we have in our valley, protecting these farmlands and keeping them available is really something that we pioneered in the Roaring Fork Valley, and there's no one else that's doing it. So I know this particular lease award has been somewhat troubled, and I personally look at that as a symptom that we've succeeded in encouraging people to think of agriculture as a profession. We now have more people interested in land than we have land available, and I'll be back to you at future meetings proposing to buy more of it to increase our supply of this so that we might have more land to offer to more people in the future. That's just a quick historical perspective about how we got into this and why it is that it's so unusual for a local government agency to have a situation like we have here, where we're deliberating on leasing land to farmers. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Paul.
Thank you, Dale. Yeah, and we have the AIS, the agenda item summary, in front of you, kind of reiterating what we spoke about at the first meeting, and I can certainly go through the entire presentation again, though I do want to say there are a few changes to the AIS. One being that I've attached a draft lease for Marigold, which is as close to form as I think we'll get, so you can see what those restrictions are. As well as there was pointed out to me by Alyssa that I had the potential lessee here, that I inadvertently stated in the spreadsheet kind of describing all of the applicants that she was going to work with ACE's farmers market stand to supply her meat. That's so there is no contract there, and that's just not accurate. Two other things that were two other things that were pointed out to me as an update in light of the recent comments that have been coming out. It was the planning staff reminded me that a direct email was sent out to English in Action and Valley Settlements, the Basalt Library, and some ESL teachers in the area to make sure that we were trying to reach as a diverse crowd as we could. And English in Action and the Basalt Library did confirm receipt of those and said they would pass it on to their folks. I don't know if anything happened there, and it doesn't change the fact that we could all do a great job in trying to reach out to absolutely everybody in this community. Also, at the Open Space and Trails meeting just last week, we did we are moving forward with a look at our process to make sure that we can update that if need be, to make sure that we're not, we don't have any blind spots, because the problem with blind spots is you don't know they're there. So we'll be going forward with that as well. And then also, as requested by the BOCC, Assistant County Attorney Richard Neely added a section in the AIS describing the county attorney appeal process overview. And if you'd like, Kelly, I could go through the presentation I did 2 weeks ago, or we could focus on the updates.
I think it would be helpful to pull up the area, vicinity maps, and there are new people who have joined us today, so we can take some extra time. Steve?
Just so you know, I went back and I watched the entire discussion from April 28th, since I wasn't at the meeting, so I'm up to speed on what's been presented to the rest of the board.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thanks for taking that time, Steve.
So, Paul, I would encourage focus on the vicinity and the plan, and talk about Alyssa's lease as presented to the board, and then we can ask questions if folks want to dive into detail from the prior conversation as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to share my screen and bring up a map of Glacier open space as it is now with this most recent management plan update. Here we are. Like I said, I briefly alluded to it, but the Glacier open space recently had a management plan update, just got approved this past December, and some of these lease areas were changed from the prior configuration back when we purchased this property over 2014 and 2013. And when we purchased these two properties, the first one was Red Ridge Ranch, owned by Saltonstall. I purchased it from him. It was this upper hillside, as well as this 44-acre irrigated field, along with 2.35 cubic feet of water. That was 2013, and then in 2014 we purchased the Fred and Frida Glacier open space, which is this large I'm circling with my hand icon. And originally, we did have some additional irrigated areas from here to the line here. But over the 5 years, we've been able to, as a staff, watch what happens and seeing how kind of difficult the area is to irrigate. And we noticed some areas where staff could maybe put some more funds and improve those areas over the next few years, at least until the next management plan update, until we put it back out to lease. So currently we have lease A, we have this lease B, which is 81.2 acres. We have lease E, which is about a half acre, and we have lease F right here, which is 3 acres. Now, once that management plan was adopted in December, the 2 leases that were going out to bid or that had expired or been terminated were lease B, which did shrink a little bit, and lease F. And some things to note within the management plan was some priorities were listed to have folks who are in line with those priorities be looked at first in the lease scoring agricultural lease process. One that I think we're all really excited about is that this lease B area, we worked into the management plan that when this does get leased out, that whoever has it is going to have to maintain at least 50% of the area, not be grazed after September 1st, but continue to irrigate it. And that was purely for wildlife. It's for high quality winter and fall forage for the elk and deer that live up on the crown up here. So we did put that into the draft lease, and you'll see it there. Another area is this lease F, which is tied to this farmstead action item, which is deeper into the management plan than agricultural leasing. But this farmstead, we are going through a process of rehabbing that house, getting it livable. And when that occurs, this whole side of Glacier will go back out to bid and see what somebody can do. We're anticipating that'll take probably about 5 years. As per our agricultural leasing policy, we, as soon as that management plan was adopted and said, put these 2 properties out, we advertised it in the Aspen Daily Times for 4 weeks. We sent out a direct email to agricultural, people interested in agriculture and prior agricultural lessees or anybody else who has been in contact with me. That email list is just maintained by me, and I realize I can miss some people, but it's a good list of about 50 to 60 folks. We also put it on social media, our Facebook account, our Instagram account, and I believe our Twitter account as well. And we have a projects website, which we made live to have folks be able to download all the necessary documents, the draft lease, the request for proposals, the management plan, and any other documents that I might be missing. When those came back, the bids were received January 15th, and when they came in, we saw that it was going to be a competitive process because we got 3 individuals just going for lease F. We got 1 individual just putting in an application for lease B, and then we had 4 individual bids for both lease F and lease B. Those bids were reviewed by the Open Space well, the agricultural lease bid process set out a selection committee that judges these applications based on a list of criteria, which have been attached to your AIS. I can tell you right now that we put most of the emphasis on these bids on stewardship of the resource and what fits best with our properties, and that's 65% of the score. They also look at agricultural background, and equipment needs, references, and what the lease rate is going to be. So we do look at how much we're going to be receiving in revenue on these. And one other item that I glossed over or didn't even mention was that Open Space and Trails is right now has an engineer figuring out how we can update this irrigation system of Lease B. So right now the engineers are coming up with a plan to either put in a center pivot sprinkler irrigation, a side roll irrigation, something that works with the flood irrigation that comes off of this ditch right here, but also hits these areas in brown that is labeled dry areas not reached by current irrigation. So we're going to be doing some major infrastructure improvements over here to make sure that water reaches the entire property. That should be in the budget for next year. So keep an eye out for that. So keeping all that in mind, knowing that we're making some improvements here, we're planning on some improvements over here, and there could be some changes happening. The selection committee met on January 25th and scored all of the proposals. All those scores are averaged out in your AIS, and in both lease F and lease B, Marigold Livestock was the applicant or bidder who came out with the highest overall score, and was selected by that selection committee. And some of the notes from that meeting were that the selection committee really did like the fact that Marigold Livestock was a holistic approach to agriculture. It was a high-intensity grazing management operation, which would, create little paddocks and move livestock frequently and look at soil health and look at health of the property and really work with the Open Space and Trails management plan. It was also extremely mobile and would work well with all of our updates to Lease B, as well as working with Lease F. It was a place that they could winter the animals, utilize some of the structures here. There's a hay shed back here, and it was a light operation, so that if something were to change over here in the 5 years, it wouldn't be hard to invest what they need to, since it's really some electric fence and some minor improvements to the property. I'll let Alyssa talk more about that. But overall, the selection committee was really impressed with her background. She's been in this valley for 6 years and working for ACES and is ready to expand that business. I think as many folks know, there was an objection and an appeal to this process. Rocking TT Bar objected to the decision of the selection committee, and I'll pass it over to Ryan Neely here in just a moment. But through the agricultural lease process, we gave the opportunity for that objection and appeal process to move forward. First going to the county manager, John Peacock, and that did occur. The decision by John was that it did not warrant reversing of the selection of Marigold Livestock, and didn't warrant a redo of the process. It then further went to a Pickens County hearing officer, which was held on March 30th, 2021. And that hearing officer also declined to reinitiate the scoring process and stated that the selection committee was neither arbitrary nor capricious, and staff did what they said they would do and found the right person for this process. But I'll pass it over to Rye, since he is the one who did update this AIS with the county attorney appeal process, and then we'll pass it over to Alyssa, or vice versa, whichever you'd like to hear first.
I think we can hear from Rye just to get a little more detail of how the appeal process was structured, and then we'll invite Alyssa.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Kelly, thank you. I think the AI.
Oh, and let me introduce you. Sorry, this is Richard Neely,
hi.
our Assistant County Attorney.
Thanks, Kelly. Thanks for doing that. As I said, I think the AIS is pretty straightforward, but for those members of the public that haven't had a chance to read the packet today, the county's agricultural lease bid process and policy is generally modeled off of the Pitkin County Procurement Code. And the Pitkin County Procurement Code is a part of the overall Pitkin County Code, and the Procurement Code is Title III of the County Code. The Procurement Code is generally used to solicit bids and award contracts for goods and services to serve the county and the public. The Procurement Code and the agricultural lease policy are similar but not identical processes. The policy, the agricultural bid policy, utilizes the Procurement Code as a guide. And generally it does that to solicit applications from various lessees that are interested in leasing one of the open space and trails properties. The policy and the Procurement Code deviate in a lot of different ways as to what kind of submission requirements there are. And, you know, both the agricultural bid policy and the Procurement Code issue requests for proposals that also include specific requests or criteria for any given property or contract that we're looking to award. One way that the agricultural leasing policy differs from the Procurement Code is in the appeal process. Both the policy and the Procurement Code utilize a two-step process to address concerns about the procurement process. And as Paul briefly, pretty thoroughly went through actually, there is an objection to the county manager under both systems, but then the processes deviate from one another. The agricultural leasing policy has a secondary step from the decision from John Peacock to the Pitkin County hearing officer. Under the Procurement Code process, that appeal is to the Procurement Appeals Board, which the Board of County Commissioners is identified in. So, is identified as that body. In this particular instance, because it was the agricultural leasing policy, the appeal went to the Pitkin County hearing officer, and that was Sarah Oates, who handles that work for us for various hearing officer duties, including land use and hearing from the airport and things like that. She reviewed the appeal in this case, and Paul summarized that for you. But if you have any specific questions about this particular instance, then I'm more than happy to answer that for you. Hopefully that wasn't too long-winded.
No, thank you. All right, let's check in with board members to see if there's any questions for Paul or Rye at this point. Okay, I'm not seeing any, so, Francie, did you have any?
I'm gonna wait till we hear from the public before I, say anything.
Okay, sounds good. All right, Paul, can I pass it over to Alyssa now? Did you have other? Okay, hi, Alyssa, welcome. And welcome back, I should
Hi.
say.
Yes, thanks for having me again.
Sure.
And thanks to all of you guys for being here and listening to the second reading and all the comments that are about to follow. I am so grateful for the agriculture support from Pitt County, especially the agriculture lease program from Open Space. I'm appreciative and super excited to be selected as the next leaseholder for parcels B and F, and I am thankful for your support. In the last meeting, I spoke about Marigold Livestock in detail, so I'll just briefly touch on it. Marigold Livestock is a pasture-based livestock company. The driving goal of Marigold Livestock is to improve soils and sequester carbon, while additionally providing food for the Roaring Fork Valley. I'll be building healthy soils by grazing sheep and chickens. I'm excited to steward this piece of land and take great care and attention in irrigating and building healthy soil and ultimately produce food for the valley. I value all of the goals of Open Space and the management plan for Glacier Open Space, and I'm eager to work closely with them so we can both accomplish our goals. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them, but again, thank you for your time today.
Okay, Paul, you have a question or comment?
Yeah, I just had one more detail that is pertinent to here, that we've, the selection committee is, NOST board is recommending a 5-year lease for Alyssa. The lease rate is going to be $20 an acre, which is in line with our other leases in the valley.
Thank you, Paul. Okay, questions? Steve?
Hi, Alyssa, it's good to see you. Rock Bottom Ranch did have the lease on parcel F, I believe, and I don't know if they ever actually used it or grazed anything on there, but did you, in your time at ACES, did you ever do, work on that parcel F and become familiar with it?
I was on that parcel a few times, but I'm not super closely familiar with that piece of land.
Okay, I was just curious about if you had a, strong background doing a lot of work there, or more just a little bit of knowledge on, sounds like.
Other questions for Alyssa? I'll ask one. Alyssa, can you talk about the importance of a 5-year lease over, say, a 2 or 3-year lease?
Yeah, definitely. So building Marigold Livestock, this is its first season, and so it takes time to build a farm, and especially with building a sheep herd and having the genetics and the genetics and the traits that I want in my sheep herd can't just happen in 1 season or in 2 seasons, and so it will definitely take time to be able to fully maximize what Glacier land has to offer and to fully utilize it for Marigold Livestock. And so a 5-year lease gives me time to build at a more appropriate rate versus trying to quickly throw something together and have it not be as successful. Because I think there's a lot of positives to not rushing in and buying hundreds of animals at once, and taking time to build a herd with care and attention to genetics and animals.
Okay. Other questions, Greg?
Yeah, thanks, Alyssa. I remember in the last meeting, you mentioned that just this process and the appeals and everything has delayed your start by, I'm guessing, 2 to 3 months, or maybe more, maybe several months, and maybe 6 months if you had been already thinking of purchasing livestock. So, given that, does a longer lease in 5 years enough Because it sounds like you're going to be playing catch up. Did you lose the first year is my question, and is basically the actual physical 4.5 years left on your lease going to be suitable, or I guess the lease term only begins when we make this approval, but I was just concerned that you may have lost a year.
Yeah, for sure. I appreciate that perspective. In like the farming agricultural world, like the season has picked up, and so there's definitely been some business decisions on my end that I've held off on because I wasn't sure if I would have this land, and I didn't want to buy too many animals or make deposits on too many animals that I wouldn't be able to handle on the other land I'm subleasing. And so I think there will be some delays in kind of like transitioning my my business over to Glacier this season, since I've already started with chickens on another property. I am optimistic that in a few years, like that delay won't have a negative, it won't be apparent anymore. And I plan to reapply after 5 years to continue my lease on Glacier Open Space, because I do think that in like year 4, I'll like have a lot more momentum, and then year 5 will come and I'll want to continue working on the land.
And I have a clarification for probably Paul, and then another question for Alyssa, because Paul, I think I read in the lease that it would expire 12/30/2025, 6, right? So it's really 4.5 years. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. We generally like to put these bids out in October, so that, like Alyssa said, it's easier to plan for the next season. So I guess you could think of this as a 4.5-year lease.
Okay. And then Alyssa, I think I generally know how soil health is measured, but how will you measure the carbon sequestration?
So there's a few different approaches, and there's a few different ways about doing that, and so I guess I haven't fully decided in the carbon sequestration that the grass is sequestering, but we'll definitely be doing soil health or soil tests on the pasture to see if it's gaining more organic material and other measurable outcomes.
Got it. Thank you. And then Steve, I saw your hand.
Well, I guess it's maybe a question more for Paul or for our board to consider. If those dates, if Alyssa only has 4 growing seasons, the way the lease dates are set up right now, I think it would be more appropriate to have 5 growing seasons be what she is being able to lease. In which case, maybe a 5.5-year lease might be more appropriate till the termination date. That would give her 5 full growing seasons to build her operation and make improvements there.
I'm fine with that. I mean, we usually we negotiate these with Alyssa, and I don't think Alyssa would negotiate out of that. So make a decision right now.
Just to clarify, though, Open Space and Trails is currently irrigating, right? So we've sort of started that growing season on our own behalf.
Yeah, me and the OST foreman, Bill Griggers, and the crew, I want to say thank you to them, because I couldn't do it all by myself with everything else that the Open Space is doing. So yeah, we've been out there irrigating, and thankfully we got some rain, so our shortcomings in irrigation will not be apparent.
Well, I like hard labor. We could do a BOCC rotation.
I'll go for that.
All right. You got some takers. Okay. Further questions for staff or Alyssa? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I will go ahead and we'll move into the public hearing portion of this meeting. As a reminder, I will call on folks either by name or last 4 digits of phone number. We'll give you some instructions to unmute, and we'll ask you to introduce yourself for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. When we get to the end of that 3 minutes, I'll just give you a heads up and ask you to wrap up your comments. And if you do go longer and longer and longer, we might end up muting you, but we tend to not need to do that. So with that, we'll go ahead and I'm going to open the public hearing, and I see phone number 7526 has had their hand up. If you could go ahead and press *6 to unmute yourself, please.
Hello, they say I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Nicholas Ferrara, resident of Roaring Fork Valley, former Pickens County employee. I wanted to call and comment on the glacier agricultural lease. I'm new to understanding all this, but I wanted to say it's an amazing program, and you know I would like to see personally more educational outreach to the entire public, so we can all learn about and understand the importance of local agriculture and the many great things that the county is doing to subsidize local farmers and ranchers that do not already own land. It was brought to my attention, from listening in on some of the past meetings that, there was some issues with the process that, perhaps, the objective scoring, for instance, to me it seems the appeals process and the rescoring. I wanted to suggest that there should be a standard of explanation for each quantifiable score for all line items in the evaluation, and that it should be objective and understandable to the general public. So any question regarding the process and evaluation can be explained with quantified meaning and on the ready for any explanation or questions that might arise from it. I wanted to suggest the process should be available to the public and the findings explained thoroughly so the public has no need to speculate and fill in the blanks. This policy and procedure deserves scrutiny and transparency so the public is informed and also the players of hand are informed. And so, any questions that are raised can be answered, substantively answered. And specific to this, the glacier lease, it was my opinion that the decision seems flawed in the sense that questions regarding the scoring and communications with references that were used have not been substantiated. To me, that identifies a flaw in the process, and that needs to be addressed for the integrity of the program right now as well as in the future. And I'd like to see the request for proposal to be started over for the sake of that alone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, next we have David McConaughey. If you could please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is David McConaughey. I'm an attorney with Garfield & Hecht. I represent Jose Miranda, who was the one who appealed the decision. The hearing officer did issue an opinion which acknowledged that there were some irregularities in the process, specifically that references for Mr. Miranda had not been checked, but they were scored anyway as if they had. And while the hearing officer determined that legally that didn't require overturning the decision, that doesn't mean you are legally required to follow the recommendation. Ultimately, the decision is up to the Board of County Commissioners. And I would just submit that the process here has been tainted. And for the sake of the public and ensuring a good decision no matter how it goes, it's within your discretion to start over and do it right. And we're not asking you to award it to Mr. Miranda today. We're simply saying there were some irregularities here that have tainted this process, and you should exercise your discretion just to start over and do it right. I'll yield the rest of my time to Mr. Miranda.
Okay. We don't tend to yield time. Mr. Miranda will have his full allotment. The next in line was Michael Horvath. If you could please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi,
I'm Mike Horvath, resident of Missouri Heights and a frequent user of Glacier Open Space and local food consumer. I wanted to thank Picken County for this land lease program, and I think it's a great program and it's cool to see it in action. There have been numerous local paper articles about the Glacier Open Space and the selection process for the leasing. Rocking TT Bar has appealed the OST selection of Marigold Livestock Company. John Peacock has denied that appeal and supported the OST decision, and I urge the Board of County Commissioners to do the same. The Glacier Open Space selection process was largely based on the agricultural plan for each applicant. 65% of these selection criteria is based on the applicant's plan. Marigold's plan aligns with the county's management plan with a 5-year lease in regenerative farming to improve the soil and habitat of the open space. Marigold's plan also allows for the county to pursue other improvements that are included in the management plan without interruption from the lease. Alyssa Barsanti, the founder of Marigold Livestock, has proven herself as a county asset as a local young farmer through her time at Aces and Rock Bottom Ranch. Her management of that property has transformed it into a model farm that our community needs to produce local food in an appropriate manner. Rocking TT Bar claims that the references portion of the selection process was done inappropriate. The OST needs to be more transparent in the future on how scores were achieved, but in this case, the reference portion was only 5% of the selection criteria. Even if the OST board gave every applicant a perfect score, Marigold still has the highest score and should be awarded the lease. Marigold's selection was based on their proposed plan and the plan's alignment with the county's overall management plan of Glacier Open Space. Please support the OST selection and move forward with the lease for Marigold Livestock. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, next, and for those who are calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand. Next, we have Cooper Means. Please press *6 and go ahead.
My name is Cooper Means. I currently hold a lease on the Lazy Glen Open Space. So I have significant experience with Picken County, and I also have experience with Alyssa. And through my experience, I have found the OST staff to be very pragmatic, and equitable, and have had a very easy and pleasurable time dealing with them, and would be surprised to see any foul play within that system. I've also worked with Alyssa, both with the Farm Collaborative and Rock Bottom Ranch, and I see her to be a very professional, caring, and capable livestock manager, and I really think that she has the potential to do some fantastic things with the open space program and to be an awesome model. I can't stress enough the influence that this program has had on the agricultural environment in the Roaring Fork Valley, and I believe Alyssa being a part of that will just strengthen that portfolio of amazing projects that are happening on open space. So with that being said, I strongly suggest that the Board of County Commissioners approve the lease for Marigold Livestock and Alyssa Barsanti.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Alec Parker. Please press *6 to unmute and go ahead. Alec, go ahead and press *. Okay, try speaking now.
Hey, my name's Alec Parker. I grew up here, was born in Aspen, raised in Old Snow, Mass. I currently hold a lease on Lease A, and have I've taken care of that lease for 16 years. And prior to the county buying the Red Rock, what they call Red Rock now, and now Glacier, Rory and Lucy Cerise took care of it. And for the last 3 years, I've been doing that for him as he has had to move to Silt. And so I'm very familiar with this property. I submitted a lease. I guess I listened to the minutes of the last meeting, and there was some hints that it might be racist. I don't believe that. I don't believe that to be the case. I do think that this process is completely flawed, and that there are some anomalies that took place The first one for me was I was informed before the process began that if I submitted an application, I would not get it if it was just me. So I was told before that it even happened that I wouldn't get the lease unless I partnered up with somebody. So I created Hooksburg Cattle Company and got 5 neighboring families. One of those families included Rory and Lucy Cerise that was going to bring the cattle with them that have already been on that property for as long as he's been there. And thought our proposal was, you know, decent and I guess I'm alarmed that it went the way it did. At first I didn't think there would be any favoritism, but then the more I looked into it, I realized that's the only outcome that could have happened, because the selection committee themselves, in my opinion, don't have enough agricultural experience to understand what it takes to run a property that size. On lease A alone, I run 140 sheep just on the ditches. That's not out in the, that's just on the ditches. And so I was puzzled by why she got, Marigold got both, knowing that you can, what her operation could have been done on one of the smaller leases. And I now realize they took out the little triangle, which would have been perfect for her situation as well. So I asked for an explanation and was told that one would be sent to me, that they were compiled a memo, and it would be emailed. I never received it. And then I was unaware you could file an appeal. As soon as I found out, I said I'd like to do so. Send me the information on how to get that out. And I was told, well, somebody's already appealing, so it's unnecessary to file an appeal, as only would they hear my appeal if Jose's was denied. So now, Jose's been denied apparently twice, and yet Hooksburg Cattle Company has not been afforded an opportunity to put forth an appeal, and that if we were to do so, we had to put a monetary deposit down to pay for the county's, I suppose, legal fees to defend their decision. It just seemed like the whole process has left Hooksburg Cattle Company in the dark completely. Jose received the scoring, we never did. We've asked for it, we've asked for any information that would have cleared some of these things up for us. And so far, we haven't received any information as to how the decision was made. And so I guess another alarming part of this, if you look at the proposals, is that, and I'm not trying, I hope that Alyssa knows I'm disappointed with the decision, but I'm okay with it. I just worry that the county itself has really no clue what it will take to run 80 acres with no equipment. And
Mr. Parker, I do have to ask you to wrap up quickly, please.
All right, here's the bottom line. I guess it's entirely flawed. The system, even the appeal system, it's all flawed. The selection is flawed, as I don't believe the 3 voting members had enough agricultural experience to decide what proposers actually had the means of taking care of a piece of land that size. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Alex.
Okay, we'll move on. The next speaker, Jose Lolocal at Gmail. If you go ahead and press *6 to unmute yourself, or your unmute icon.
Hello, my name is Jose Miranda. I am the owner of the Rocking Titty Bar. I'm very pleased to finally hear Alec Parker explain why we have not heard from any of the other applicants before, and that explains very well the situation. It's kind of similar to what happened with Temple Glacier. She wasn't even invited to the OST trustee meeting. So it's just very disheartening for all the other people that submitted that want answers. I understand the commissioners, you guys have a lot of work in your hands. You got a very full agenda every month with a lot of different issues coming in front of you, and that's why the whole system is set up in the way it is, for you guys to be able to trust these other departments that have supposedly employees that are working with professionalism and integrity. But seeing how this all went down in the OST department, including the Board of Trustees, is extremely worrisome to me. I'm not going to go back into all the details of all the things that went wrong with this request for proposal, because in reality, just the tip of the iceberg being that the references were not contacted, although they lied about saying that they did contact it, and also that they rated everybody different based on some bias, should be sufficient to have this whole thing restarted. But since apparently it is not, and the all other list of issues that went along apparently are not enough, I want to just go back to the reality of the previous meeting we had here, in which it was clearly displayed how this department is willing to lie openly about the way they proceed about making this decision. Francie Jacober asked in regards to how they were going to guarantee she gets the list renewed if she does a good work. And they were really quick to say that they had points to consider that in the evaluation, which is a total lie. Thank you, Alec Parker, for explaining that. He never received any extra points for renewing, and it was never there. That was a total lie. It was never brought up. It was never considered. It's never displayed in the scoring cards that they actually came up with 5 days later. Also, they never did ask in the documents for a letter of recommendation. They asked for references. It is great that she provided letters of recommendation, but that is not reason good enough for her to get ahead of everybody else on the points in that particular item. But regardless, it is not, again, about the 1 point or the whatever many points related to references. They clearly display that this was just handpicked. And I would like to finish, since I'm going to get cut off here, by allowing Paul Holsinger would like to maybe explain to us, or maybe Dale Will would like to explain to us a little bit more about the other applicants for this process, because like Alec Parker said, many of them are neighbors and are aware of what's going on here, and are very aware of who the previous leaseholder of that parcel FE was. Rock Bottom Ranch surrendered their lease early, and it so happens to be that Alisa was the agricultural manager during the time that they held that lease. So where is all this regenerative agricultural data from Rock Bottom Ranch in that particular lease? Shouldn't they be proud to show and display all the good work that they preach? How much produce came out of this place during these last 5 years? I would like to see a report. Would you enlighten us, Dale or Paul? Thank you.
Thank you, Jose. And I know myself and I think at least one other commissioner received your recent letter from last night as well. Next to speak, please, Harper. If you could press *6 and unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Hi, my name is Harper Kaufman. I am the owner of Two Roots Farm and leaseholder for 2 parcels of Emma Open Space. I guess I am here to talk, first of all, just in support of this program and to speak of my experience on how this process and staff has been, in my view, incredible asset to the valley. My farm here at Two Roots Farm has certainly benefited in a huge way from this program and been able to exist because of it. I think that the OSD program is an essential piece in keeping agriculture alive in the valley, particularly for first generation and for young farmers and ranchers, making land accessible. And I appreciate that the OSD has put a priority on choosing applicants who prove their ability to restore ag land and to have responsible resource management practices. I think that it is difficult to understand the nuances of agriculture, but I have found that the staff and the program and its guidelines work hard to identify those ways in which land management, you can identify proper land management, and I just really applaud OST for that. There are some ways I can imagine the OST lead process could be improved upon, and I think it's nice to hear these comments, and I haven't been deeply involved in this particular process, although I would say that I don't think it has failed us this time. I have personal experience with Alyssa and Marigold Livestock, and I just also want to speak in kind of validation of her experience and qualifications as a leaseholder. She, as we've all heard, managed Rock Bottom Ranch for 5 years, and I actually held that job at one point, and so I have intimate knowledge of how much you learn there and how much work that really is. I think that she's poised with a lot of knowledge. Rock Bottom Ranch sets up their employees with some really good education and experience to practice experimental land stewardship that is always skewed towards environmental restoration and regenerative agriculture. So I know that she has spent that time learning a lot about proper land management and specifically livestock management and rotational grazing. So I just want to speak in support of her as a candidate, and as in my personal experience with the Open Space and Trails program, with leasing open space, and just how I have, I think the OSC program has done wonderful things for the community, and I don't think that the system failed us this time necessarily.
Thank you, Harper. Okay, next we have Susan Brady. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, this was not quite what I thought I was going to hear today. But first, let me just, for those of you that don't know me, because there are probably lots of you that don't know me, I moved to the Valley in the late 70s and was very involved with WinStar, Rocky Mountain Institute. I left the Valley for 12 years, came back, and when I came back, I got very involved with the slow food movement here in the Valley. I was instrumental in the Fat City Farmers group that actually I underwrote a CSA school for local farmers, and Vardy was one of our graduates. And after that, it morphed into me founding something called the Two Forks Club. And the Two Forks Club is an investment club in this valley and the North Fork Valley that gives 0% interest loans to food entrepreneurs and farmers. We've given over 33 loans in 6 years, over $665,000. And it's a revolving pool of money. And every farmer that we have given a loan to has become a member of this club. So we have the farmers involved, we have the billionaires involved. And what I would like to say is, without this program, our farmers that we've given loans to, a lot of the farmers we've given loans to, could not have, it wouldn't have happened. There isn't land available for the new generation of farmers, and this program is it's just beautiful. And it makes me, I'm emotional about this, it makes me sad to hear what's happening right now. And I think the thing that I'm hearing that is the most salient is that no matter had the process been flawed, Alyssa still would have come out on top, no matter what else was being checked. And I can tell you vetting the different applications for loans is not dissimilar to what these guys have had to deal with as well. And everybody's doing their best. They're just doing their best. And I don't see any cronyism or racism or any of the things that are being accused of these organizations. In fact, I think we should be raising balloons and flags and celebrations galore. It's just quite amazing what we've done in this valley and how the rest of the country even is looking at what we're doing in this valley in terms of food security, regeneration of the soil, carbon sequestration, all of it. It's just amazing. And I'm definitely in support of Alyssa. She came out on top in the vetting. She's very qualified. She got a loan from the Two Forks Club. Even before she applied for this land, she already got a loan from us. And Jose said something about her not having equipment. Well, we've got this wonderful equipment library up at Farm Collaborative that she'll be able to tap into like all the other farmers in this valley. I mean, what's going on in this valley agriculturally is beyond imagination. I mean, it is just fabulous. And I just take my hat off to all of you that are working really hard to keep it going. And my praises go to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Erin Cuseo. If you could please press *6 and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Erin Cuseo. I'm a farmer and rancher in the Roaring Fork Valley, and I've seen a lot of sort of the inside of this, talking with a lot of the proposers, and I'm here seeking accountability. Over the last few months, I've learned a lot about the public opinion of OSP and how other farmers and ranchers have been treated, and it's not pretty. Some of it is, but there's also a lot of ugliness. While some scramble to protect the reputation of OSP, many of us feel it has already been tarnished by their own misdeeds, and this is a really good example of it. The number of people who have stories resulting in lost trust is shocking. The number that are afraid to speak up for fear of punishment is astounding. It's frightening. The issue of the most recent RFP for the Glacier property is in front of the BOCC today, and I sincerely hope that the commissioners address the problematic nature of the actions of OSP. Their scoring of references without calling a single one, paired with the fact that they did not reach out to a single proposer to ask further questions, demonstrates very clearly a bias and favoritism. All of the priorities listed in the management plan apply to most, if not all, applicants, but the selection committee and you here today may not know that because they didn't call and interview any applicants or their references. If this isn't enough to require a redo, what is? Like I said, in the eyes of many, OSP's reputation is already one of discrimination and favoritism, even before this RFP. So now the commissioners have an opportunity to make a positive change by stepping in and holding them accountable. This process was not done honestly, fairly, transparently, or without bias. OSP is unable to show their work. They're unable to communicate a single reason for their selection that doesn't also describe the other proposers, the proposers that they didn't interview. This request for proposal needs to be restarted, made available in Spanish, and advertised more widely. Process is there to be followed, and if you choose to allow this behavior, you are upholding a broken system that causes lasting damage. I know that all of you on the board really do care about the food production and the success of this program, so now is your chance to make a real difference, to hold OSP accountable and make sure that this program is supporting farmers and ranchers in a healthy way. This lease will have a shadow over it until all applicants are treated equally and the process is redone. So if the aim is to actually feed the residents of this valley and support agriculture, action needs to be taken today, and we need to see a change in how these decisions are made. The isolated examples of success in the Roaring Fork Valley aren't enough to solve structural problems around inequalities in land, food, and communities, especially when some of those inequalities stem from the program itself. Listening to Alex Parker speak, saying that he wouldn't get it alone, but the person selected is alone, it's mind-boggling what has happened here. I really wish he would have had the opportunity to appeal, that all the other appeals would have been accepted, because it's not just Rocking Tiki Bar. It's not just Jose. It's a lot of people that this has affected. The scoring was flawed, the process was flawed, and it needs to be redone. Thank you.
Thank you, Erin. Okay, and just a reminder, if anyone's called in, please press *9 to raise your hand. I do see phone number ending in 2180. If you press *6 to unmute yourself, you may go ahead.
Hi.
We can. Please state your name.
Name
Yeah.
Marley Youngberger, who's been working on other
Sorry, you're cutting in and out a little bit.
since 2019. One of the reasons I decided to move and try to settle down in the Roaring Valley was because of the existence of a county open space agriculture and leasing program.
Yeah.
Here. My hope is that all these conversations in the aftermath of the
Sorry, I'm sorry. You're kind of cutting in and out. It sounds we can sort of hear you and then it goes out, and we missed your name altogether.
Is it better?
Can we try and start over?
Yeah, I can start over.
Okay.
Is this better?
It sounds better so far. Yeah.
Great. Sorry about that. Technology is not my strong suit. My name is Mariah Foley, and I'm a young farmer who's been working for other people's operations for the last 10 years, and I've been farming in the Valley since early 2019. One of the reasons that I've decided to move and try to settle down in the Roaring Fork Valley is because of the existence of the County Open Space Ag Lease Program and the collaborative nature of the community of producers here. And it is my hope that the competitive selection process and all of these conversations in the aftermath of the selection serve to indicate that what a valuable resource open space leases are, especially to non-landowning producers. It's a really integral program that I hope continues to grow and provides more opportunities to farmers and ranchers producing food for our valley. And so I also am here to speak in support of Marigold Livestock Company, the grantee of Glacier Open Spaces Lease B and S. I have worked under Alyssa's management at Rock Bottom Ranch since moving to the valley. She's a thoughtful farmer and land steward and is adept at making flexible business and land management decisions in accordance to the needs of the land itself. I support and agree with the assessment of open space and trails lease selection committee that Marigold Livestock Company's management plan works towards and fits OSP's goals for the property while also producing high quality local meat to help feed our valley. And that's all.
All right, wonderful. We could hear your whole statement, so thank you so much, Mariah. Okay. Next we have Jason Smith. Please go ahead and press *6 or unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you. My name is Jason Smith, and I just wanted to state that my personal experience with Pickens County Open Space and Trails has been overwhelmingly positive. When I chose to increase my involvement as a community member nearly a decade ago, I feel I've had numerous opportunities to get involved, serving on several steering committees, making countless public comments, being involved with management plan development and reviews, and I've felt well informed about all the projects and the pursuits of the Open Space and Trails. I've personally found involvement to be open to all and the staff super receptive to input. I'm super thankful for this program and think it's a tremendous benefit to our community, so I want to thank you for that. I've known Ms. Barsanti for 6 years now, and she is one of the most capable, diversified farmers that I've had the pleasure of knowing. She is deeply familiar with regenerative agriculture farming practices and has been instrumental in setting up one of the most diversified, climate-aware, and educational agriculture operations that I'm aware of. While at ACES, she coined the phrase land stewards first, farmers second, and I'm confident in her ability to be the next steward of this land. She's mentored and supported numerous farmers, many of whom continue to farm and some of whom have launched their own operations. Additionally, she's a dedicated community member. She's served in numerous roles with the Roaring Fork Farmers and Ranchers, including president and currently co-vice president. She's a board member of Aspen Out and one of the most supportive peers in our local and regional farming community. I just wanted to take a moment to thank the Post staff, the board, the commissioners for all your work for our community. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Jason.
Thanks, Jason.
Okay, I see a bunch of folks on here with phone numbers. Again, press *9 if you wish to raise your hand to comment on this lease topic. Jason, you have your hand up. You can go ahead next. Please press *6 to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sure can.
All right. Well, I am a local community member. I grew up in Aspen and lived here my whole life, and I am, for one, very grateful to see what open space has done in enabling open space to persist and maintaining some of the agricultural qualities of our valley. And for me, I guess through this whole process that I've been paying attention to, I guess the question is was a process created that was designed to be followed, and was it followed? And in this case, it doesn't really feel like it was. And so for me, I'm not here to question anybody's eligibility for, inhabiting the lease in question. For me, it's really just about holding our public officials accountable to follow through on the commitments that they make. And so for me, that's just what I'm here to see and hopefully see through. Thank you.
Great, thank you, sir. Okay, next we have Rachel Betchoffer. Hi, Rachel. Go ahead and press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Neil Riley. I'm here with Rachel. Can you hear us?
Yes. Do you wish to speak and then pass it over to Rachel?
I do. We have a poor connection here in rural Pitkin County. I come from an agrarian family, ranching and farming both. And it seems to me there's an appearance of impropriety here. Probably more than just an appearance. And I think we should really hold the people accountable, both our farmers and our individuals who stewarded the process to enable farmers to become part of the open space. And I'm not sure, but I believe some of our county commissioners come from agrarian families, come from a livelihood of ranching or farming. Am I mistaken?
We don't really answer questions during public comment.
I'm not sure. Okay, that's fine. But it seems to me that, short of this individual recusing herself from being considered just over the appearance of impropriety, perhaps we should have the open space folks recuse themselves from committing a farmer to this property and leave it in the hands of our county commissioners who, if they have come from agrarian families, are probably inclined to be able to make a decision based on the criteria that the open space people have put forward. And it seems to me that as I listen to, the conversation here, that they haven't done their due diligence. And perhaps we should pass that on to the county commissioners to do. I appreciate your time, and I hope you take that into consideration. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Neil. And does Rachel wish to speak as well?
I submitted my comments
Okay.
to you by email. I have nothing further to add.
Okay, thanks, Rachel.
Thanks, Rachel.
Okay, next up, please, is Ann Lipton. Please go ahead and unmute yourself, *6. Ann, can you press *6 or the unmute icon? There you go.
Can you hear?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Ann Lipton. We are landowners in Old Snowmass on a ranch that was taken out of ag by a previous
small acre farmer in Missouri serving the St. Louis region. The Snowmass property, because it's very important for me to try and heal land and grow the topsoil. We sought out a partner in Old Snowmass to do just that, and Jose Miranda has actually grazed water buffalo on the property, which is at Watson Divide in Old Snowmass. This is our third season together, and the benefit to the land cannot be overstated. You see more diversity coming back, and it is doing exactly what we intended, which is just trying to build the topsoil and all the benefits that eventually we would be able to grow food there as well. We were listed on Jose's application as references, and I never got that opportunity because I was never contacted, nor was my husband. Had I been contacted, I would have been given the opportunity to tell my story. And I guess I don't understand the process in which references are requested but not contacted. I've listened sort of in awe that the explanation is, well, even if all of the measures were met and Jose scored highly, it wouldn't have mattered. That to me is deceitful, and I don't understand the process. I think that your system is flawed, and this is not about the candidate who won. Having said that, as a startup farmer, I'm sort of amazed that she's carrying year one. But I think that everybody deserves an explanation. And that's my comment.
Great, thank you, Anne. Okay, again, a reminder, anyone on the phone, you can press *9 to raise your hand. We are up to phone number ending in 0692. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please state your name, please. And go ahead.
Hi, my name is Ben Armstrong, and I'm a farmer in the valley. I've been farming here for 6 years, and I grew up in the valley. And I saw the property that I partially grew up on, owned by the Darien and Surrey family in Marble, preserved with the open space program. And I'm not here to comment about the open space lease process because I think that other people have more experience in that front. I just wanted to express my work with Alyssa and her value as a farmer in the valley. And I think that Alyssa has worked tirelessly for the ag community in a bunch of different aspects, and I've watched ACES, Rock Bottom, under her management increase their production and also increase how they're functioning. And I think that Alyssa is a very competent farmer that has the potential to definitely work with this lease and make a lot of great changes for not only her business but the land. And I also want to recognize that open space has had so much more of an increase in interest during this process. And we recognize that the popularity shows how vital this program has been to the valley. And like I said, I don't want to directly comment about the lease process, but I just want to ask the Board of County Commissioners to take Alyssa's experience and the time and changes that she has made into her life, into whatever decision that they may make during this meeting, and
also to express the increased interest in the open space process and ways that we can all make it more equitable and transparent, especially seeing the popularity of the program grow throughout the years. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ben. Okay, next up we have phone number ending in 0634. Please go ahead, *6 to unmute yourself, tell us your name and go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. This is Michael Thompson. I'm a resident of the Salt and a longtime advocate for the local food economy. I've been working with farmers in Paonia and Hotchkiss, farmers here. To answer the first gentleman whose comment was aired, there's plenty of teaching going on in the valley for any citizen who wants to, anyone who wants to enjoy that. At Sustainable Setting, Permaculture Institute, Farm Collaborative, they all do it. So that's important to know. Secondly, I've had a lot of experience with Picken County open space trails, and I love the program. We couldn't do, I couldn't buy 40% of my annual food needs locally without it. So I have great confidence and gratitude for it. And I think that if the Open Space and Trails Board and staff need to answer for transparency, that should be done in their meetings. As for this session with the BOCC, I believe that since Marigold Livestock scored highest and would have still scored highest if everyone had received universal high scores on their references, your mission should be clear. You should approve the application for this BOCC. And the Open Space and Trails Board should answer for their transparency. That's where this should take place. So, thanks very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, next up we have Daniel Sadowski. Please go ahead and unmute yourself or press *6.
All right, I've pressed buttons that should make me heard.
We
I'm
can
heard?
hear you, yes.
Wow, I'm on. Okay, here's the spotlight. I'm ready to go. Look it. I got some money right here that says it's a $100 bill, and it says that these folks who would love transparency from the OSCB about the selection process are never going to get it. I'm not going to ask, hey, am I right? Because I know they're never going to get it. I've been in meetings like this before, where the rabble is supposed to blow off steam, and after that they disappear. They go away, and you guys go on with your business. Well, good for you. You know, you've got an excellent program, a brilliant program, so brilliant that you should be able to look into the future a little bit and know that not only are the people who have been on the committees, who have been on the boards, who are familiar to you and are completely capable of handling this land, not only can they deal with this lease and do great things with agriculture, but some people you don't know are also in this valley too. And now is a real good time to heal this problem that the OSTB has, and certainly it reflects poorly on the BOCC as well. So I would strongly suggest that you get your lawyers and your interested parties folks who have been in agriculture a little bit and would like to see this be a brilliantly self-sustaining valley in a number of ways, and talk to the folks who appear to be adversaries right now, but in reality they are not. They want the valley to succeed agriculturally. Aaron has got a farm right across the street from me in Cerise Ranch. Visit occasionally, and geez, it's just great to see this going on in this valley. Of course, I've been in Rock Bottom Ranch many times, and it is a deep pleasure to see that there is success with agriculture in this valley. Reach out to the folks who seem to be your adversaries. They are not. Talk with them. Get some things straightened out. That's my takeaway from this. Hey, that was under 3 minutes.
Yes, it was. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Dan.
Thanks for the chance to talk.
Oh, we appreciate it. Okay, next we have Matt Roser. Please go ahead and press *6 to unmute yourself.
Unmute, okay. I'm Matt Razor. I own Green Walls Painting. I've been in the valley since 2001. What I'm hearing is not an issue of whether the program is a good program. It's a great program. I think everybody has supported agriculture and has done a fantastic job of taking Open County open space. And I hear a lot of Susan Brady and Alan Parker has done. He had a partnership with some of the Cerises and his company, and it sounds like everybody's done a great job. And what I hear though is a process that maybe can I say mistakes were made, or if it is true, the references were scored and not were not contacted. That's troubling. Only because if this is a model state program for the country, do we really want to move forward? Even if Alyssa's scores, I mean, it wasn't illegal, and even if the scores were higher than the other ones, it's still, in my mind, it's troubling as a business owner. Because if I go to get a lease, or if I go to get a loan, and I don't do everything that I'm supposed to do, I'm not going to get that loan, And if I don't, and it's also interesting to me to know that how long has Marigold been in business? I think that they have never been in business. They just they're completely brand new. I would never get a bridge contract, even though I'm a painting contractor, if I had never painted a bridge, even though I know how to paint industrial products. And here you have two companies that were Alan Parker's and Jose Miranda that have been in business for years. And Alyssa even said it's going to be very difficult. It's something not to be rushed into, getting her livestock genetics program up and running. So my concern is all those things, and I also hear something for a compromise, which is that if there seems like there's a lot of land out there, and there could be opportunity to have a mentorship program with all these parties, sit down and see if they can't work out an arrangement, to collaborate on the land. With the livestock that's been up there, Cerise's Alan Parker being a mentor to Alyssa because he knows the land very well. Jose has been in business for a long time. I know Jose. I work with his brother. I know. I don't know Alyssa, but I know Rock Bottom Ranch is a great program. It seems like in some way we could just find a way to, similar to what Dan said, sit down and maybe get all the parties together and see if we can't work out, the competitive bidding process doesn't really, seems to me, just creates a lot of contention, especially when, you know, if it is true that the references weren't called and scored, you know, like, and my last comment about that is, if you had a student in school and you said, I only cheated on 5% of the exam, you know, what ridiculousness would that be? And you say, well, you would have had a 95 anyway. You know, you only cheated on 5% of the exam. I'm not saying cheating went on, but it just seems like that's a question of integrity. And if it's a, you know, if it is a model program, we really want to move forward with questions of integrity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Razor. Okay, and again, a reminder, anyone on the phone, you can press *9 to raise your hand. I see phone number ending in 2532. Please press *6 to unmute yourself and say your name and go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi there, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Jennifer Guijarelli, and I'm calling in today in support of Marigold Livestock as the selected lessee for these open space leases. I am in my 9th season as a full-time farmer, and I've worked closely with Alyssa Barsanti since 2018 when I joined on at Rock Bottom Ranch to lead the livestock program underneath her. Even coming to the Valley with prior years of experience and formal training under my belt, working with Alyssa has made me a far better farmer and, frankly, a far better person by leading our team with competency, care, professionalism, innovation, and a keen sense of observation and adaptability. I have full faith in her ability to read and improve this open space land while building an exciting new business in our valley that will enrich the local food shed for our community. While I appreciate that light has been shed on the ways in which Pickens County can improve the transparency and articulation of their selection process, and I certainly hope the proposal of increased land made available to agricultural producers in the future is followed through, because clearly we sure do need it, I do trust in the decision and findings of the appeal process that Marigold would host the highest score regardless of references and is the most suitable candidate for these leases. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Jennifer. Okay, again, a reminder, if you wish to speak on this matter, please press *9 to raise your hand. I will give it another minute before we close the public hearing if there's no other members wishing to address the board. Okay, I see a hand from Adam Phillips. Go ahead and press *9 or *6 to unmute yourself, please.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yeah, we sure can.
Great. First of all, I'm going to call Alyssa by her first name. I've never met this woman. I just kind of feel bad for her, given I would personally feel really bad if my winning of a new lease was shrouded in a lot of controversy related to the endemic favoritism, somewhat nepotism at times, classism, but definitely not racism. I wouldn't say Pickens County's racist at all. Enshrouded in this whole thing, I guess my point goes back to what a number of other callers have said, in that it's kind of irrelevant how much she deserves this, given it's pretty clear the rules weren't followed. The rules that were set in place by the people voting were not followed. I'm not going to name names due to a certain level of fear among some applicants and references, but the references definitely were not called at any point. And I guess to keep it very brief, my challenge would be, you know, to the county and the open space committee. I think anyone that's lived in Pickens County for any length of time understands just kind of the inherent corruption in the system here. You know, everyone sees it this time. I would challenge you to actually do the right thing and at least redo the process following your own rules. I think that's quite fair. You know, I don't really have a dog in this fight. I just hate to see blatant corruption and go unchecked. So yeah, that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Adam. Okay, we'll wait again, see if there's anyone else who wishes to comment on the Glacier lease. Phone numbers, please press, or anyone, I guess, please press *9 to raise your hand if you're on the phone. And we'll give it a little more time before I close the hearing. Okay, I'm looking for a last call here before I close the public hearing on the Glacier agricultural lease. Going once, going twice. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing, and I'm going to bring it back to the board for discussion or any clarifying questions that you wish to ask. Steve.
So I have a couple of questions about the references part of the application. There are 5 different criteria. I'm not sure which one on the scoring sheet is the one for the references. Paul, could you fill us in on that?
Yes, give me a moment here. It was the 5% of the scoring criteria should be the second from last.
Criteria 4 out of 5.
Criteria 4, yeah, sorry. Thank you, John.
Okay. And then, Paul, another question about the references. Did you call any of the references of any of the applicants?
The only references that we did call were Alyssa's when we saw that she was the top based on the selection criteria. We called them just to follow up to make sure that everything she said was, accurate.
Okay, and of the other applicants, did you, chances are you knew a whole lot of the references that different people put down on their application. Is that true?
Well, me not personally, but I think the confusion came in when Director Gary Tannenbaum had said that he knew one of Jose's references and said that they had nothing but good things to say about Jose.
Well, that's my thought, that in this valley you would know. Somebody could put references, and you almost don't need to call them in many instances because you know that those are honest. You know that everybody's honest in the process, and you wouldn't necessarily even call references. I was just seeing how that was applied in this process.
Yeah, much like a job, we only called the references of those who came to the top. And as you heard, and when you listened to the minutes of the last meeting, the selection criteria can absolutely be more informed around that specific criteria. Right now it just says, please provide personal references that are familiar with your agricultural experience. And we essentially left that up to the selection committee to interpret that as they would. And we got different numbers, and that's one that we're definitely going to be looking at for this next round. But the case has been made, and the appeal has been made as well. So.
Okay, and Paul, one more question. I know that these leases, I think, are becoming more popular. This lease process compared to previous ones for various properties, were there a lot more applicants for this one? So a lot lot more to be reviewed?
I think the last time it went through, we had 4. So it's on a slow climb, but 4 is great in my opinion. I mean, it shows that we've got people who are looking to expand agriculture in this valley, and we're ready to support them when they come through.
Okay, thanks, Paul. That's all I have for now, right, Kelly?
Okay, Steve, thank you. Patty?
Yeah, I don't have questions, I have comments. Is it okay for me to?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I want to thank everybody for participating, all the public, either in written form or at the hearing today. I still have notes from the public comment that was allowed at our last meeting 2 weeks ago. But, there's definitely a theme, and I think the theme is we need to reevaluate this process moving forward. And I hope that everyone who had comments on either side of the, or in between and all the way through the gamut will participate in that public process. We want to learn. We want to learn from the positives. We want to learn from the not so positives. We want to bring this process up a notch because it is valuable. We heard that as a running theme today. We need this. We need local ag, sustainable ag. We need to use these lands to support that because that's a mission, I believe, of this Board of County Commissioners. So I am really looking forward, and I think we need to do it before we think about the opening up leases again in the fall. We need to have a clean process, reevaluate, see where we can improve the process we have before us so that we don't hear a running theme of these issues next time around. I am not going, at this point, I'm not ready to vote yet, but I want to hear from the rest of the Board of Commissioners. But I'm really leaning towards not rescoring. I want to move forward. I want to award this lease, but I'm going to call Dan Sadowski, who I've known for many years, on his $100 because I am not going to let this opportunity slip past us. The opportunity to bring the public into this process to help us revise the lease process, to be more transparent, to be cleaner, to be out there for everyone to see and take advantage of, in submitting their own applications with diversity and with stewardship and with a love of the land, which I think we all have in our hearts. So that's kind of where I am right now, and I'm looking forward to hearing from the rest of the board.
Thank you, Patty. Other questions or comments or discussion at this point? Francie?
Well, I was happy to see so many people involved in caring about agriculture in our valley, but I'm very unhappy to hear it's actually sort of partisanship. And I think, unfortunately, that's often the fallout with competitive bids or competitive teams or competitive anything else. It's becoming an increasing symptom of our society, and I think that these comments today have brought out some of the direction our society is going that make me really sad. I certainly don't think there's any corruption, and I'm shocked to hear that word applied to the OST. If they made the one mistake of not calling references, I would not call that corruption. It's a very heavy word, and I don't think it's appropriate in this place whatsoever. Just like I don't think the word racism last week was. I think it's gotten out of hand, the complaining about this process in sort of catchphrase expressions that are out there in the public now. And also, as far as references go, as an employer, I can tell you that people don't put down references that aren't going to say good things about them. Out of all the people I've called to check on to get a job at Family Burgers, I had one person who was put down as a reference say something a little bit questionable. You put down the people who are going to say good things about you. So if you have somebody who's qualified and has a significantly higher score than other people, you're not going to get a whole lot more information from references. They are generally used to make, after you've made up your mind, just like, okay, I'm just going to check and make sure, which they did. So I am going to vote today, seems like night by now. I think that OST has pretty much done what they said they were going to do. Maybe they could have done it more publicly. I'm not sure what that would look like. But I do think we should listen to some of the comments and perhaps redesign the system somewhat. But I'm pretty unhappy right now. And I really think that people should think twice before they hurl accusations at people who are trying really hard to do the right thing.
Thank you, Francie.
Thank you, Francie.
Other comments, Greg?
Yeah, thank you. I feel the same way you do, Francie. You know, it's not comfortable to have these accusations leveled to us, especially because I don't think they're coming from a position of actual knowledge. It's an emotional response, and I can understand it. In any competitive bid, you're going to have winners and you're going to have losers. I think I'll tell you right now, I'm going to support the selection of Alyssa because I honestly think she was absolutely the best choice. And it's possible that the selection committee was looking for the best modern practices for sustainable farming. And I think that, quite honestly, the other applicants didn't measure up. And that's why she won. That's what needs to be said and needs to be heard here. And I don't want to insult anyone, but it's really come down to, okay, let's get down to brass tacks. She was selected because she was the best choice. Okay? And it's just too bad, and I'm hoping and I wish the best for everyone else who applies, and I encourage them to apply again. But I'm hoping they can go forward and perhaps learn from the process as well, as we all will, and improve the way they make an application and perhaps look at the farming techniques that we're looking for, because I think there's a difference. So with that said, I also have to say I do think the process could be improved. No one likes that sort of criticism, and we absolutely owe it to the public to be as transparent and open and fair as possible. And it's not always possible, but we certainly owe it to them to try. We should be guaranteeing as much transparency as we can. So I think that's what it comes down to me. Let's improve the process. The stakes are much higher now than they were in the past, as we can see from all the demand. And so that justifies that we pay more attention. So I'm hoping that staff and the OST board go back and take a good look. I know you've seen it before. You'll do it again. But I think going forward, we really I would insist that we examine this again and make sure that we're clear. And I'm also going to reach out to the public, as Francie suggested and Patty has, that if you have a beef with open space, you have a beef with the process or anything with the community, I think you have an obligation as a citizen to share it. If you have to do it anonymously, go ahead and do it anonymously. But we can't assume that there's a silent majority of unhappy people out there who think that we're all corrupt. I won't stand for that. I don't want to hear it, and I certainly don't believe it. And it doesn't really help our process. So just to restate that, I'm going to support this selection, and I'm convinced that Alyssa's program is the best choice given the criteria. And I also will ask our staff and our open space board to review this process and share with us publicly what they've heard from the public and what they think, if anything, needs to be done to improve the process given the intense competition we're seeing now. And then I also want to engage them to please look for more ag land that we can put conservation easements on and create more ag land to create opportunities for these farmers. I'd like to see every one of them working the land here. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Steve, do you mind if I ask some clarifying questions? Is that okay? Just so I'll get mine in. Because I heard some new information today, and I think it would be helpful for me to have some clarity. The 2 points that were new to me were related to conversations around pre-application. And I just wondered if that was like sort of a general practice across the board, if we need to think about a pre-application advisement process for potential candidates. So there's that question. And then the second question has to do with just the appeal. process, I was not thinking about whether there could have been multiple appeals happening that might have raised different points. You know, I was clear on what Jose's appeal was related to, and that was what the appeal was limited to. But I'm not so clear on if other appeals were allowed to be raised that raised separate issues. So those are my two questions I'd like some clarification on, please.
Yep. Thanks, Kelly. To the pre-application point, folks contact me all the time to find out new opportunities or what's coming up, what kind of things that the open space or how the process works, that kind of thing, and I always engage in them. In fact, conducting a site visit with both Marigold and Rocking TT prior to the bids going out. All of our information is absolutely public and for, transparent. It's there, and we put it out there, and anybody who has questions can ask me. And I try and give everybody as much time as they need and ask every question in a consistent way, just because I know how the procurement, the general procurement process works. While I have these questions, sometimes I'll have them ask them in an email form so I can give a consistent answer and email them out to everybody who's put in a bid, that kind of thing. But yeah, we can look at that as far as this update moves forward, because I definitely don't take criticism as an attack. I welcome that for sure, and I'm happy that you all are behind both staff and Open Space and Trails Board to move forward with a policy update. But we can work that in if to make it more clear, to have a site visit or something prior. And pre-COVID, we did require site visits to the properties for people who were submitting bids, so they knew exactly what they were getting. And again, we could communicate a consistent answer and not get caught in this, well, you told me this Tuesday, but you told this guy Thursday kind of thing. And then the appeal, that as soon as the appeal process takes over, I turn that over to the procurement department. So I'm sorry, I don't know where that goes. The only thing I can offer is that the remedy is the same for each appeal. Mm-hmm. And in this case, the process was followed, and there was no need for a rescoring of applications. So that's...
John or Rye, do you want to weigh in on that? Yeah, that's okay. John or Rye, do you want to weigh in on that a little bit? Like, I guess I'm just confused if multiple appeals could have been happening on this, or if one precludes the other or anything like that.
Yeah, no, I'll let John jump in, and then I'll just, I don't have any details about the specific process here with regard to that, but there is nothing preventing more than one appeal from taking place or one person objecting.
Okay.
Yeah, and I was going to say the same thing. I know I received one appeal to review by there is a timeline specified. I don't have that right in front of me. That appeals need to be submitted within. And I am not aware of any of the discussions that were referenced in the public comment.
Okay, thank you. All right, Steve, you want to go ahead?
Okay, thank you. I'm also going to stand behind the decision that was made on this lease agreement. Several points to make. Number one, I didn't add up my years very well, but there are actually 5 full growing seasons in the lease as it's written, with a deadline, the termination at the end of 2025. So we don't have to change that. There are 5 full growing seasons on the lease. The fact that the appeal was made and then a process was followed with John Peacock, who I have the utmost confidence in making an objective decision on, looking into it and making a good decision on saying, upholding the decision that was made. And then the fact that the hearing officer also came to the same decision, to me indicates that the process was followed, maybe not perfectly, but there is human fallibility in everything. But the OST staff followed the right procedure. The procedure is somewhat flawed, as we've seen, and can be improved. But I'm not going to second guess the two people who looked very extensively into it, John Peacock and the hearing officer. I'd also like to point out that the person who came in second place on the lease process was Temple Glacier. Alec Parker and his proposal, and Jose Miranda and his proposal came in farther down the list. So, and we didn't hear from Temple Glacier today. She was the one who perhaps could have gained by appealing and winning an appeal, because her points were not that far behind where Alyssa's were. So I have some thoughts on how we could improve the process going forward. I think my main one that I would make, and I've suggested this to the commissioners before, but I sincerely believe that we need to create an agricultural advisory committee to advise the county commissioners on various matters. And what I have proposed is that we take the Ag Building Review Committee and keep that as one of the duties that committee would look at, Ag Building Review like they do now, but that they also would advise on any other number of agricultural things that come up from time to time. That they could fully participate, they could be members of the review committee for ag leases, realizing that some of the people on the committee probably would have to recuse themselves because they might be the ones actually making the applications for ag leases. But I think it would benefit the OST board to be able to benefit from an ag review committee to help on the ag leases. The commissioners for sure would benefit from hearing from people who are involved in agriculture in the valley, who have tons of experience. That Francie and I are the two who have a lot of ag experience. But I'm learning things new all the time from the young people who are involved in agriculture. Many of them know, I maybe know more about a cow-calf operation than they do, but they know a heck of a lot more about growing vegetables and row crops and drip irrigation and a whole variety of things like that. And one more thought, a triangle piece of land down near the Hook Spur Road. I was actually surprised that was not part of the lease, because as I recall, that seemed to be a very well irrigated and a good piece of land that could be leased. And it used to be a separate lease just for that triangle, and I think the proposal was going to be to grow fruit trees on there, and I don't think nothing ever came of that. But I think that maybe we should look at carving out that triangle piece and going ahead and holding a separate lease RFP just for that one, provided it can get adequate water there before we redo the whole irrigation system. So I'm going to stop my comments there. Thank you.
Okay, and I haven't made any comments, so I guess I'll jump in here. And, one of the things I think and thank you to the many members of the public who've called in. We haven't had quite a rich public hearing like this in a long time. So I appreciate all your input on this important topic. And, I think one of the things that's sort of hasn't been articulated clearly, but the connection that I'm drawing a little bit with regards to the criticism about the references is that, references might be able to fill in the broader picture, and references maybe could result in a higher allocation of points in other categories. So like I'm looking at, please describe your agricultural background. That is a category of which 15% of a score is allocated. Maybe I'm not really good at writing applications. Like maybe I'm not really good at interviewing. I can think of times in my past life, that I haven't had a great day. I've been rushed on my application for something I've wanted, or I haven't had a great day. And, my hope is that my reference can give a bang up reference for me to like help fill in some of that gap, or maybe give stories and illustrations of my experience that I might have missed. And so, that opportunity to fill in that picture was sort of excluded from this process. And I totally understand the arguments of like, looking at the references of the people who rise to the top, but there weren't that many in this case. We weren't talking about like 100 applicants that got called down to a first tier and then a second tier and then a final tier. So I do think that was missed. I think that was a missed opportunity there, and that to me is where perhaps maybe an outcome would have been different. I didn't go through and rescore everything under those implications if everybody had scored highest or lowest or something in the agricultural background. But I'm gonna issue like a protest no vote on this, not because I don't think Alyssa is qualified. I wish her success. I hope for her success. I hope for all of her outcomes delivered, supremely. But I just think there's been enough here where this process just really missed some I's and T's for me, and we just need to be better about it. Like there's a professionalism here that I think we know now needs, like, the bar is raised, and we just had, like Paul said, some blind spots just about the fact that we have opportunities for land in the most expensive real estate market in the country, and opportunities for water in a water short west. So those kind of broader needs, I think, should have made us realize that we have to be of the highest integrity and above board at every step in this process. And I know we know that now, and this is and I believe everybody has acted in their good faith. But I do want to recognize all the folks that have raised the criticisms and just really, have lost out on this process. So that's going to be my protest vote, I think. Patty.
Yeah. Again, I'm just going to reiterate, I think the fact that we've heard the whole gamut here on both sides of the process itself, and I think we've all taken that to heart, and I think we'll move forward on that as soon as possible to revise the process, to make it more transparent, to make it more clear, to put it out there to the entire community in an understanding manner. And I appreciate Kelly's point about references and that, but be that as it may, in my mind, it doesn't justify, in my mind, a no vote, protest or not, or philosophical. We used to call when Michael Owsley used to be, and Jack were our philosophical no votes all the time. I'm sure staff will remember that. But I'm going to move forward, and I'm actually, if it's okay with the chair, I'm going to offer a motion to approve an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners in Pickens County authorizing an agricultural lease for the Glacier open space between the Board of County Commissioners and Marigold Livestock Company. And when I get a second, I have one more comment, so.
Okay, is there a second out there? Who's faster?
I'll second it.
And my final comment will be, again, I appreciate the concerns about transparency. I don't believe that anything was done in a corrupt nature, but going back again to Dan Sadowski, I plan to ensure, and I think the rest of the members of the Board of County Commissioners will move forward on reviewing this process, and we will do so in a very diligent, transparent manner, and bring the community to the table with us when we do so.
Is there further discussion? Greg?
I just want to thank Patty for saying that. Well said, Patty. I agree, and I'm ready to move forward.
Thanks,
Okay.
Greg.
And I am just going to do a voice vote on the, or a roll call on this one for the minutes and everything, and I'll start with District 5. So Francie Jacober.
I support the motion.
Thank you. Steve Child.
Aye.
Greg Poshman.
Aye.
I myself, Kelly McNicholas Curry, I'm going to vote no. And Patty Clapper.
I'm voting yes. And again, thanks to all the community that took the time to participate.
Okay, thank you all. Let's see. We'll finish up our OST, then we'll take a small break before we go into land use so our OST folks can get out of here. All right, we're moving on to item number 8, ordinance of the BOCC approving the CDOT and open space and trails right-of-way lease for North Star Preserve. All right, Dale.
There she is.
And Jesse, hi.
Hi, I'll let Dale start us off.
Well, hopefully my internet connection will hang in there. And thank you, Kelly. I'm Dale Will. I'm the Acquisition and Special Projects Director for Open Space and Trails. And we had a pretty good discussion about this lease at the last meeting, but for those that weren't there, this lease is an outgrowth of the recent revision of the North Star Management Plan. And in going through that, we've determined that it would be helpful if we could supervise the parking areas on the side of Highway 82 that are used to access the North Star Preserve, and probably most importantly the river sports that go on through the preserve. And the
Sorry, Francie, we're going to mute you. All right, go ahead, Dale. Sorry.
The lease that we have in front of you to approve is one that staff have worked on for a while with CDOT. Everything with CDOT takes a lot of precision, and Rye and Jesse and I have been working with them to get this where they want it. But essentially, for the public, the concept here is that there are wide spots on the side of the highway that we currently can't really supervise with our ranger program or provide any kind of improvements with facilities because they're part of the highway right-of-way. And CDOT is willing to enter into a lease with the county that would put these parking areas under the supervision of the open space department so that ongoing concerns about congestion at the takeout off the river and that sort of thing can be managed by our department with our planners like Jesse and our rangers to keep an eye on things. And Jesse, do you have more to add to that?
I think that covers it. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any question? Anyone floating the North Star Preserve yet?
They are.
Oh my, okay. Greg and then Steve.
Just wanted to ask, what is the actual burden on open space from taking this on? We're not relieving the Colorado State Patrol or the Pitkin County Sheriff from doing their job that they would normally do on a stretch of highway, or parking off the side of it. If somebody's parked in a bad place and are causing a danger, whose problem is that? Is that going to be open space's problem? Is it going to be the sheriff's problem? Just wondering, do we have to worry about division of responsibility now along with this, or is this just going to make it easier in the parking areas?
Well, right now, open space rangers do not have the authority to ticket or enforce within that area. So they would have to call in a sheriff And so with this lease, that would facilitate them in being able to issue an open space ticket, which has two benefits. One is our open space tickets are a little bit more significant of a fee or a fine than the sheriff's tickets, which might deter people a little bit more than a $20 ticket within the right of way. And then, you know, our rangers are out there daily and can kind of keep things in check more readily than having to call.
I believe the sheriff's department would still have jurisdiction to be able to enforce on those properties in addition to that.
Yeah.
Steve?
Would there be any physical changes to in the right-of-way that you would have to make to kind of delineate the parking areas or anything, or are you able to do it just as is on the ground right now?
So this lease will facilitate us being able to make those infrastructure changes to kind of clean up the parking area and formalize it in the existing areas. So it wouldn't be opening up new areas, but at the north parking lot that we referenced, and then the beach area. I guess the beach area would be more of a new development. Right now it's all people just pulling off and getting their wheels just beyond the white line. So that's one area where we would formalize a parking spot with infrastructure improvements, and then improving down at the Southgate area as well. So there will be infrastructure improvements to make and pulling off and onto the highway more safe.
Okay, any other questions? Greg?
Yeah, thank you. Just thinking about that, you know, formalizing parking areas and you know, the beach, you know, it's going to be more about the beach than it is about the nature preserve. And I have to remember back to when we considered it to be a nature preserve. And I'm concerned that, are we going to make certain that we're communicating to the public, given these new amenities and this new ability to recreate there, that we still have, consider it, or many people do, to be a nature preserve, which implies quiet and you know, all the things you would do, you know, with packing out trash and being mindful of wildlife and, you know, respecting the boundaries where on the other side of the river, for instance. I'm concerned that it won't be remembered as a nature preserve, and I'm wondering if we're doing everything we can to keep that in people's minds as they enjoy the place.
Yeah, and this is just one element and one part of our larger management plan for the area for the next 5 years, and certainly all of the things that you hit on are within that plan. And formalizing the parking in this area or in these various areas, I don't think will change our approach to that, or even increase access substantially. You know, we might be able to squeeze in a few more parking spots, but we're not looking at kind of paving paradise or paving the nature preserve to kind of put access into there. So those are all things that continue to be priorities for our department in this area, which we do still consider to be a nature preserve, and promote those values. So.
Okay, other questions for Dale or Jesse? All right, I'm going to open the public hearing on this item. If there's any members of the public who wish to comment on our ordinance that approves a right-of-way lease between CDOT and Open Space and Trails for the North Star Preserve, please go ahead and raise your hand by pressing *9. Okay, I'm not seeing any members of the public who wish to comment on this item, so I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for a motion and further discussion. Steve?
I'll move to approve an ordinance of the board authorizing the acceptance of a lease agreement with CDOT for the right-of-way adjacent to the North Star Preserve.
I'll second that.
All right, I have a motion from Steve, a second I'll give to Greg. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for that presentation.
Well, the last one here,
One more step.
yep, before land use, we have the ordinance for a similar lease, approving a right-of-way lease for between CDOT and Pickens County Open Space and Trails for Penny Hot Springs. And Dale and Jesse, please tell us about this.
Well, I'll jump in briefly. This is the same story, but in a different location. It's the same in as much as we've got a highway pullout that really needs to be supervised that is adjacent one of the county's open spaces. In this case, the draw for the public is the hot spring rather than the river sports. And it's also got a nature preserve that's primarily, in this case, on the other side of the river. Unfortunately, we don't have as much intrusion in this nature preserve into the other more sensitive areas. But this lease would allow our rangers and our planners to supervise the highway pullout. We've already done a little bit of that with the installation of a porta potty up there, and it's also the result of a management planning process that Jesse can speak about in detail.
All right, Jesse, do you want to jump in? Anything further to?
Sure, I'll just supplement what Dale said, just that we had a steering committee run this process, and this was one of their recommendations. So the improvements that we would be looking at here are kind of both formalizing the parking area and then consolidating the access points, because the hillside is eroding, and working with Healthy Rivers and Streams Board on generating some ideas to kind of improve the eroding riverbank in this area, and then kind of interpretive signage, that sort of thing, to help spread the awareness and encourage people to take ownership and steward this area in the way that we'd like to see. So those are kind of the anticipated improvements that we'd be looking at, that this lease would facilitate, as well as all the enforcement capabilities for the rangers, which is a big aspect of that.
Great, thank you. Questions for Jesse or Dale? Okay, I'm not seeing any. This is also a public hearing, so we'll go ahead and open the public hearing for members of the public who wish to comment on the ordinance of the right-of-way lease between CDOT and Pickens County Open Space for Penny Hot Springs. And if you wish to speak, please press *9 to raise your hand. Okay, we'll just give it a few more seconds to see if anyone wishes to comment. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing on this item and bring it back to the board for a motion and discussion. Greg.
I'll make a motion that we approve the Colorado Department of Transportation and Pickens County Open Space and Trails right-of-way leases for Penny Hot Springs.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Steve.
So the first time I went to the Penny Hot Springs was in about 1955 when the bathhouse was there. And the pool was, I think, marble slabs created a pool with only the hot water in and no cold water mixed in with the hot water. It was very hot water to get into. That was my first experience walking from the Avalanche Ranch on just a little tiny gravel road all the way up to Penny Hot Springs. I am so thankful that Pickens County is taking a different tactic to dealing with hot springs than has been done in Garfield County, where the city of Glenwood Springs I think they bulldozed the South Canyon hot springs up by their landfill, and CDOT wiped out the hobo pots where the water from the hot springs pool emptied into really wonderful pools by the river. So I'm so thankful that we are more enlightened in Pitkin County and maintaining our hot springs and trying to manage them as best we can, because there are more people coming there because these other ones have been taken away from us. So that it puts more pressure on the hot springs that we do have. So, this is a good step. Our management of it is evolving. I hope we're successful in the long run to, solve the issues that are there and be able to keep it open forever. Thank you.
Well, and I'll just say, Steve, I'm grateful for Steve's glimpses into history, and you are a Pickens County treasure too. So with that, any further discussion? Francie.
Yeah, I remember when we used to have to be human egg beaters just to get the cold water to come in so you could actually get in it. And I'm really happy that Pickens County is going to be monitoring this, because it can be quite a scene there sometimes. And the outhouse is really a blessing, considering the trash that's been around there in the past. Anyway, so yeah, thank you, Open Space and Trails, for taking this on. It's going to make that part of the valley better. And I agree, Steve, it's really important that we preserve our hot springs.
All right. With that, I'll call the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay.
Aye.
Thank you, guys.
Board, let's take a break. How long would you like before we dive into our land use hearing? 15 minutes? 10?
Let's do 10.
10 minutes? Okay.
Especially if you're
We'll
planning
round
to
it up a
do-
little to 12. We'll come back at 4:40. All right, thank you. Grassroots will be back at 4:40. Thank you.
Yeah, especially if you want to be done by 5, Kelly.
Okay, welcome back everyone to the Picken County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, May 12th. We are getting to the bottom of our agenda where we're going to start our land use public hearings. We have one item today regarding Emma Fields LLC, a special review use activity and site plan review. And I will check in and see if Leslie Lamont from Community Development is here to present with us or to us today. Hi, Leslie.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Are you ready? Kelly?
Yes? We can hear you fine. Yes, thank you, Leslie.
Great. So, just a quick housekeeping item. I did receive the public notice of affidavit, and that was submitted if complies with our requirements for public notice. So, about a year ago, the board considered a similar proposal on the same topic. I'll review the proposal, noting what has changed, and turn the presentation over to Chris Bendon and his team, who are representing the applicant, Dr. Matt Patel. Today's review process is a one-step special review use that requires BOCC review and approval via a resolution. This is a public hearing, and public comment received thus far was in your packet. I did receive an email today from Michael Coop, and it's pretty short. So with your permission, I thought I would just read it into the record. I did send it to Charlotte and Jeanette for the files as well. Is that okay, Kelly?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So I understand there's a meeting today where the Emma Fields Distillery proposal special use permit will be considered by the BOCC. Unfortunately, I have a conflict and I'm unable to attend for public comment. I live in Holland Hills neighborhood, adjacent to the property. I'm also on the board of directors of the Holland Hills Metro District. The Metro District has already provided a letter expressing our concerns and requesting protections for water. Personally, I have two questions that I'm hoping you can forward to the BOCC for their consideration, also related to water. Number one, Emma Fields Group has proposed well water usage of 15 gallons per minute with a maximum per day, 3,600 gallons per day. An average household uses 100 to 300 gallons per day. Let's assume that is the equivalent of putting 18 homes on this 8-acre property. Can we be confident that amount of well water usage won't impact the water supply of existing neighbors? Second question, Emma Fields has stated that the 3,600 gallons per day is their maximum usage. If the project is approved, are there protections and monitoring that can be put in place with the special use permit or other means to ensure that the distillery is held to their stated maximum usage? Thank you, Michael Coop.
Okay. Thanks, Leslie. And before you start, I just want to let members of the public who are hoping to participate know how the hearing will proceed. What we'll do is Leslie and other staff at her request will present to the board the application, and then we'll invite the applicant and applicant's representatives to present to the board. BOCC members will ask questions of staff and applicant, and then we'll go ahead to the public hearing where we ask for public comment limited to 3 minutes per person, and I'll give you some instructions on how to unmute yourself and raise your hand for all of that. Once everyone's had the opportunity to make their public comment, we'll go ahead and close the hearing and bring it back to commissioners to ask any clarifying questions, have discussion on the application, and then we will cast our vote or continue the hearing if we need to at that time. So with that, I'll turn it back to Leslie. Thank you.
Okay. So I've put up on my screen for you a screenshot of the property. I know the board is very familiar with this property, but Francie, you weren't on the board last year when they considered it. So this is the property, and it's zoned unclassified, and it is the only property in Pitkin County zoned as such. The property is a part of land just off of Highway 82. So right here is the pedestrian bike bridge that crosses over Highway 82 just south of the town of BOCC. Just 2.5 miles south of the town. Interestingly, the property was 10 acres until 1998. The expansion of the highway took 1 acre, and a lot line adjustment with the Hoagland Ranch PUD took another acre. Except for this area here, which is zoned AHPUD, this area in here, and this property over here. So about this area right here is zoned AHPUD. All the rest of the surrounding properties are zoned AR10. Water is provided via a well, and sewer is handled by an on-site wastewater system. There is about 16,550 square feet of improvements on the site. A hay barn, a garage, a shop with a caretaker dwelling unit, and an office and storage space. There is no active use on the property today. The property has some history. Boise Cascade and then High Country Lumber operated a retail lumber yard on site from 1966 to 1989. In 2006, the BOCC found the existing landscaping High Country Tree Gallery operation to be a legal non-conforming use and approved conditions on the business such as a maximum number of employees, a maximum number of vehicles that could be on site, and hours of operation. In 2008, the Community Development Director approved an administrative decision for activity envelope and site plan review, caretaker dwelling unit, and a GMQS exemption to replace the existing structures. The proposed replacement of the buildings complied with Section 9 of the code, which allows expansion, restoration, demolition, and replacement of legal non-conforming structures as long as the activity does not increase the non-conformity. The current owner of the property, Four Seasons LLC, did not act on those 2008 approvals, so they have lapsed. The landscaping business has closed and the property is for sale. So the applicant, Emma Fields LLC, proposes to develop a distillery on the property for production purposes only. No tasting room or restaurant are proposed on the site. Last year, the applicant proposed a text amendment to the unclassified zone district. The text amendment was not accepted by the board at first reading. Today's proposal does not include a text amendment. The applicant was required to obtain a federal permit from the Department of Treasury, Alcohol and Tobacco Tax and Trade Bureau for the operation. Dr. Patel has issued a permit and has applied for a special review use. In the unclassified zone district, one of the items permitted by special review use is use. It's down here. This is from the unclassified zone district in the code. These are the special review uses that can be allowed via special review. And one of those uses is uses, activities, and facilities permitted by special use permit issued by federal agencies. So therefore, this current review process is a special review use by the BOCC. In addition, the applicant in this current application has requested activity envelope and site plan review. Unlike the last review, this application includes detailed site plan and design details of the proposed building. The applicant also proposes adding 2 residential dwelling units to the property for employees of the distillery, which also requires special review. There's our employee dwelling. A GMQS exemption review is required as the applicant proposes to demolish all the existing buildings on site and replace those buildings with new buildings to support the distillery and the 2 new residences. As I said, there is roughly 16,553 square feet of improvements on the property today. The applicant proposes to reconstruct 14,950 square feet. The applicant does not own the property but has it under contract. If special review is approved, then he will pursue purchase of the property. As I said in my memo that you guys all got in your packet, the applicant proposes to establish an agricultural-based distillery to distill, produce, and store the products on site. The facility will use locally sourced ingredients. The facility will be accessed by a private gate and generally not open to the public. All visitors must be registered guests to ensure compliance with the access limitations. The applicant is not seeking an expansion of the historical commercial use. It's seeking a new special review use for the purpose of operating distillery, adding 2 employee housing units. The applicant proposes to utilize the existing activity zones that were defined in the 2006 BOCC resolution. So, again, this was part of the 2006 BOCC approval. So zones A and B are to be left open pasture land. All activity and development is proposed to be here in Zone C and in Zone D. Zone C will include all the buildings, the 2 residential units, parking, and Zone A and B, which is roughly 3 to 4 acres, will be used for crop production. The applicant's proposal is a reduction in the number of full-time employees and vehicles from the previous BOCC approval. The applicant proposes 6 full-time employees and 8 vehicles. In 2006, the approval was for 20 FTEs and 22 vehicles on site. The number of vehicles and FTEs is expected to increase during bottling and full facility operation for a total of 10 FTEs and 12 vehicles. Deliveries of product and equipment will be made to the site. Therefore, staff requested a traffic analysis based upon that business model. And an SGM traffic analysis found that the estimated trip generation of this proposed use will be less than 25% of what was approved in the 2006 proposal. Will be 25% less than what was approved in the 2006 proposal. That report is included in the application that was in your packet. And as stated in the application and a condition in the resolution, this facility will not be open to the public or available for private events. The applicant also commits to maintaining the time limitations imposed in the 2006 approval and commits that activities on Saturdays and Sundays for the entire site will be limited to irrigation and non-motorized maintenance. And those are also conditions of approval in the resolution. Water quantity and quality is a significant concern of the neighbors. The application included a revised water supply and wastewater treatment report. That was provided in your packet, attachment G. And then I also, on Monday, made sure that you got an additional revision to that report that clarified a little bit more that drip irrigation will be used for irrigating around the property, that the permit, the well has been properly located now. The existing well has been properly located with the permit. And then I'll let the applicant clarify. There was a 3rd or 4th thing about that revision to you in that revised report that I sent to you on Monday. Condition number 7 of the resolution requires the applicant to demonstrate that the correct permits have been secured for the proposed use. Because this is a special review, conditions number 8 and 9 in your resolution require an annual Board of County Commissioner review, and that review shall consider the number of FTEs and vehicle trip generation, odor and noise, limitations on public access, existing storage, irrigation of the 4 acres for crop production, groundwater quality and quantity monitoring, landscape amenities, and any other representations that are made by the applicant. So, unlike the previous proposal, the applicant proposes to construct 2 residential dwelling units on the property. In the submitted application, the applicant proposed to construct a caretaker dwelling unit of 1,000 square feet and a small free market unit of 1,200 square feet. Staff does not support the free market unit. While there is a history of multiple illegal dwelling units on the property and an approval in 2008 for a caretaker dwelling unit, there is no history of a free market dwelling unit on the property. However, staff does support housing for employees of the distillery. Therefore, the resolution and memo in your packet considers a special review use for 2 deed-restricted residential dwelling units. Between the time the packet was sent out to you and now, we, staff, and the applicant have discussed the stipulations of the land use code and the desire for employee dwelling units of the property. I didn't quite get it right in the memo and the reso where I was going in the code, and so we've had time to refine that. So section 8-30-70 of the land use code allows an applicant to provide deed-restricted employee housing instead of paying the housing impact fee if this is approved by the BOCC. The code requires a deed restriction recorded against the property that requires that the units must always be occupied and occupied by employees. Employee housing is a special review use in the unclassified zone district. Therefore, staff is recommending that the BOCC approve the construction of 2 deed-restricted employee housing units per section 8-30-70 of the land use code. Because we refined the ability to add 2 residents to the property, I needed to revise the resolution from what is in your packet, which we can review later in this meeting. Plus, there are some other revisions to the resolution that both Chris and I will want to review with you at the appropriate time today. Activity and site plan review are also part of this review. Unlike the previous review, the applicant's team has developed a site plan and identified an activity envelope for the property, which is also part of this review. The site plan is in your packet, attachment D, and I assume the applicant is going to pull up that site plan and walk you all through that. The site plan locates buildings, identifies the size of each building, and locates other aspects of the project, such as access, parking, the leach field, etc. Design details, including materials and colors, have also been submitted with details of the building. The applicant's team will review those details with you. So, staff recommends approval of this special review use, finding that the number of employees and vehicles is less than previously approved. The proposal is consistent with the Down Valley Comprehensive Plan, and that is not an expansion of the previously approved uses, and preserves approximately 37% of the land for crop production. It is also consistent with the interim guidelines of the BOCC 2020 Master Plan, and is a compatible use with the adjacent neighborhood, serving as a transition and a buffer from the busy highway into the residential neighborhood. Proposed use within the unclassified zone district is consistent with the allowed and special review uses of the zone district. The unclassified zone district contains a mixture of uses that are both allowed and allowed by special review. The allowed uses range from agricultural related uses, farm buildings and accessory buildings, construction, single-family home, parks and playgrounds. Special review uses for this zone district range from logging, equipment, supplies, and contraction and subcontraction, mineral exploration and mining, concrete batch plants to retirement homes. Also recommends approval of the special review use for 2 employee dwelling units. GQS exemption for replacement of existing floor area, and approval of activity envelope and site plan review. So I'm done. Any questions?
All right, questions for Leslie at this point? Patty?
Yeah, Leslie, I have a question on attachment B, which is the unclassified zone district you were just actually referring to under special review uses. Under prohibited uses, number 19, it states offices are a prohibited use in this zone district. So can you tell me the difference in definition of an office as they're proposing in this application versus another type of office, or is it a prohibited use?
I would read that and interpret that as an office building as a principal use of the property versus an administrative office that is accessory to the principal use, which we are considering the distillery the principal use of the property.
Okay, do we have a legal interpretation of that? I tend to agree with you. I just want to make sure we're clear that it doesn't come back and haunt us.
Hi.
Hi, John.
I agree with Leslie.
Okay, then I agree with both of you. Thank you.
Francie?
I thought I read somewhere in here, of course I can't find it right now, but that it said that the CDU had to be sold to an employee. And I'm wondering how that fits in with, if I read it right, if it fits in with the land use code. Did it say that, or?
Yeah. John, do you want me to start?
Sure.
I'll start with this. So Francie, if you recall a little bit earlier, I said that we have refined how we're looking at, we refined how the code allows 2 dwelling units to be on the property. Because as I said, staff did not support the free market unit on the property. Before we put our heads together, really look hard at the code, there's a section of the code that allows a for sale employee dwelling unit, fully deed restricted employee dwelling unit, to be located outside of the urban growth boundary as a for sale unit. So my memo and the reso, I talked about a caretaker dwelling unit, which is an accessory use. All zone districts in the county allow caretaker dwelling units by special review. And then I was recommending that the second be a fully deed restricted for sale unit. That was problematic for the applicant because they didn't want to have to sell the unit. They didn't want to lose an employee who was living in the unit, but that employee bought the unit, but the employee no longer works for them.
Mm-hmm.
And so when we looked at section 8-30-70 of the land use code, which is your housing impact fee section, the housing impact fee section allows via special review by the BOCC for deed restricted employee housing units to be located on and constructed by an applicant in lieu of a housing impact fee.
Right.
So that's the biggest shift in revision to this resolution that I'm talking about today versus what you saw in my memo and my resolution.
Okay, so that lot where the CDU would be, that would be available to an employee of the distillery, would be severed from the rest of the property?
No, this is all one lot. These lots one lot, and the two residential units will be rental units to be rented to employees of the distillery.
Oh, rented to, not sold to.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, well, that's totally different. Okay, and then what happens if the business fails to the land use of this area? I mean, you know, businesses are touch and go, and I would imagine a distillery would be high on the go list.
Well, if the business, there's two answers to that question. So we're requiring a deed restriction to be recorded on the property for the two rental units. If the business goes away, then there will be language in the deed restriction itself that talks about the ability to modify or remove the deed restriction. If the business goes away, it would ultimately depend upon what the next proposal is for the property. Someone could come in and say, I want to do a single family home on these 8 acres. The use review process for something like that would be a change in use review. And we would then look at being proposed, what is their square footage, things like that. And this is very similar to what happened, you know, in 2006 and 2008. The nursery and landscaping contracting business was approved by the board and then by the staff. And when that business stopped and the property owner put the property in the market, we received multiple requests from people looking to buy the property. What can we do? What can we do? What can we do? And our basis first in telling people what they could do is, well, this was what was approved. And if you want to go with what was approved and not expand the use, you could do that. Or nobody came to us, can we tear it all down and build a single family home? That was never a question, but that could be. You know, that remains to be seen.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you, Leslie.
Other questions for Leslie? Okay, I'm not seeing any at this point. Oh, Greg.
Thank you. Just looking at reading the application, I don't want to go into detail here, but it seems like this property has had trouble in the past. Just, you know, things that have gone wrong there or left to go to die. You know, the various attempts to do things in this property haven't really worked, and I get a sense there's a feeling of sour grapes on the part or trepidation on the part of the neighbors about what has happened there. And I have to say, I'm impressed with what I've seen in this application in trying to answer the concerns. And the biggest one really is water, and I know we're going to get to that. I don't think I have any questions about the development application as you've described it. So I guess I can wait for the water conversation, but I guess it's the assurances that I'm looking for. I see the town of Basalt has approved it, given that the county pay attention and make sure that all the assurances are held, you know, every year or reviewed enough so that we can be certain that the assurances are kept. I'm concerned also just about I don't know. I'm wondering. I don't know if you can tell me this or not, Leslie, but I get the impression the neighbors don't want anything to happen there. You know, even agriculture wouldn't be acceptable, and it makes me really concerned. That's an agricultural part of the valley, and it's also been a commercial part of the valley. So I'm trying to wrap my head around where we stand with the people who are protesting it at this point. You know, do we have legitimate concerns about water use? It seems that those questions have been answered. Might be too soon for my comments, but I just wanted to put that out there. I'm wondering, this is starting to look like a very thorough application now. And are there any big question marks regarding water in your mind, or ag use, for instance, that we should be talking about?
I think we'll hear more from the applicant, and I'll make sure we flag that question so that it gets answered. Greg?
Thank you. Sorry for my inarticulate.
No, it's getting
comment
late. I get
at the
it.
end of the day.
I saw Francie's hand and then Patty.
I just wanted to let you guys know, I was there last night, and I agree with Greg that this seems like a really viable application, that it's very well presented and seems to have thought things through really well. And it's my feeling that most people in Pitkin County don't want things to be different than when they got here. And so there's always going to be opposition to a change in land use, no matter what it is. That's all.
Patty?
So Leslie, getting back to the housing issue, so the applicant is proposing technically less square footage, less employees, less employee generation. So is the applicant required to pay a housing mitigation fee?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to clarify that. So if we're going to look at that part of the code to allow these caretaker, well, these 2 units, they're not CDUs technically, they're 2 employee housing units. I just want to make sure that we can do that in lieu of the fee, and we can do that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions before we turn it over? All right, Leslie, are you ready to turn it over to the applicant's team? Okay.
Yeah. Oh, let me stop sharing.
Okay, and Chris Benden, are you taking the lead on this? Nice to see you.
Yes, I am. Nice
Okay.
to see you, Kelly. Chris Benden with Benden Adams here on behalf of the applicant. I first want to ask, Madam Chairman, how we're doing on timing and when the board turns to pumpkins, because I know we're late today.
That's about an hour ago.
You know, we will, yeah. Our board has stamina. We will give the issues their thorough due. But, you know, you can probably glaze a little bit over some of the fancier slides and focus on the substantive ones.
Okay, will do. We'll be quick. Appreciate your stamina. We'll be quick.
Thanks, Chris.
I'm going to start by sharing my screen. Okay, you should see a picture of a building.
We do.
Okay, all right, that's our building. Thanks for your stamina again. We are here talking about the property that is known as 100 and or 165 Hoagland Ranch Road, depending on who you talk to and which record you look at the county. The property is, as was just discussed, in some state of disrepair, and Greg is right that the neighbors are not thrilled with that whole thing. It does have a history of commercial activity, the lumber yard, the landscape yard, and I think, Greg, you're right, there is some trepidation around the kind of history of how it's been maintained. Our proposal provides for a complete repurposing of the property with all new buildings, so it starts with demolition. That's one thing that I can say that the neighbors were glad to hear about when we did talk about that piece. As Leslie mentioned, the project was heard before. It was a different set of requests and a different review. There was various concerns raised, and the review itself was tabled. Since then, we have really kind of completely dissected the proposal and realigned various pieces and parts in response to those concerns. And there was a lot of homework that, frankly, we needed to do, and we've gone ahead and done that work and been much more intentional and purposeful and specific about the proposal, including talking with groups like CORE, the Roaring Fork Conservancy, the Town of Basalt, and of course, our neighbors. On the technical side, our work involved being more specific about the actual traffic impacts that we should expect, the actual impacts to water systems and wells in the area, and having more productive relationships with our neighbors. By way of example, and we'll talk more about water, our initial water well testing was done in June of 2020. and that's kind of the time when there's water everywhere, and doesn't provide a lot of reassurance to the neighbors. So we did testing during January and really stress tested well at the point where the river is at its lowest and the groundwater is at its lowest point. Just a kind of a administrative point, Alan Leak is trying to join the panel. He's our water person, and folks are going to want to hear from him. So he's running the system, but if we can add Alan to the panel, that would be terrific. I'm sure he would be very happy to be able to get in. Our outreach with neighbors focused on listening and allowing folks to express their concerns and giving them the opportunity to speak with us and project experts, and really showing them, frankly, just basic respect, sort of simple tenets, and that helps us sort of get to the actual issues and provides for better understanding. Not expecting that everyone is now converted into a cheerleader for the project, but I do hope that neighbors feel that they've been respected through the process, that they've been provided with good information and straightforward speak. We are, as Leslie mentioned, in the unclassified zone district. It's sort of an unsettling sounding zone district. We were doing some research on a different project and came across the unclassified zone in the county code in 1985. So it's been around for some time. It has a really peculiar name, but it's an actual zone district. It's a viable zone district. It has uses and dimensions. It's got a section of the code and all that kind of stuff. So we're pursuing this under the unclassified zone, as strange as the name is. As Leslie mentioned, we have a federal permit, and it's described as a special review use in the U zone district. The distillery is our principal use. As been mentioned, we have 2 residential units that are proposed, and when Leslie and I talked about this, we kind of started with what our purpose was with asking for those, because we had originally asked for one free market unit and 1 caretaker dwelling unit, and we saw that as a pathway to get to the destination that we were looking for. But the destination was to be able to house workers on site, right? Because we have a need for labor, and there's sort of a dearth of affordable housing. It's a real big challenge, as we all know. And so that was sort of our destination. So we discovered this sort of different pathway that Leslie has described of creating 2 employee housing units that will be deed restricted. There's no rent control, but these are units that need to be occupied, which is certainly our purpose, and provides us with the destination that we are looking for. So that change, while it sounds very big and very substantive, is comfortable with us. Francie had mentioned there was a moment when there was a discussion of having a for sale unit that obviously would create some significant havoc for both our operation and for the person who ended up buying that unit and realizing that they were in the center of an ongoing operation. So these were the rental units that are associated with the operation. Just to touch on the office use that was brought up. Yes, we will have an accessory office. It's probably no different than the accessory office that was functioning with the Four Seasons operation or the Boise Cascade operation, just sort of an office for administrative functions that are related to the main principal use. We're going to cover the main big topics today, and we have experts on the line to go through those items, and we'll allow the board to kind of draw us further in, because there's, as you can expect, each one of our experts will probably take an hour on their topic. We don't have the time for that. Mary Elizabeth Geiger with Garfield and Hent, and Alan Leak with Respec Engineering. We'll talk about water. Dan Coakley with SGM Engineering will talk about traffic generation. Lauren McNeil is a building and sustainability expert with Group 14 Engineering, and she will talk about our LEED commitment and a system that I had not heard about before. It's called Living Building Challenge. It's a very interesting system. We had an opportunity to share that more in depth with county staff month ago or so. So she'll talk about the LBC, Living Building Challenge. You'll see images through the presentation that have been prepared by Anderson Mason Dale Architects. Luke Bamberger and his colleague David Pfeiffer are on the call if you have questions about design-related things. Finally, Matt Patel, who is the applicant, and I saw several Matt Patels on the panel. There's only actually one of him. But there were several that showed up on the panel. He will speak to his interest and passion and vision for the project. He's been really great to get to know over the last few months, and I have wanted to share my impression of him, which he has this sort of yes and mentality when he looks at individual issues and how to improve them. And I'll give you two examples. You know, in order to run a distillery, you need to have a building to put all this stuff in. And you can imagine that probably looks like a Butler building or some other sort of nondescript thing. But Matt has approached this as having a building that's not only functional but also well designed, beautiful, and has the ability to demonstrate leadership and sustainability. So that's an example of kind of adding. A second example is the 4 acres on the northern portion of the property that we will put into active agricultural use. It's not a large enough footprint to grow grain there for the operation. Grains will be sourced locally, but you could imagine this being sort of a grass farm, right? That you see some agricultural operations in the county just growing grass and mowing it. But instead, Matt has engaged with Two Roots, which is a local grower that will be growing produce for local farmers markets and local restaurants. And it's sort of a unnecessary but very nice addition to the overall package that's being presented to you. So Matt will talk, and then after he speaks, I'll circle back with any remaining comments. So first up is hopefully Alan is added. If Mary Elizabeth and Alan want to talk about water, and I'll advance the slides.
Sure, thank you. Again, I'm Mary Elizabeth Geiger with Garfield and Hecht, working with mostly with the water team here on this project. And I'm not sure if I see that Alan's made it in as a panelist, but just really quickly wanted to give, sort of the process for how this is going to move forward with regard to the well and utilizing it for this distillery purpose. There have been a lot of questions last fall about whether or not the well was commercially permitted and, whether it could legally be used for this project. Since Matt is not currently the owner of the property, we actually can't move forward to make the necessary amendments until he is the owner. However, we've got everything all teed up. This well has been in use since the early 70s, and the prior owner the current owner, Four Seasons Yard, actually did go out and get a Basalt Water Conservancy District contract. If commissioners are familiar with those, they are augmentation contracts to provide water out of Rudai Reservoir. The Four Seasons Yard went and did this in order to be able to then re-permit the well for commercial purposes. They unfortunately didn't move forward to perfect that, but we have decided rather than have them perfect that for a landscaping yard and then us turn around and amend it again for these purposes, we are just gonna move forward if the project is approved with that, amending that basalt contract for our uses and then getting the well re-permitted. So it's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when, and we will start that paperwork immediately. There was one question that had come up as we talked with the Basalt District about the bottling water, and as you will see, if you did read the update on the water rights engineering report, we incorporated that in that amendment that Leslie sent to you on Monday. But just wanted to clarify that bottling water we will be getting a separate Basalt contract for per their policy. So that will be covered separately, because that water actually is, 100% consumed through the process. So I guess, let's see, is Alan on?
Alan's here.
Oh, okay, great. So I was getting ready to try to be an engineer, but that would scare me. So I am going to let Alan take over on that right now, but we can circle back if you guys have any additional questions for me. I am happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mary Elizabeth. That's easier than me trying to become an attorney. So thank you for the time to discuss water. My name's Alan Leak. I'm with RESPEC. I've got 39 years of experience in water and wastewater and water rights, all in Colorado. And Matt, or Chris, if you want to go ahead and go to the next slide. What I presented in these slides is information out of my report that I tried to summarize to give you an idea of what the actual impact of this use is. And I will address the comments from the Holland Hills resident at the end of my presentation here. The key thing is that we've got two water supplies. One is from the existing well, which Mary Elizabeth just described, estimated to be 30 gallons per day maximum use, and that's used for residential use, that's a distillery use, sanitary facilities in the distillery, and irrigation of 2,500 square feet of landscaping around the buildings themselves. When you average that out over the year, it's 2.5 gallons per minute. We've said that we will reduce the pumping rate from what's in the permit down to 15 gallons per minute, because the factual nature is pumping at that rate, if we pump 4 hours, that'll give us 30 gallons for one day. And we will have a large storage tank on site, which makes it easy for us to pump the water and then not run the well for many hours. And of course, on the weekends, the distillery is not going to be operating, so the use during those times are less. And in the winter, when the distillery is not running, the use is even less, and that's down to the 200 gallons or the 700 gallons per day residential. I'm sorry, the 700 gallons per day residential use includes irrigation. But the key thing is the 30 gallons per day. And I won't go into the Kester ditch because I believe that that is sufficient for the agricultural use. And if there's questions, we can come back to that. Next slide. So the existing well is permitted 30 gallons per minute at 3 acre-feet a year. That's equivalent to 2680 gallons per day. As I mentioned, the maximum use is going to be 30 gallons per day. But on an average yearly basis, it's 2540 gallons per day. So that's less than what the well was originally permitted for. And on a minimum, we're going to be using 700 gallons per day. As Chris had mentioned, we've ran 2 pump tests, one in the summer on June 8th and one on January 7th. What's important about that is we ran it for 20 gallons per minute for 12 hours. And within 10 minutes, we recovered almost back up to the existing water surface in the well before we pumped it. And if you extrapolate that out for pumping recovery, that's about 27,000 gallons per day that that well can produce. But we want to make sure that it can produce that all the time. So in the winter, in January, we went back out there, ran it for 6 hours at 17 gallons per minute, and recovered it almost back up to the top within 30 minutes. Extrapolating that out ends up about 21,000 gallons per day. So that well, as far as capacity, can actually supply 5 times the amount of water that we're proposing to use for this development. As I mentioned, the Kester ditch has an average about 51 acre-feet available per year. If you went back the 43 years of record, there's only 1 year in which there's only about 13 acre-feet, and even with that, that'll meet 93% of the agricultural water demands. And we know that we have native landscaping that we want to get established, and we still want to be able to irrigate that. That's anticipated that irrigation will be significantly reduced once it's established. Next slide. So let's talk about the water balance, and let's talk about groundwater. So we're planning to pump 2.84 acre-feet per year. Of that pumping, we're going to send back to the groundwater through the septic system, the on-site wastewater treatment system, 0.8 acre-feet per year. From our agricultural use, we're going to be putting 2.08 acre-feet of water back into the groundwater table. That's assuming an 80% efficiency system, of which you typically have 5% runoff and 15% going back down into the groundwater table. And similarly, when we're running the native irrigation, we're going to add 1.02 acre-feet of water back to the groundwater table. So in total, when everything's running, we're adding 3.9 acre-feet of water back to the groundwater, where we're pumping out 2.84 acre-feet. And even without running water for the native irrigation, the net change is actually a small gain to the groundwater table from the operation of this project. Next slide. In regards to the Roaring Fork River, we're returning 1.24 acre-feet of water back through the wastewater treatment system to the river. We also have returns to the river from the natural agricultural irrigation, the native irrigation, and again, the total returns are about 2.37 acre-feet per year, but without the native irrigation, about 1.94 acre-feet per year. So this project is going to add almost 2 acre-feet of water back to the river at this location. You know, realizing the Kester Ditch diverts way upstream, but the Kester Ditch returns typically come out way downstream. So this will add water in the critical reach of the Roaring Fork River. Next. So their question is, what's the impact on adjacent wells? The Pitkin County, you guys have done studies on water supply within the valley itself. This is a slide out of that study, which shows basically two zones, a valley bottom subsystem zone where you have the Roaring Fork River interacting with the alluvium, and you have the hill slope subsystem zone, which is basically the maroon formation bedrock. And there's really no apparent interaction between those two zones. Next slide. So again, this is another map from Pitkin County. The green area is what was mapped as the alluvial zone. In other words, a zone that's influenced by the Roaring Fork River. Outside of that light blue or teal line is area that would be in the maroon formation. And as you can see, the existing well is drilled into the Roaring Fork alluvium. Next slide. So of all the adjacent wells, there's 5 wells that are drilled into the alluvium that I've highlighted there. There's the Four Season wells, there's 2 in Holland Hills, there's the Baum well, and 1 Roaring Fork Meadows well. The other wells in the adjacent to this property are all drilled in the maroon formation. Next slide. So the state engineer, when they look at well permits, for example, well permits, they have a presumption that anything outside 600 feet from a well would not be impacted from pumping of the well. So I've shown the 600 feet there, and you can see that there's 2 wells within that circle. One of the wells is actually drilled in the maroon formation, so it's only the Baum well down at the bottom of the slide that is within 600 feet of this well. However, that well is so close to the Roaring Fork River that my professional opinion is that there will be no impact from pumping of the existing well on that well itself. And in fact, when I ran some calculations for if we pump this well 24 hours a day at 15 gallons per minute, the area of influence or the radius of influence is only about 110 feet. So 1/6 of that 600-foot circle that you see there. Therefore, my professional opinion is there will not be impact on adjacent wells. Next slide. So in conclusion, from my study, there is sufficient water supply for the project. The project provides net increases in flow to both the alluvial groundwater system and the Roaring Fork River. There are no expected impacts to adjacent wells. And in fact, pumping at 2.5 gallons per minute is 0.009% of the minimum Roaring Fork River flow that occurred just this past January. And that flow was at 29,400 gallons per minute. gallon per minute well will have no measurable impact on a river running at 29,000 gallons per minute as a minimum. Let me then address the alternative. So would be an alternative where somebody could come in and build a single family resident on this property. And I ran a calculation to assume a typical single family residence with 9,500 square feet of irrigation. The groundwater depletion, so the pumping out of the groundwater would be about 0.39 gallons per minute, which is 0.63 acre feet per year. The proposed project total depletion is only going to be 0.76 acre feet per year. So the depletion in the groundwater system is equivalent to one single family resident. And you may wonder, well, how does that match up with what the Highlands Hills resident mentioned? Well, if you looked at the peak pumping that we said 30 gallons per day, he said 18 homes. Well, that would be equivalent to 18 homes with only in-house use. And that would be pumping related to 30 gallons per day. But our average is only about 40 gallons per day. So that's equivalent to in-house use of 13 homes, but only in-house use. So if you were to take this same single family residence that I proposed with 9,500 square feet of irrigation, and you ran that, that's about 980 gallons per day, which is equivalent to our diversions. It would be about 3 homes. So diversion from the groundwater of 3 single family residents, 9,500 square feet, is equivalent to what this project would be pumping. But in fact, the return flows coming back from this project would be equivalent to 1 single family residential impact. So in my professional opinion, I believe that this project does not have an impact on the existing wells. It has a benefit to the entire groundwater and Roaring Fork system and has sufficient supplies to meet the demands of the project itself. And that's the end of my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, questions about the water issues. Steve.
Oh, Alan, I was looking, I'm very familiar with the Kester Ditch. We used to lease land down below there where the golf course is. I was looking at the water rights of the Kester Ditch, and there is a decree date which for some of it is post Colorado River Compact, although the appropriation date for that for about 10 CFS is around 1903, 1904. And I don't know in terms of if there were a compact call from the Colorado River Compact, do they consider the appropriation date or the date of decree for what they count? That's a question I don't know the legal answer to that.
Bless you.
And Mary Elizabeth, I don't know the specific answer to that regarding a compact call. I've not taken a look at it. I know that the senior decree is for 6.3 CFS. And then the second decree in 1933 is 1.01 CFS, which I believe is senior to the compact call itself. So there would be at least almost 40% of the water at least being available from that standpoint. And, like I said, on the average, there was 50 acre feet. So if there's a compact call, maybe there's only 20, 25 acre feet, but that still would be sufficient to grow agricultural crops on that property most of the time.
So the reason I'm asking, I anticipate that eventually given the drought situation we have, there probably is going to be a compact call. Kester Ditch might or might not be limited to just the 6.3 CFS, which then you would have a lot less water for the irrigation water. That might be the lower limit of what you would have to live with. And I don't know whether your well water might be enough to provide what you need. Maybe you wouldn't be able to irrigate the 4 acres of field in that situation. That's what I'm trying to figure out in my mind.
And that's what I would anticipate would occur, is that there would be some reduction in agricultural use if there was that compact haul, and it did affect the Kester ditch water rates.
The only other thing I would add to that too, I think it's an excellent question, and unfortunately I think we're all going to have to brace for that potential situation, for sure, is, you know, working on efficiencies of the use of that Kester ditch water on this property, you know, rather than, for instance, as you're well aware, historically, you know, flood irrigating, we're planning on sprinkling, you know, so hopefully we can just maximize, you know, whatever water is available. But I do agree that, you know, the agricultural production itself might be the first thing that takes a hit. On the flip side, as Alan mentioned previously, once the native landscaping is established, it will need maintenance irrigation, of course, to make sure it, you know, continues to flourish, but it's going to need a lot less water than that initial, you know, output. So I think there's certainly ways that we, like everybody else, will have to start, you know, being as efficient as possible with our water use with what we've got.
Okay, other questions? I have a question. Do you plan to monitor the return flows so that, you know, what you have presented can be documented and reported out?
So let me talk about the different return flows. So we've got return flows coming back through the on-site wastewater treatment system. Those would not be monitored, but those would typically occur from a typical single-family resident use and sanitary uses. So we're pretty confident that those returns will be occurring because those are standard return amounts that we use in water rights accounting across the state. We also have return flows coming from the wastewater treatment facility for the distillery. And those numbers we certainly will be monitoring because we'll have to report those to the Colorado Department of Public Health and Information and Environment. From the irrigation, the irrigator is going to be as efficient as they can. But realistically, we know that they're never 100% efficient. And thus, there will always be some amount of return flows, whether it's from surface runoff or from deep percolation from over irrigation. There's not a way that we can actually monitor and quantify that exact amount that would be a reasonable requirement.
Okay. And so those are based on engineering studies and models.
That's correct, and it's using standard engineering response functions for landscape irrigation and agricultural irrigation.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll just add to that those are accepted percentages that are standardized throughout even water court cases and accepted by the division engineer as, you know, standard return flows and efficiencies. There is, as Alan said, we can't specifically measure it, but I mean, that's, you know, accepted across the state.
Okay.
And those percentages are also included in the BOCC contracts.
Greg, you had your hand up?
Yeah, and I'm not sure where this will go, but I guess that knowing that there's kind of been a spotty history of use of the property over the last decade or two, do we have any information on the actual actual use of water on that property? And my question would be, have the neighbors become so used to that place being fallow and no water being drawn? Are they going to be in for any sort of indication or surprise if all of a sudden the property owner starts using their water rights? I'm trying to get a grip on it. You've given me confidence that they have the right to this water and they have enough water to do what they need to do, but is it going to affect the balance for anybody nearby who might notice a difference, whether they have a right to complain or not?
Greg, in my professional opinion, no, they will not notice this, and that's going back to to my slides of showing how much is being diverted versus how much is being returned to the groundwater system, that, you know, with the agricultural use, there's going to be more water going back to the groundwater around those wells than we're actually pulling out from our well.
Got it. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah, and our, you know, our area of depletion is going to be fairly limited to the area right around our well.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that. It helped. I had the question come up when I was looking at that, but I had it on my list. One of my other questions might be for Chris, but Kelly, when the opportunity comes, regarding fitting in integration with the neighborhood, being a good neighbor. I see there were lines of trees that I hear had died in the history. This operation isn't going to put up a row of dense trees that's going to significantly change, you know, it's like a fence, right? You can put so many trees in that you're actually blocking people's view and it may have a negative impact. How are we going to get along with the neighbors in there regarding landscaping and use of trees and things like that? You know, sometimes too much is too much. And I'm just wondering, how do you plan to approach that when the time comes, if it's appropriate to ask that now?
I'll touch on that and a comment on the well. The trees, yeah, curiously from Four Seasons didn't pertain. But we will want to work closely with our neighbors to make sure that we're landscaping in a way that is appropriate and is what they expect and is not too dense and creating a hedgerow and blocking views, but also provides for, you know, appropriate privacy and you know, beautifies the property. I think there's a condition regarding landscaping along the Highway 82 side as well, and all of those are perfectly acceptable. So, you know, back and just comment on the well situation, because most of what you think you heard is reports and studies and sort of feeling a little theoretical and on paper. For me, not being a technician, I kind of go back to the stress test on the wells. What happens when you just go and you suck water out of it for 24 hours and see what happens? I mean, that's way more than what's proposed in the project, but you know, what happens physically to the water, and seeing that it recovers in, you know, 10 minutes is, you know, to me suggests that even if the ground has been fallow, the property has been fallow for quite some time, the water is there, and if we are pulling water out of the wells, even though it hasn't been in the last, you know, decade or whatever, that physically the water is able to percolate around and recover.
And one thing to follow up to, you know, Kelly had asked about measuring return flows, but the well will be metered. That's a requirement of the Basalt Water Conservation District, and you know, those reports have to be provided to the district to ensure that you're staying within your, you know, contract allotment. So that is information that would be available so that people could check up on actual usage, and the Basalt District won't let you go over what you've provided to them as far as what your usage will be.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's keep moving.
Okay, Dan, if you're on and able to speak to traffic impacts.
Thanks, Chris. Good afternoon, folks. Dan Coakley with SGM. I will keep it brief and not go over what Leslie has already covered in terms of trip generation and traffic. Chris, if you want to go to the next slide. I would only add a couple things. Because the traffic isn't increasing, CDOT will not require a new access permit. And you can notice from this picture, from driving by, that that intersection is already built out with auxiliary lanes, an up valley left turn lane and right turn in and out lanes. So that is, it's built out and the lanes are all there that will ever be needed. And the intersection should operate acceptably and similar to as it has been operating. And I'll be on for questions. Thanks.
Okay, does anyone have traffic questions at this point? Steve.
It's not so much the traffic counts, but when we heard the proposal last year, some of the neighbors' concerns was the road going down to the highway gets icy, and they were concerned about a truck going down there and sliding out onto the highway or sliding into one of the residents' cars that was waiting to get onto the highway. Did you take any look at that, like the grade of the road, of Hoagland Ranch Road?
I did not, and maybe Matt can address it later, but in general, they have a supply chain strategy that trucks will not enter the property, and those trucks will be unloaded off-site and, load up smaller vehicles that will access the property and bring material in that manner.
Okay. Other questions? Not seeing any. Let's keep going.
Hi, everyone. Lauren McNeil with Group 14 Engineering. Again, I'm the sustainability consultant on the project, and my day-to-day role is helping support architects and contractors pursue various green building rating systems for their projects. So this project is looking to pursue 2 different rating systems. We're looking at LEED Platinum as well as the Living Building Challenge. And while we're very excited to be pursuing the LEED Platinum, I'll focus my time on the Living Building Challenge today, since the requirements supersede that of the LEED rating system. So due to the stringent nature of the Living Building Challenge, projects that meet this high expectation and high level of performance are really hard to come by. The Living Building Challenge is known as the world's most rigorous green building rating system, with no competitor in the marketplace. So this is an exceptional opportunity for not only our project team, but for Pickens County, as there are only 27 certified living buildings worldwide. We can go to the next slide. So when we were brought onto this project, it was clear that it was a really unique opportunity. We conducted a robust sustainability charrette, and as we went through various project opportunities, there was a resounding yes, and what other positive measures can we take? The Living Building Challenge is framed on one question: what does good look like? And we are proud to say that that has been the guiding question from the onset of this project. Go to the next slide. So the Living Building Challenge is based on a metaphor of the flower, using nature as the ultimate measuring stick of performance, that buildings can be rooted in their place and yet also harvest all their own energy and water, is adaptive to the climate and the site, operates pollution-free, is comprised of integrated systems, and is inherently beautiful. And it really gives back more than it takes, and is beneficial to the surrounding area. Next slide. So our project is formally registered to pursue the Living Building Challenge version 4.0. Something unique to the Living Building Challenge is that, unlike other rating systems, the Living Building Challenge is performance-based, and our project will demonstrate an incredibly high level of operational performance with 12 consecutive months of utility data in order to earn our living certification. So most rating systems that you might be familiar with, like LEED, are based on design drawings and modeled performance, where our project will actually have to show that 12 months consecutive utility data to ensure that we meet the rigor that this standard requires. Also unique to the Living Building Challenge is that it's not a prescriptive checklist. Any project seeking living certification has to complete it in its entirety. Go to the next slide. So like LEED, the Living Building Challenge is holistic in its nature, addressing all aspects of the building and the site. The Living Building Challenge is arranged into 7 primary categories known as petals, further drawing on that metaphor of the flower. These categories encompass the focus areas of the challenge, including place, water, energy, health and happiness, materials, equity, and beauty. Next slide. So each of these petals have varying number of imperatives or credits that are individual metrics that must be achieved in order to demonstrate compliance with certification. So our project will be fulfilling all 20 imperatives in order to be certified as a living building. And I'll save the time of going through each of these requirements today in their entirety, but just wanted to highlight a few of the ambitious aspects of our project. So we will be achieving net positive water with our closed loop systems, including the well and the on-site treatment plant. We will be pursuing net positive energy by having a PV system on site that is capable of offsetting 110% of our use annually. We will be meeting what is called the red list. So it's a list of 800 chemicals of concern that manufacturers need to disclose information around the chemical inventory of their products to ensure that those 800 chemicals are not utilized within our building. And then there's further information here if you have questions around other specifics, but I'll save the time.
Okay, and any questions for Lauren?
Last up is.
Wait, can I ask a question about
Yeah.
the urban agriculture?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because we're looking at rural agriculture around here, so how do they define urban?
So it's not necessarily urban. The Living Building Challenge allows for all different types of facilities, whether it's rural or urban. They just denote it that way because I think from the onset of the project, they anticipated more urban projects taking this on. But so they scale the requirement based on your typology. So we needed 20% of our sites to be designated for urban agriculture. So we're knocking that one out of the park.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Greg.
Yeah, thank you for this. This is all very exciting. I'm very enthusiastic about it. I was just thinking regarding urban, maybe it's a rural-urban interface is what we're talking about here as we see, and that's why we have the growing pains with this particular neighborhood. We're on the edge of a community, but we're still thinking of ourselves as rural, so maybe this is just the right thing. Regarding the flower metaphor, I love it, but as we all know, flowers die after a season, and what I'm wondering is, are these performance-based metrics just for the 12 months, or are they ongoing? I'm on the board of CORE, as I see Bill Sterling, who's our chair, I'm the CORE chair, and I've been an advocate for having annual reviews whenever someone provides metrics for the performance of a building, because as we know, buildings are dynamic, they are alive, and they move. Mine is sliding down a hillside right now, just so slowly we don't notice it till we hear the pops and the cracks in the middle of the night. So as the buildings change and the system changes, after 2 or 3 years, it may not meet these imperatives and the criteria for the Living Building Challenge. So what I want to know is, does the Living Building Challenge account for that, for the dynamic nature of a system? Because we know the entropy in the system will make it less efficient unless someone's paying attention. And would you commit to that? Because if you would, this would be truly, truly innovative and groundbreaking.
Yeah, so it is a certification that's a one-time thing. It does require the 12-month consecutive utility data. It certainly maps intent to operate the building, net positive energy. The only other imperative that really plays a part is net positive water, and the way that they look at that is by having closed-loop systems. So why this is such a unique project to be able to pursue this is that we do have the well, and we do have the on-site treatment plant. Net positive waste, that one is based on incorporating salvage materials, having really high levels of diversion required for our construction and demolition waste management. And then they actually have to design the building for future deconstruction. So there are elements that definitely consider longer term, but in terms of the performance-based aspect for the certification itself, it's the 12 months.
Got it. Okay, so once it's done and the 12 months has passed, then it's, hopefully it'll all keep going and we'll keep the wheels on. Matt, I'm sure will take good care of it.
And the commitment to design, electrifying that whole facility is novel for this type of industry, and all the systems that we're putting in place, are there and going to remain there even after the 12-month audit. So.
Right. Well, I'm just hoping at a year or 2 or 3 or 4 out, or maybe for every year following, that you'll check in with CORE and and use it as a living lab to determine just how well it's working. Are the seals still sealing? And, you know, in other words, to keep it, because that's data, that's information we need, and we need to apply that to all houses.
Yes, and that was part of our outreach, was to meet with Marty, you know, and Core, and to kind of integrate them, and you know, this was a novel idea to them as well. So for sure, we're going to maintain that partnership.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Steve.
So I have to call you on a statement that is in the packet in regards to this being an energy net positive project. Page 278, and this is quoting, says on-site generation is not expected to cover the full needs of the facility. So that contradicts what you said about the living building challenge. I have no doubt that this would be very energy efficient, but could you explain that statement that contradicts the net positive goal?
Well, I think one is the timing of it. The living building challenge, you know, became apparent to the team, you know, once we kind of got into the design phase. So, you know, initially we had very high sustainability goals, and we were seeking, you know, LEED certification. And as we went through that charrette and found the unique aspects of the site, having the closed loop water, you know, we ramped up, you know, kind of our design criteria, you know, to meet that. So we do have an energy calc we can kind of share with you that basically, you know, was modeled after our exact equipment and anticipated operations at maximum to kind of lay out the PV that we have available on the roofs, and if we needed to use ground mount, you know, what that would be to allow us to kind of cover that. So we believe me, we're not, this isn't smoke and mirrors what we're trying to do. We're you know, this is part of our ethos of what we want to do at the distillery. So yeah, there's a significant advantage in the industry that we endeavor to go into to have these sustainability goals, and really to carry on the legacy of Aspen. You know, when we talk about this project to others, we talk about distilling the Aspen way. So we do not want to come into this area of the world and be pretenders. So I appreciate that, but yeah, I can tell you from the project sponsor, we're committed to taking this as far as we can and lead by example to the rest of the industry for sure. You know, we've had a lot of great collaborative discussions with Silver Oak, which was the first winery to do this, and are learning a lot, you know, from their growing pains to do this. So this will be an evolution, but believe me, we're trying to raise the bar as high as we can.
Great, thank you. Are there other questions at this time? Okay, let's keep moving. We have public who've been on with us since about 2:40.
I think, Matt, if you can talk a little bit about just your vision and purpose behind this project. I have a couple slides here to show the architecture.
Yeah, and thank you, Chris. And, you know, ultimately, you know, why this project and why here? I've been a longtime visitor to Aspen, and fortunately in 2016 was able to acquire some personal property, which dramatically increased my visits to the valley throughout the year. And it was soon after that time that I was fortunate to meet a gentleman who's become a friend of mine, Bill Sterling, who's on this call. And Bill, beyond his years of public service as mayor of the Aspen, has been a strong continued influence in the community, promoting, you know, what I just described as the Aspen ethos. And, you know, it was really the conversations with him that helped me really shape the vision for this project. Myself, for, you know, it's been a quarter of a century I've been practicing as an emergency physician, but our family business, my dad's been operating a design, engineering, construction firm in industries related to this for, you know, double that time. So it was taking the knowledge, you know, that I had to build a facility like this, you know, in a manner that fits with the context of this valley, with this location, trying to find an adaptive use to a property that struggled, that, you know, could nestle into people trying to enjoy quiet residential use, and kind of provide a buffer along that Highway 82 corridor in the neighborhoods. And I felt that this project could fulfill all that. One of the things that I've studied a lot is architecture. And a good friend of mine, Dave Pfeiffer, is a principal at AMD's on the call, and I've always been a fan of Bauhaus architecture. And Walter Gropius stated, limitation makes the creative mind inventive. And, in many ways, this property had a lot of limitations on it. But, I think that, the entire team here has gotten very creative. And I think we're bringing a great project forward, to the valley. We have now gone through a hearing with BOCC. They formally took it through their planning, and it was great to hear the encouragement. So, we're enthused, and hopefully through this presentation, we'll gain your support. Spent a lot of time with outreach to the neighbors. I see Dave Hodgkin, who really challenged us on this project, has been willing to listen to us, and we've gained a lot from the dialogue, because he really understands the neighbors in the neighborhood, and having him work with us on this project, I think, has helped move this in the right direction with our community outreach to our neighbors. Thanks,
Great,
Chris.
thank you. Is there any questions for Matt, for Dr. Patel, about his project? Okay, let's keep going.
So I think, just in conclusion, I think we'd like to say that we feel we have a project in front of you that demonstrates leadership in business, leadership in technology, leadership in sustainability, and leadership in local agriculture. We're really proud to be back before you with a level of sophistication to this application that wasn't there before, and we went back and did our homework and tightened up a lot of things, and are happy to be back in front of you. We have the experts in front of you now, so if you have questions about anything we talked about, or anything that we didn't talk about, or how grain becomes alcohol, or just anything, please let us know. And at the appropriate time, we're ready to go through conditions of approval and so on with Leslie.
Okay. So I'll check in with the board to see if there's any questions. I imagine after we hear public comment, we may have some more clarifying questions that we'll need to raise with the expert team as well. Steve.
So I have an issue with the source of the grain. You're relying on local people to be growing the grain. The Roaring Fork Valley used to produce a lot of potatoes, a lot of grain. There was a lot of dryland farming up on Missouri Heights, producing winter wheat. Virtually nobody is doing that anymore. If there's a grain crop grown, it's a nurse crop for reseeding a field to alfalfa is typically what somebody would put some oats in. I suspect that your source of grain is probably going to end up coming from a big grain producing area like Delta County or Mesa County, or the eastern plains of Colorado. You're going to end up trucking grain in to run your distillery, which then begs the question, if this is the right location to be building a distillery. Woody Creek, or the Stranahan distillery, they make that down in Denver. They're much closer to the grain supply. So I'm wondering if you have gotten contracts with local farmers who have agreed to produce grain on their fields. How is the harvesting going to be done? One field, I realize you're not going to grow grain on your 4-acre field now, like you had originally proposed, but it would take a combine 5 minutes to combine 4 acres of grain. So you need enough volume that somebody's willing to actually have a combine and haul it around to different farms to combine the grain. And I think what it ends up being is economically speaking, you're going to be hauling the grain from much farther away than you anticipate. So could you talk about that? Also, I'm curious about how much water it actually takes in the process you're talking about for running producing the product in the distillery, because the product being shipped out in the bottles is mostly water. So I'm curious about the water balance there and the process.
All great questions, and I think, Steve, it depends on the ambition, of the project, of where somebody decides to locate a project. What our story about is weaving our brand narrative with the history of the valley. So as you see us advance, everything that our project is going to be about is about preserving what Aspen is today and what Aspen was in the past. So we don't have our eyes on being an industrial facility that is looking at a logistical chain that we need to be associated with the mega farms on the eastern side of the state. So we have talked to local growers, and it's one of those, we can grow this. We'd be excited about growing this. I saw Cooper Means was on the last call. Obviously, he's already experimented with growing wheat locally, and we've talked to a lot of local farm entrepreneurs. So for us to get started on this project, it's not going to be a snap of the fingers and happen, overnight. As we ramp up, our collaborations with the farmers are going to ramp up accordingly. But we feel that our goal is to be working with as much local talent as we can to try to meet our requirements. When Alan had the water slides up there, those are a maximum case scenario that if we were trying to push the design limits of the equipment in there, what could the water consumption be, and all the calculations are based on that. On a given day, if we are doing well, we would be using about 900 to 975 gallons of water into the mash tank, to basically, run a full cycle, to give you an idea of the amount of water that we would be using, on the project when we were operating.
Okay, thank you.
And Matt, if you don't mind, I follow up a bit on that. I think, Steve, part of your question was how much of the water, though, is actually disappearing, so to speak, and going out with the bottles. And that is, 100 gallons per cycle if you were running at max cycles. And the proposal is to run 2 cycles a day. So maximum 200 gallons would be actually leaving, the site per day in the bottles. But as Matt, talking about, this isn't going to be an instantaneous, we're maxed out from day one. And we don't yet know exactly what the demand is going to be. So we have to figure for the maximum, but in reality, it's not, at least especially in the beginning, not going to be nearly that much.
Thank you. Francie, I see you have questions.
Well, I just wanted to address the ability to source the grains locally, because Marble Distillery does that now. And actually, we raised Crystal River Meats raised an experimental crop of triticale for Marble Distillery quite a number of years ago. I think it's sustainable, but I'd like to see it more in the plan. I have to say, I really like this project, but I have one slight problem, and that is sort of using the Aspen ethos when actually Carbondale has an incredible distillery that is incredibly efficient and uses a lot of these things. So it kind of bothers me that you're using the Aspen ethos for something that's not in Aspen, to be honest.
Francie lives outside of Carbondale.
Yeah. So she wants us to use the Carbondale one, and it's not in Carbondale either. And I don't know what Basalt's ethos
No,
is.
you're in Basalt. Use Basalt.
All right, I don't want us to get too slap happy here. Let's keep
We have to
let's keep going a little bit. So if there's not further questions at this time for applicants, I do want to just take. Greg, did you have some?
Just a quick one. I just want to put Matt back on the spot and say, would he commit with this approval to having a visitation, maybe contracting with CORE, not trying to get them work or anything, but to contract on an annual basis to really get the metrics on how well this building performs. I think this is a scientific experiment of great value here. And if you'd commit to doing that, I think that would be wonderful.
Yeah, we totally would welcome that, and you know, the team has talked about, you know, doing you know, lectures, you know, in conjunction at the Aspen Institute. We would like to get the word out, and one thing that Lauren didn't touch on is part of the Living Building Challenge is to have this outreach to the community to educate and to open the doors to really you know, have others learn from this project. And that's one thing that we found with Silver Oak is you know, the community of encouragement to say, all right, we went through this, we want to help you get through it too, and do it better than we did, you know, type of thing. So I would agree with that. And you know, Dave, who's on the call, and Marty, you know each other much longer than I, so I think that relationship would work out great.
Thank you. Thanks for indulging me.
Okay. I do want to move us into the public hearing, but before I do that, Francie, I just want to return to a comment you had made and get a little more detail, because you had said you had visited the site, and so we just want to make sure there's no harm of any ex parte communications. And so can you just talk about, did you just drive by it? What did you do? What did you see? So the rest of the board has the benefit of that.
I was at my friend's house. She lives in Hogan Hills, and she brought up that she thought it was coming before the board tomorrow, this whole plan, and she had talked to me about it when I was running for commissioner. And but I told her I couldn't talk about it last night, but I did when I was coming down the hill. I did pull over and look in there, and then I pulled out on the highway, and I pulled over there to see what's visible from the highway, just so I could get a sense of the location and that kind of thing.
Thank you. That doesn't raise any flags for me, and I'm looking to Johnny Lee. Does that raise any flags for you? No. Okay, good. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that detail. Okay, at this point, we'll move on to the public hearing, and we'll give everybody the opportunity to speak. I do see some hands already. I'll note for folks who have called in, please press *9 to raise your hand, and I will see Mayor Bill Sterling. Go ahead, please.
Can you hear me?
Sure can.
The 3-minute limit.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. I currently learned about this because I am the current chair of Community Office of Resource Efficiency CORE, and I happen also to be co-founders of CORE 27 years ago.
Wait.
But I'm here as just a humble 50 county citizen today, just speaking on the great potential that I think this project has for Pitkin County, and I have no financial or vested interest in this project. Just a great interest in that are emerging about it. I mean, the site for a long time has been, you know, loaded with noise and dust and debris and a high frequency of traffic at times, and I think this will be a good neighbor for those residents around there, and also a good neighbor for Pitkin County. That property has had a checkered history of various commercial uses, and this is not a very highly industrialized kind of use. And when I was learning about the project, I learned about this Living Building Challenge concept, and it became apparent to me that the operation will be LEED Platinum designation, and could be maybe the most sustainable production facility for distilled beverages, maybe anywhere. And again, Pitkin County, I see you all leading the way in an environmentally sensitive way in improving this project. I also like the idea that the housing on site will be for workers in the operation, and I also like the fact that this operation will kind of absorb a lot of the road drone that comes from Highway 82. I think that then that way it'll be a real benefit. And I think I also want to compliment the commissioners on the tremendously intelligent questions that you've been asking today. And I think you've really put pressure on the applicant in ways that are really, pressing him to give you solid answers. But this project, it seems in line with and in keeping with Pitkin County, who is always on the cutting edge of sustainability. The greenhouse and grain products that would be on site would be, it'll be small. It can't provide all the grain that's necessary, as Steve points out, but it's of a regenerative kind of agriculture. And that's another of Pitkin County's goals, and it won't be a highly industrialized project. So I'm just saying, if not now, when? This proposal seems to be in line with all the environmental platforms among almost every commissioner at the table, and I say, good idea, damn good location. I hope that you will all support it. Thank you.
Thanks,
Great,
Bill.
thank you. Nice to see you. Okay, next I see a hand from Dave. Dave, if you could please, you may need to unmute yourself or press *6 and go ahead, tell us your full name, and you have 3 minutes. You might need to talk up a little.
You can't hear me? Bill, could you mute Bill Sterling?
Yeah.
Let's see, we just have some feedback.
Mute your mic.
All right, try now.
Okay, Dana.
I think we can.
Hello?
Give us a try here.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Oh. Gosh, sorry, Dave. We're having some issues.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. We're just getting a lot of feedback. So try again.
Let me.
I think he's on
Yeah,
both.
I got it. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, keep going.
Okay, good. I represent Roaring Fork Meadows Association. It's directly across the street from this project, and 7 lots, 5 homeowners. I also represent Hogan Ranch Holdings, which is a property my wife and I own, which is 6 acres immediately adjacent and northerly of this property. We initially had some concerns about this project, and a lot of it had to do with enforceability. There's been a lot of history on this project, and code violations and other activities on the project, and the county had not done a really good job of enforcing the activities there. So initially we have a lot of concern about how that would be enforced. Mr. Patel was very kind to work with us, and we now have private covenants that he has granted us in about 10 different points, which has satisfied us that he'll be a good neighbor. So my comments are very short. We support the project, and we look forward to having him as a neighbor. I did recently make a comment to Mr. Patel because he assured us that there would be some earth tones to the project. And then looking at what the architect has produced there, the siding on many of the buildings appears to be almost black. And I'm not sure that's an earth tone, but he's assured me that he will work with us to get some colors that the neighbors feel that would work within the neighborhood. That's all I have to say. I look forward to him to being successful on the site. Well, one other last comment. We would support an additional unit on the site. I think it's the Pitkin County badly needs housing, and this is a perfect opportunity for them to have an affordable unit there. And it would be very disappointing if this opportunity was passed and he didn't have the opportunity to put an additional unit there. So we support that also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Matthew Corbin, please, and just as a, gosh, we need to work out on some muting up here, but just as a reminder for folks on the phone, you can press *9 to raise your hand. Matthew Corbin, go ahead, you can unmute yourself, and you have 3 minutes.
Hey, how y'all doing? I'm Matt Corbin. I'm the beverage director over at 7908 in Aspen. Yeah, I've been very lucky to have Matt as a guest over at the restaurant a few times. You know, he's talked about the project. I've been a Pitkin County resident for the last 5 years. Just recently purchased a home in BOCC right near the distillery. The project, I think, is absolutely amazing. I mean, Matt, putting housing on the property, I think is, as was just addressed, is going to help address our, shortage of housing. Is building a business and building, homes. The sustainability is absolutely fantastic. With the LEED certification and the living building, I think is wonderful. And, having the distillery in Pitkin County, it's amazing. Francie noted that, we're using the Aspen ethos down in the salt, but, we look at the other distilleries as, Marble Distilleries in Carbondale, the Woody Creek Distillers is, in Basalt and in Denver. So I think, that homage to Aspen and all the rich history that we do have here, it's beautiful. I think this project's amazing. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Matt. Nice to hear from you. And next we have a phone number ending in 2267. Please go ahead and press *6 to unmute yourself. Go ahead and *6 to unmute. Okay, and anyone else who wishes to comment, please raise your hand. I'm going to move on and we'll come back to 2267. Phone number ending 8486. Go ahead and press *6 to unmute. Go ahead, talk. I think we could hear you.
We have silent public
Well,
comment.
if they're watching on TV, there is a delay. 8486, phone number ending in 8486. Go ahead and tell us your name.
Maybe make sure your phone is unmuted as well.
Press *6 and also unmute your phone.
Yeah, that works better.
Oh, great. we can hear you. Please tell us your name and you have 3 minutes, please.
Michael Murison. I live on Eddy Lane, part of the Hoagland Ranch PUD. Obviously, I have quite some concerns because I live several hundred feet from this as a full-time Pitkin County resident. So, we've heard from Matt, and it sounds, like a really great project, but it's still a distillery right in the middle of a residential area. And they're taking water from the well and bottling up a precious Pitkin County resource that we've all been talking about and shipping it out. We've been talking today about growing food and having local food sources, but now we're talking about sending our water somewhere else. As you know, the drought is current. It's something that we're all concerned about. We heard about how they might compact the water rights, and it's very much a concern that if and when the drought continues and gets worse, that perhaps bottling the water and sending it out might not be our best use of our resource. We also heard from the traffic person today, and he made a comment about how there was a lane already in place for turning right onto Highway 82, and I don't know what exactly he meant by that. You might want to ask him to explain that, because I don't know if the shoulder counts for a lane. Also, he didn't address the ice at the bottom of the road, which is an ongoing problem as the bridge shades the road in a certain spot there. I'm concerned about the auxiliary site. We're talking a lot about how this site is going to be all green, but the auxiliary site where they're doing all the receiving and shipping, is that also going to be green and up to all this living building and LEED platinum standards, or is that just going to be regular old business? That's what I got for now, and I appreciate all your time. I did want to say, I'm just concerned that also this is a foot in the door situation, where once this business is got going, that they're just going to slowly morph themselves into what they truly want to have as a business. And I'm concerned that we put necessary restrictions on them, that there is no morphing into tasting rooms and all the things that we've been working on getting precautionary measures for. Thank you very much. That's all I got.
Great, thank you, Michael. Nice to hear from you. Let's try and go back to number 2267. Can you press *6 to unmute yourself? Okay, I'm going to move on. I see phone number ending in 0543. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Yeah, hello, can you guys hear me?
We can. Tell us your name, and you have 3 minutes, please.
Awesome. Yeah, my name is Ludovic Simon. I'm one of the neighbors, exactly my fence, just as a neighboring with the property in question for the topic today. So when I hear the water engineer saying something like, water supply and the word sufficient should not ever be put together. There is no such a thing as enough or sufficient when it comes to any of the resources. It kind of bothers me when I hear people saying, oh, we have enough for everybody, for any project, for anything, just start digging and you'll find it. No, they should not be put together. If you don't put something in it, you can expect taken out, that it's going to still be there. I don't know, this is just physics. You take something, it's not going to be there anymore. So we don't have any rain. The drought is severe. Rudai is like below average, almost like they say 20% below, I think, this year. California has a huge drought. They have a lot of, they try to stop people from washing their cars and power washing their drivers, which I totally get that, and we all should do that. And we have a project that we just claim that the water is enough, and nothing is affected by this project. I'm a little bit confused and disappointed that we talk about resources with such a, so leisurely, and for me, water is I have a yard, I have a backyard, I'm growing some crops over there, and I know how much water it takes, and I'm trying to be, responsible with my water, and I don't see it just wasted on projects in residential areas just because it's good for somebody that lives in Aspen and he wants to drink his products, Same problem with Sandigo, right? You guys are familiar with the Sandigo problem? All the neighbors are talking about water, about noise, about traffic, right? So how is this different? We're just going back around the circle talking about the same thing, but in the end, it does come down for me personally to water and to a supply that is actually limited, very limited, and it's going to be limited for the years to come. We're just not. Either we try to, like, you know, close our eyes and saying this is fine because water is there, we just need to dig it, or we have to, like, be honest with ourselves and just admit that water is not endless. At some point it's going to end, and we can resupply it unless it rains or unless something else happens, which you guys all saw this winter. It was very dry, and the trend is to get even drier. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, let's see, I see 2267 here twice. If you can try to unmute yourself, *6.
Oh, good afternoon.
Hi, great.
Let me turn the volume down on this. I think that's just sometimes. So my name is Greg Giflin. I'm a 35-year resident here in Picken County, and I've lived here in Hogland Ranch Road for the last 17 years at a Aspen-Picken County housing authority. The compound. Michael, who spoke prior to, and then Dick, who just spoke, are both our president and vice president of our HOA. I'm a homeowner here, and I'd like to touch on a few brief comments. Let's keep in mind that the compound, the place that we all live here, is a historical PUD, and it is part of the city of Aspen and the Picken County APSHA Housing Historical PUD. This is a critical resource that is held dearly to the people in our community. So putting something adjacent to it that needs to be scrutinized and make sure that it's done correctly, it's done it all. So with that mentioned, I wanted to look at the overall image and the message to our youth and our community. Over the 35 years that I've been here, I've seen a lot of people struggling, and I'm not sure whether that's the right message to bring in an alcohol production facility in the middle of our community. Also, you guys mentioned that the federal permit would kind of getting a federal permit in order to get into the unclassified jurisdiction of building and things like that. You know, our Picken County is very protective about these types of things. We like to run our things locally. So when I hear that a federal permit is going to trump our local needs and our use permits, that raises a red flag for me, looking out for our overall community and our image, specifically the youth in our community. I'd also like to address when you mentioned the access and that the number of vehicles and things like that are less. It's 25% less than what it was allocated for before. Well, the allocation before was for too many, and we've had a lot of problems with the vehicles coming in and out of here. It's a huge safety issue, the entrance from Highway 82 onto Hogland Ranch Road, under the bridge, which does not allow the ice or the water to melt. The problem that we have there is the drainage coming from the Kessler ditch, water coming through Aspen Meadows and then coming down underneath the bridge. The drainage is not correct, so it floods up, and we have continuous problems there. Every year I call CDOT and ask them to help us with that, plowing. It just never happens. They're so under budgeted. So that would be a critical road improvement needed there, and particularly drainage. And Michael is correct in stating that there is not a merge lane when going down valley. That is just the side of the road. There is an turn-off lane too, coming down valley to get into Hogland Ranch Road. That's very convenient, but going down valley is extremely dangerous. I personally have been bumped by a truck while on the ice waiting to get at the stop sign line, I was bumped by another truck and pushed me out into the traffic. Fortunately, I was able to avoid being hit. So it's a real concern. My other point I would like to bring up is,
Mr. Gessler, I
thank
need
you
you
for
to
addressing
wrap
the
up your
water
comments,
issues.
please.
In water use, my concern is water quality. Being so close to the river, I'd like to see some, not a full EIS, environmental impact statement, I think that's not necessary, but I would like to see some information regarding water, land, and air pollutions. They're going to happen. You can quantify that. And we'd also like to get some information regarding the light and the noise pollution in our community.
Greg, I need to ask you to wrap up your comments, please.
I shall. I'm just about to.
Thank you.
So, we would need some quality oversight, especially when it comes to the building that you were just referring to. And when you mentioned that you're not going to put, it's unacceptable to have a free market housing on the land, period. And if you're going to have 2 units, are those 2 bedrooms?
Sir, thank you very much. I appreciate you.
All right. Thank you for your time and my ability to give that answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Dana Horton, if you could go ahead and unmute yourself, please. You have 3 minutes. Unmute or press *6. Dana, can you unmute yourself or press *6, please? And then for anyone else who's joining on the phone, if you wish to raise your hand to speak, please press *9. Okay, I see phone number ending in 2005. Please go ahead and press *6 to unmute. I think we can hear you if you can go ahead. Phone number 2005.
Yeah, my name is Ryan. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Ryan.
Oh, so yeah, my name is Ryan. I'm a longtime 20-year Mid-Valley resident, and I'd just like to say that I'm in favor of this project. I think that it brings a lot of need to this valley, especially with the on-site food production and all the local businesses and everything that will be impacted by that. This is something that the valley really needs. I've also had the pleasure of working with Mr. Patel and a few of his members of this group on a prior project. They did everything they said they were going to do, and going through this LEED certification and living building challenge, I mean, I think he's basically proven that he's in this for the long haul, and he's willing to do things correctly. I think he's basically crossed every T, dotted every I that the county has asked him to do, so I'm in favor of this project. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, let's go back to Dana Horton. If you could press *6 to unmute yourself. All right, we cannot hear you. I see a few other folks who we've not heard from yet. Cindy and
Kelly,
Jerome.
maybe Dana needs to hang up and try calling in again. I think that other caller had the same problem.
Okay, I'm not sure she can hear us, but Dana, if you want to try hanging up and call again, we'll keep the public hearing open. If anyone else wishes to speak on this item, please press *9 to raise your hand. Going to give it a few more seconds. There is a delay from our room to those who are watching on TV at home. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing for now. Should Dana be able to join us, we can go ahead and reopen it for her comment, but let's bring it back to the board for any clarifying questions or discussion. I'm going to go to Francie first because I know she has a commitment, so she's pressed for time here. Francie, go ahead.
Thanks so much. Thank you guys for that presentation. I spent quite a bit of time looking at it online, and I'm really impressed. I'm really excited. I definitely heard the people from Holland Hills, and I understand your concerns, but I think this seems like a really positive addition to your neighborhood, given the unclassified nature of that piece of property. I can't imagine really anything that would be less disruptive to your daily life in your neighborhood than this project. If it turns out to be as good as it sounds, I think it's going to be pretty amazing. So if I have to leave before we get to a vote, I just want you all to know I will be voting in favor.
Okay. Thanks, Francie. Other comments or questions from board members? Patty?
Yes, I don't know if Leslie or Chris want me to wait till we get to the resolution, but the annual reports, I think we need to be very clear on the information we want. We've heard concerns about water and justification of water use, and I think we need to be very clear with that as being part of the annual report. I read very carefully the Respect, I love the name of the company, the water issues that were brought forward, and I just want to point out that about the Roaring Fork alluvium on page 8, it says they will not have given the nearness of the well to the Roaring Fork River and distance to Emma Fields alluvial well, pumping of the Emma Fields alluvial well will not have a significant impact. That tells me it will have an impact, it just won't be significant. And when we were listening to the presentation, it said no impact. So I just want everybody to know that there's a possibility of some impact. The hope is that it won't be significant, but I think we need to continue to monitor. It looks like Dana's back too.
Let's see.
So I can hold my comments and we can take hers.
Dana,
can you hear me?
We can hear you now, yes.
You can come back to me.
So I'm going to open the public hearing to take Dana's comments. Dana, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Well, my name is Dana Horton, and I've been a Pickens County resident for 20 years. I'm also a realtor in the Valley, and in that role, I feel confident in saying that we don't need another 5750 square foot single family home on 8 acres. We need to bring a project like this forward that represents what this community is all about and what this county is all about. It really, to me personally, represents the future of Pickens County. Thanks.
Okay.
I know that Matt, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I know that Matt and his team have already engaged in well-established local organizations who have the community focus at the forefront of their minds. And I'm confident this engagement will continue into the future as they become part of the community, which I think has been the greatest lack in all of the potential people that have tried to engage this property. And I've talked with Matt and his team to ensure that their mission is in alignment with the values that are our community, that are sustainability, that bringing high quality local products to support local businesses like the restaurants, which I don't know if they were represented today in this public comment, but it's so important to them that we have high quality local products and in a sustainable way. And I feel that this represents what Pickens County is. It's an innovative place, and it is a sustainable place if we make it sustainable, like a project like this. One of the things that really impressed me with this project was, I think they call it the LBC, the Living Building Challenge. Hope I said that right. And I really felt that this project is not only fitting into the community, benefiting the community, embellishing the community, but this is the opposite of what would be a project that would force a community to fit into it. So I truly feel like this is the puzzle piece that makes sense for this property, and I wish them the best of luck, and I welcome them with an open heart. And thank you so much for holding out for me to make some quick comments. I appreciate it so much.
Okay, we appreciate you too. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, can I finish?
Yes, I'm going to close the public hearing again. Patty, go ahead.
Yeah, so just, the first time around with this application, I was not able to approve it because of my concerns for the Roaring Fork River. That's our dry stretch. And I really want the water monitoring to be an important part of the annual reviews because of that. The other issues which we learned from the grow site across the street was that we need to hold the applicant's feet to the fire on the odor issues, the noise issues, and all of that. We had, a significant impact to the neighborhood, both next door and across from the grow site. So we need to be very careful that we're not repeating history and allowing those issues to be violated. So I want to be very clear on that. That's of extreme importance. The third thing that I have as of right now is the neighbor who suggested we put in 3 employee housing units. I'm not against that. I'm sorry, the sun is setting over here and it's right in my eyes. First time I've experienced that in a long time. I think we need to see if the applicant is willing to do that, either split the square footage up that's allotted for the 2 units and make it 3, so we can provide housing for 3 employees. We do have a shortage. This is an opportunity for us to house people who will be working there, which is a great benefit to an employer, because that's one of the hardest part about finding employees is finding a place for them to live. So I would be open to that suggestion. I want to put that out there for both the applicant and for the rest of the Board of Commissioners. So I'm going to wait again to hear what the rest of the commissioners have, but if we can follow the rules and what we put down in the resolution as far as our conditions of approval, we need to be very clear on enforcement, because that has been an issue in the past history of this property. So I will cede my seat here to some other members of the board to speak.
Okay, any other question? I have a question. Are there other questions at this point? All right, I'm just going to ask my question. John Ely, I guess I'm wondering, if our neighbors in Chaffee County were dealing with a permit related to Nestle bottling water, right? So this is not that, but, if there was a different name associated with this project, there might be different concerns inflamed here. So is there a threshold at which, like, an amount of water triggers a different type of permit or review or EIS or something like that?
A different type of permit review on the part of who? Us or somebody else?
Anyone else. Like, is there anyone saying, that many gallons is fine, but this many gallons requires some other review? Or triggers an EIS?
Right, no, it does not precipitate any federal action, so a NEPA process is not going to be required. There was a comment by one of the members of the public that said, you're bottling a product and taking it, exporting it out of the valley, and so that did bring to mind the Nestle experience over in Chaffee County, but I think it's a question of degree, and not so much who's doing it, but the volumes involved. And of course, we're dealing with a stretch of the Roaring Fork that's highly impacted. There's no question about it. The analysis of the water rights is something that's conducted through the state engineer's office. And what the applicant has been able to demonstrate is that they have, or they are presenting the ability to acquire and to perfect the water rights that are needed for the operation. The question of whether or not the degree, even if legally possible to utilize, to develop and use, is it appropriate? That does fall within the realm of the special review criteria that we employ to assess the appropriateness of the use. But I think that where that really comes into play is particularly with the representations of the applicant as to the scale of the operations. The number of runs, so to speak, that are anticipated a day, and the amount of volume of water used in the production of a run. That's really the water that's taken out of the system. And what's being represented does not appear to be something, at least to me, that would be highly impactful to the Roaring Fork. In other words, noticeable. But you know, there are all kinds of geology in the area. There are lenses of clay that nobody knows about until you drill into it. And so return flows aren't immediate, and withdrawal, the effect of withdrawals are not immediate either. So the best you can do is try to anticipate whether or not the volume would be impacted or to the river. You know, either noticeable from a pedestrian sort of view, or whether it would be measurable from a effect on the river, either in flow or wetted perimeter or biological activity, things like that. There's nothing that would indicate that in the application. However, the board, I think, needs to incorporate what the operation is or represented to be in a manner consistent with the applicant's application into the special review approval, and have your annual reviews or whatever periodic review the board feels appropriate, such that that can be reassessed if the business, you know, if the business is successful and the opportunity for growth presents itself, then how do you handle that? How do you assess, you know, increased consumption or use, and whether or not there's an impact to the neighbors or to the river. But given the level of activity that is being proposed for the site, there's no other level of review that I would anticipate other than ourselves and the division engineer's office, and the path forward with the division and with water resources in the state that Mary Elizabeth Geiger has outlined has either already been obtained by the applicant or the current property owner, or is in a situation that it can be perfected, in other words, can be obtained as soon as the property closes. So it does not appear that the application is going to raise any issues there.
Okay, but your recommendation is to make sure that somewhere in the application we reflect that what's being presented to us is a maximum of 2 runs per day, and, you know, the equivalent of 100 gallons bottled in each run.
Right, which
okay.
in 100 gallons is nothing. I mean,
right.
in the flow of the Roaring Fork River.
Sure.
I mean, seriously.
Okay.
So that's just, yeah. And all, you know, that's typically what the board will do or expect, is to have those types of expressions or that type of content in the application expressed and carried forward into the approval language.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Okay, other questions, comments by board members? Steve?
Oh, question about the federal permit. If the federal permit didn't exist, we wouldn't even be having this discussion today. I presume that the federal permit goes with the person, not with the property. And I want to learn a little bit more about what this federal permit actually is, and why can the federal government, in effect, dictate a land use decision for us on a private piece of land?
The federal government is not dictating a land use decision for us by any means. We've dictated it for ourselves. Within our zoning regulation, particularly for the unclassified zone district, which this property is zoned, we have allowed a use to go forward and be considered as a special review use if that use is associated with a federal special review permit. And the use of the property, that being a distillery for spirits, is a federal permitted use through ATF. And so we have determined for ourselves that is appropriate.
Okay.
So John, then we still decide, I mean, we're doing the special use review now. So then using whatever other criteria, then we can still make a decision, yes or no, or with conditions that we specify, regardless of the federal permit.
Correct. The federal permit simply allows the proposed use to be considered as a special review use under our zoning. The special review use is evaluated like any other special review request, and that is according to the criteria contained in our land use code.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I think now is the time, Leslie, let's go through and identify, well, or I guess I probably should take the poll of the board if, if this is gonna get if there's a motion to approve or not. Patty stepped out for a moment, and I think Francie is gone for the day, so I'll just let the record note that. So if there's no other questions, I will look to a motion, and if it's favorable, we can start to hammer out the details of the language.
So, Kelly, this might be a good time for my comments. This project is amazing. I really like so many of the features of it. I still think that it is in the wrong location. Parts of the project as proposed, I think, really fit that land. If there were 2 or 3 houses on there with, employee housing and 4 acres of 2 roots type of produce, local produce being produced on the property, that would be, to me, the highest and best use for that piece of land as it is, because it fits into, respects the agricultural heritage of the land, and it fits into the residential neighborhood of the adjoining properties, and doesn't have the negative impacts of having a commercial type use on this land. So I really like the project. It's an amazing project. I would like to see it somewhere else and not on this piece of land personally.
Thank you, Steve. Other comments from board members? Or I'm looking for a motion one way or another.
I do
Patty?
have one question. So getting back to the terms of the conditions of approval, what is our recourse? I'm gonna look both at Leslie and John Ely, if the terms are violated. I mean, we give them time to cure the violations, but if that doesn't happen, do we pull permits? Do we, what tools do we have to make things, right?
They would be the same tools, Patty, for enforcement of any development approval or building permit conditions or zoning regulation for any development.
Which means that if they violated the conditions, we could cease and desist their operations.
We could move to revoke the special review approval. Typically speaking, the county does not jump that hard and that fast at a violation, but it tries to correct the violation.
Right.
And work with whoever is owning the property. And if that's not productive, then yes, that could definitely happen. But more times than not, problems are resolved before the situation gets to that point.
Right. I mean, that was a lesson learned at the grow site. I mean, it took us a while. We allowed some time, but I just want the neighbors, the concerned neighbors, to understand that the board does have recourse. Not that I'm saying that Dr. Patel is going to blatantly violate all these terms and conditions of approval, but I want the community to know that we do have recourse, and it could be as severe as cease and desist, you're not operating anymore, but generally we give notification in time to resolve the issue, which I think is only fair of anybody. So again, I'm just asking it so it's, the public actually hears that comment, that we do have this opportunity if things were to go sour. And I'm not talking sour mash.
Right. And that, revocation would be the extreme, but the special review approval could be modified, additional terms could be added, additional requirements, things of that sort.
Okay. Thank you, John. Thank you, Kelly.
Sure. Other discussion? Greg? Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to say I too am really impressed with this. I'd like to see it happen. I have to say, I don't think that any of the concerns we have heard today have not been addressed adequately. I do agree with Patty that, of course, we want to be paying attention, and we're going to be hearing from Dr. Patel on an annual basis, hopefully. But I would make a motion for LLC special review use, Emma Fields LLC special review use activity and site plan review. And I did want to say one comment as I make that motion, is that if we were producing tomatoes or broccoli, we'd still be shipping the water in those food products off the site. And so it's not as if it's some great net loss. And as John Ely points out, 100 gallons is, if that's 100 gallons a day or 200 gallons a day, it's fairly negligible compared to what an agricultural site does in terms of exporting water, I would say. So I don't have a problem with that. I think they're going to be good neighbors. In fact, they're going to be much better neighbors than any of the neighbors that have been on the site for quite a while in terms of care for the property and taking care of the land. So I think that any issues can be worked out, and I'm happy to make this motion.
Did Francie leave?
She did.
Okay.
Yeah, she had
I'm going to second the motion again with, this is a tough one after how I felt about the first time this came around, but I think the applicant has really moved the game up a lot, and I appreciate that. But even if I'm not on the board for an extended period of time, I'm going to be watching you. So.
And if it's whiskey, she'll be drinking it.
Yeah, if it's whiskey or gin. So just so you know, I don't know what product you're going to make, but I do have a preference.
Okay, and I'll just say, the last time around, I wasn't ready to kill this project. I thought we had some resolution to get to, so I am glad to see it back. I think this is an appropriate location. I mean, that stretch of the highway is dotted with commercial activity and property, and so this fits in, and I think is far less impactful than other proposals would have been. And so with that, I think it's time for us to dive into the amendments to the resolution and any additional conditions that the board would want to apply. And so Leslie, it sounds like you have done some prep work of that to present to us.
So, yeah, there are a lot of revisions to this resolution, primarily, like I said, because we're eliminating the caretaker dwelling unit and we're putting in 2 deed-restricted employee housing. So our title needs to be changed, the title needs to be changed, the conditions of approval need to be changed. I would like to suggest to the board that maybe we hear what your conditions are that you want us to capture in this resolution, and then I can refine this resolution for you, clean it up, and bring it back to you on May 26th for your ultimate adoption.
I agree with that.
Okay, would that require another public hearing? John Ely?
Hang on there. No, Kelly, if you close the public hearing, and I believe you did, then it's closed for the rest of the consideration of the application. So the public, of course, can attend the meeting virtually still at that time and can hear the debate of the board, but we do not have to entertain further public comment.
I see. Okay.
So,
And Kelly, may I just add?
Yes.
May I just add that the applicant, we've been texting back and forth, the applicant is supportive of taking up the resolution on May 26th, provided that the public hearing is not reopened.
Okay. I think our board seems favorable to that, so let's hammer out some details of maybe you haven't figured out what you need to work on, but there may be additional things that we want for consideration to be added. So, Patty, go ahead.
Yeah, again, as I already said earlier, I'd like the discussion about 3 units of employee housing with the applicant and see if that's possible, bring that back. The other one is, I just want it very clear in the issues for the annual review that we closely have, we have very specific information about water use. Protection of that stretch of the river is extremely important to me, and I want to ensure that we monitor that.
Okay, I would support those. Steve?
I have a friend who lives behind the Marble Distillery in Carbondale. That's an instance of a bar and distillery combined in a little hotel in a residential neighborhood in Carbondale. It causes huge problems for her. I would like to, and I can't find the language in here, but I would like to have it called out specifically that it's not permitted to have it turn into a tasting room or a facility open to the public for, general public use and visits. I think that would prevent that kind of activity from ever happening then in the future, to prevent the kind of situation my friend is living through in Carbondale.
Okay, I would support that, and I think maybe that could be reflected in John Ely's advice to us to include the specifics of the operation to be presented in the resolution. And that had to do with water, but this fits also. I would like a little more clarity on the affordable housing units. Not all employees like to live where they work. So what happens if the units don't get filled with employees?
Do you want me to answer that, Kelly, or do you want to wait until your continuation?
No, you can answer that, please.
So, yes, that could certainly come up. Either we run out of folks who need housing, or like you said, they want a little bit of separation from their work. So we sort of anticipate a cascade, if you will. First priority being folks that work on site. Second priority being folks that work within the operation that are off site. And this is for both the agricultural operation and for the distillery. And then third priority would be out to the general population of qualified folks. We do want to have the ability to offer housing as an incentive to go get the right employee. And so that's an important factor of our operation. But we kind of understand inherently that not everyone wants to live where they work, and they may have, they may already have housing, or they have just a different living situation that they prefer.
Patty?
And,
Chris, could we add to that
address,
tier? Could we add to that tier before we open it up to the general employee in Pickens County? That maybe the third level would be to someone employed within the 3-mile boundary of BOCC or something, so we can really focus on providing housing to somebody who's in that, works in that section of town. So that would, be an issue for commuting and traffic on the highway. So just, if you guys want to mull that over and add that into your tiers, I think that would be appropriate. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't see that as a problem.
Thank
and,
you.
And we will explore a third unit. Wouldn't be a significantly large unit, probably be 800 square feet or something, but we will explore that to see if we can fit that into the site plan.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions, conditions? Steve?
This property has similarities to the Brothers property on Lower Snowmass Creek Road, where the irrigating water was undermining the county road and causing damage. I think a condition should be put in that the property, the 4 acres could not be flood irrigated, but absolutely would have to be either sprinkle irrigated or drip irrigated, and any runoff from it would have to be prevented from going down the bank to the highway. It would, if there is any runoff at all, it would have to be channeled to a good drainage solution through the culvert, which I understand goes under the highway there somewhere. And I think that would protect Dr. Patel and his business from a lawsuit like we ended up with on this property on Snowmass Creek. Was really a headache for the property owner because it was their water that was causing the damage, and that was just preventing future problem by having a condition on that.
Okay, is that amenable for the applicant? I don't think you were planning flood irrigation anyway, so I hope that's okay.
Yeah, I don't think we're planning on doing flood irrigation. I don't see that as being an issue, and Steve is right. We're sort of obligated to not flood out downstream, downslope properties.
Okay, and then I guess I had a question. So this might come up in your housing cleanup, but I was just a little confused in, gosh, I think it was condition 22. It talked about voluntary housing, so this would not be used for mitigation. And that runs a little counter to what I thought we were also doing, which was approving this for mitigation. So I'm a little confused there.
That's completely related to the caretaker dwelling unit.
Okay, thank you. Got it.
Everything related to the caretaker dwelling unit is coming out.
Okay. And then Greg, you had made a request related to building performance measurements. Did you want to follow up on that?
I was going to ask for an annual verifiable energy and net zero performance metrics review and course correction if necessary. That would include a report, so we would all be able to share the metrics on the performance of this building. I think Core could probably help you design that. Marty could help you design that. It would be extremely valuable as we're trying to move every building in the community in that direction. So that's what I would ask for. I think that's. And also, we're talking about building more housing here. I'm assuming, as someone asked earlier, this applies to the housing. One of the neighbors said, "Hey, are you going to make the housing energy efficient as well?" And I think that should be part of the criteria. If we're going to do this, we've got to do the living spaces as well.
Well, Patty, do you have a comment?
Yeah, and I think it's understood that with our new efficient building code, our energy code, they're going to have to be built that way anyway, but a little boosted up a little bit, it's never going to hurt anybody and stays in the ethos of whoever we're ethosing. I think that's a new word I just made up. But the other question I have then, which now I just made myself forget, but it'll come back to me, I'm sure, by the 26th, I'm sure it will.
Okay. Okay, so I think we need to amend the motion to continue it. Is that correct, to the 26th, if there's not any further discussion?
Oh, I do. I remember.
Okay, Patty, remember.
I remember. As far as the deconstruction of the building, Pickens County now, we're looking at that, and we have very specific standards at our landfill. I would hate for these buildings to be deconstruction and taken to the neighboring landfill. In other words, pushing our issue down into Garfield County. So I don't know how we can work that out, Leslie, to see that the deconstruction and those products, you know what I mean. I don't want to push off all this stuff that could be going to South Canyon. They don't need it, and we have a better way to manage it, I think, in Pickens County. We're more involved.
And Lauren can speak to that. On the Living Building Challenge, we have specific requirements on diversion from landfills, so that's not an option.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Leslie.
Simple. Greg, would you do me a favor and just text me that verifiable phrase that you use so I can make sure I get the language correctly into the reso?
That he was reading off something he just pulled up online?
No, I actually wrote it. I have my notes.
Oh, I'm impressed.
Notes. Copious notes, Patty.
I am so impressed,
Me
Greg.
too. All right, so I'm going to look to Greg, if you would amend your motion. Is that all right, John, or do we have to vote it down?
Is that good enough?
What do we need to do?
We need to continue it.
So do we need to withdraw the motion in the second?
Motion.
What's the
No, the motion can stand, and it'll just be continued to the next meeting and for the board to vote on.
Okay, so we need a motion to continue. Please.
Great. I'll make that motion
Thanks,
to continue.
And I will second it.
Thank you, Patty. All in favor of a continuation to May 26th? At that time, we still have the motion to approve is still on the table at that time, just so everyone knows.
And Francie will be here, so.
Steve?
Discussion.
Yes.
Greg will not be present at that meeting, is that correct, Greg? You're gonna be out?
I will not. I'm gonna be out of town on the 26th. There's a chance I'll be able to call in, and I'll do my best, but I'm not certain of it yet.
Thank you, Steve. Any further discussion?
Only that I'm still thinking about the flower metaphor, but I think you should change that out for a tree, like a tree that lives for 100 years. How about that?
It's a perennial flower.
Well, because she said flowers don't pollute,
Okay.
but to some people, pollen is a form of pollution to some people who have.
All right, we're getting a little slap heavy. So I'm going to call the vote here on the motion to
Please.
continue to May 26th. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you all. Thank you. We really appreciate the time you spent.
Okay, board.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate your stamina tonight. We will see you on the 26th with a vote.
Yeah, you've had 2 long nights in a row, huh,
Can't
Chris?
wait to see it.
Yeah, Chris has had a lot of nights of meetings.
Thank you all.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Take
Thanks,
care.
Dr. Patel.
Thank you.
Okay, we have open discussion for the board. I'd love to run through this. John Peacock, do we have any open discussion items?
No, we'll bring the Redstone item back next week.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other folks who have open discussion that is urgent? No.
Seeing none, I will do again what we don't have to do, and I'm going to make a motion to adjourn.
Thanks, Patty.
Second.
Thanks, Steve.
Thanks, Steve.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Thank you.
All right, thanks
Aye.
for a good day, folks.
Bye, you all. Thanks.
Okay, thank you everyone watching at home still. Thank you, Grassroots. Thank you, Andrew, for all your help on Zoom.